Now, preview time. So let's take a look at what's coming your way.
The Jeff Meacham Network's Multiverse of Media. For over 15 years, the recognized symbol of excellence and the standard bearer in coverage of sports and entertainment.
JJ, Jeff, you want to kick this thing off? Because I'm still trying to process everything here.
Yeah, it's like,
who wants to go first?
Yeah, who wants to go first?
Well,
Come on in. It's open mic night with your host.
you could maybe say there's really 4 topics, but it's split into 6.
The Renegade, J.J. Williams.
The Sammy and Eddie Kingston thing, which one's the better smelling turd?
And his panel of co-hosts.
I am founder. We'll call me that for today since we're going with the Jeff Jarrett love theme here this week, according to JJ.
The West Coast Professor, Jeff Meacham.
Karma is karma is karma.
That's professional wrestling! Damn it!
The Simple Man, Noah Foster.
It's showtime! Yeah! How you doing, JJ? How you doing, Jeff?
James.
Yeah.
And the He-Man, James Hebert.
Imagine Bill Burr, Joe Rogan, Paul White, the Baldies! There you go! It sells itself!
God.
Get in there!
Short his ass and shit the bed.
He's not Amber Heard.
Give it time, JJ. Give it time.
Now, I'm sure Jeff has some stuff that...
Dumb move. Just don't pull this bullshit again. You get one.
Tony needs to stop caring about the ratings.
Bradshaw said as long as the ads are in place, we're not going to lose that third hour.
Ring of Honor does not have to be AEW Light. They don't necessarily have to coexist with each other. We kind of saw that tonight to a degree.
Along with a panel of guests.
He is no longer glorious. Don't you bring that up. You want me to rant about what my NXT used to... No, we are done here for the night. I swear, James.
Because you never know who may show up for open mic night.
I leave our company in the capable hands of an extraordinary group of superstars, employees, and executives.
The first thing that came to my mind was, it's about damn time.
Amen!
I literally touched everybody in the state's trash. So it's horrible, you guys.
Peyton's new thing is Dennis the Menace, but it's funny because she calls it Dentist the Medicine. And
that's great.
When Elliot Taylor came out and did Born for Greatness live, I was popping my pussy, having a great time. I didn't care. I was having so much fun.
Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Fuck Bill Belichick.
Thing. We ended on wrestling, and then you bring in that shit. That's just how the fan goes off the damn rails. Brilliant, bloody brilliant.
We're here. What is going on, everybody? Welcome to the Saturday night shenanigans that are open mic night. I am, of course, your host, your moderator. I am the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. Going to go ahead and we're going to start to bring in our lovely array of, as they were called here in the chat room. It's Saturday, and you know what that means. The most unbiased group of wrestling's minds in the business. Well, one person for sure who will be on the dais this evening that is probably the least biased person that I know. Simple man with a spectacular voice, Noah Foster. Good to see you again, brother, after a 5-hour simple take.
Hey, hello everybody. Good to see you, JJ. Yeah, it's hard to believe again. We did that 5-hour simple take super show. It was definitely a heck of a conversation. Love every minute of it. And also, here we stand, season 3, 1 year after you took over the head seat of Open Mic Night and what it has cultivated, grown, evolved to be. And I guess with the fact that we are in season 3, and I'm sure we're going to bring a lot more to light. I don't know if we're going to do this weekly, but why not bring everything to full brightness tonight? Let's have some fun.
Wow. Noah stepped out of the darkness and into the light, at least for one night.
Good to be here.
So the way you presented that, the way you talked about the way I've brought us over the past year, it sounded like I kind of became the head of the table, if you will. When it comes to open mic night, you will acknowledge me. Well, it looks like we have another acknowledgement here. The West Coast professor, Jeff Meacham, the man whose name traditionally is on the marquee, and we'll go ahead and throw that up there momentarily.
There's a light over at the Foster house.
They're not copyright, damn it. Not copyright.
No, it's not copyright. That's a straight parody. I'm allowed to use that.
Fair enough. And you're accurate. Good to see you,
Jeff.
Jeff.
Good to see you here this evening for
Always
what is sure to be another interesting conversation this evening.
It is one of those, JJ, you said it yourself, my friend. You have set the tone in the last year since you were, as you put it, given the reins, the keys to the keys to the kingdom. Yeah. But I will say this. You asked me to wait till the first segment was over. I have it poured. I have an Irish blast ready to go. So y'all in the chat room, y'all here on the dais, convince me otherwise. I will gladly pour a straight Powerade instead. Y'all let me know what you want to do.
Well, if there's one person on the dais this evening that will probably drive Jeff to drink.
Oh, yes.
It is the Meltzer of the multiverse.
That's right.
The Cleveland combatant himself, Josh Mansfield.
Josh Mansfield. That's right. That's right.
Yep, I'm sure he will definitely keep himself in line tonight.
Man, no one's even looking at him on camera. That's how serious this is. We all looking at it. That's right.
I'm in trouble.
You very well could be, Mansfield. Just
when am I not?
P's and Q's.
When
am I not in trouble in here? Let's be real.
When you're away from the keyboard, not talking about Hulk Hogan or praising firings for one person, or let's see, what else did you do this week? Anyway.
He's got a friggin' file in his cabinet on you.
That's right. Hang on. Let me get the Rolodex here. Wait, okay, let's see. Yeah. At least through next quarter, you're fucked. Anyway.
What was your infraction for this hour?
The infraction for this hour. Yeah.
We got a 4 hour on Collision.
Yeah, spoiling Collision today. Yeah, that's your mess up today there, motherfucker. That's right.
And of all the things for you to have spoiled, bro,
right?
For real. We'll get in depth to it when we get to the AEW.
Yeah, I know.
Yes, Noah. Cover your mouth is exactly what you're thinking of. I stepped away from my television for a brief moment during the TBS title match and came back to Josh's spoiler in the No DQ chat. Of all things to give away. Again, for those of you that watched the show, you should already know what I'm talking about and alluding to.
Oh, big time.
That didn't, we will get to it when we get to the AEW portion of the conversation. Because as those on the dais tonight know, I made a graphic for it.
Yes.
Yes, you did.
And not only that, but I asked JJ, it's like, should we just get the other Shelton John song going tonight after what happened? Because, Saturday Night's a great song, but there's a great song to go with that segment we're talking about, and I'm sure I'll karaoke the hell out of it later.
There you go.
Get the glasses out somewhere where they are.
Noah, you better watch your P's and Q's with me, because you know what my money will do to you for Disney karaoke.
Hey, you know what? Part of that money's going to come from me, so you behave yourself for the night.
And you both put karaoke out of your daggone mind. That's what this is about tonight.
No, this is not a karaoke evening. There is nothing about karaoke tonight. However, we did say on Simply Predicting, and this is the last time we're going to promote it tonight.
Yes.
If we can get $50 in super chats tonight, then Noah Foster will do the Joya entrance.
Wait, but you know what? JJ, that's great and all.
Yep.
Joya
is one thing.
Yeah, but
we say fuck Joya because we've got Nola.
Our broadcast team now.
Noah and Datilla. Nola. Nola.
Oh my lord.
That's
Nola.
Nola.
And for those that wonder, that is not about New Orleans, Louisiana, or North Los Angeles.
No, but it can be at New Orleans Square, which I'll be in and around tomorrow night. So there you go.
Fair enough.
Focus everything on Noah. Take the focus off Noah.
No, stop it.
Oh, Mr. Man's child. Oh, you silly boy. Focus not on you.
We're just now in the 15-minute mark, so there we go.
Shush it, Matthew.
Even he understands it.
That's right.
That's Lord.
That's
there you go, Safet. You're already one step ahead of Josh here.
Busted.
Done.
We're doing good, Marshall. Thank you for joining us. Before we get started, we've already got a super chat from Emmanuel, $2.
Yes.
Punk knew he's getting fired. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's very possible that Punk knew. Somebody put out there the theory if you will, and I'm not talking about A-Town Down Under. But somebody put the theory out there that the reason Punk was backstage at Impact when they came to Chicago, the reason he was backstage at WWE when they came to Chicago, while he was still waiting to come back to Collision, was because he sensed something coming. There's also the whole theory that, he did kiss everybody kind of goodbye after his match at All In and say goodbye if you watched him. So he probably had a good suspicion, but that's not specifically what we're talking about tonight, although I'm sure it will get touched on briefly when we get to the AEW thing, because tonight is, as the image showed, a state of the industry address.
Yes.
Now, some of you may be wondering, what exactly does that entail? Well, we are going to go through Impact Wrestling, AEW, and by proxy Ring of Honor, WWE, and by proxy my NXT.
Damn it.
And we're going to talk about what they're doing right, where they need to improve, and what our overall thoughts on their products are currently. Notice, I did not say what they're doing wrong. This is going to be a constructive criticism,
Yes.
not a negative Nancy party.
Yes.
So, with that being said,
if you like one of those, we recommend the Wrestling Observer, but not really because they suck. Anyway,
damn.
Yeah, I don't recommend giving Dave any more money than you may already have over the course of your life.
He's clearly got some money funneling in from Rancho Cucamonga, California. But that's a whole other story for later.
That's
Nathan, what is going on? Good to see you. He says, state of the industry address. Let's do this. So
I agree.
Same.
Well, we may or may not be getting joined by one of our other affiliates, Rangers of Wrestling's Datilla.
Yes.
She's DM'd me a couple times today, let me know that she was kind of like out at the lake with her family today.
There you go.
So she's a little bit exhausted.
Good.
I've sent her the link though, and I've told her beforehand, I was like, if you feel up to it, come on through. You know you're welcome. If you're too tired, we completely understand.
Yes.
Maybe we'll see you next week for Lingo.
Absolutely.
There you go.
After all, as Noah always says, treasure your families and protect your mentality. So if
Damn
this is
right.
one of those weekends where she chooses to have family time and stay away from the insanity of the business, I don't think anyone's going to fault her.
I know I won't.
So if I can, Jeff, I'm going to ask you to man the comments as I go through the graphics and everything, because
I was ready.
I don't have a lot of graphics, but I do have our traditional logo graphics so that we know which company we're going to be talking about as we go through them all.
Which is why I'm starring stuff. So
we're going to start off with Impact Wrestling.
Hey.
I figured this was the best way to do things since we are coming right off of Victory Road last evening.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they just had a huge show. So we should come and discuss where they are and where we want to see them go and what is on the horizon.
Yes, and a damn good show at that, by the way.
Oh, yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Okay. Now I can pull that down because I've got the little ticker going.
Yay, ticker.
So Impact Wrestling. First of all, 21 years in the business.
Wow.
And there was a time when people didn't think they'd last a year, 5 years, 10 years.
Yep.
Could they rise from the ashes like a phoenix after the Hogan Bischoff administration?
Right.
And here we are 21 years in. And not only are we 21 years in, but this Thursday, next Watch Long is going to be their 1,000th episode of Impact Wrestling.
Crazy. But they'll never make it.
Nah.
I mean, where they're going right, and I probably should just throw this over to Noah, since out of all of us in the room, I know he's the one person that watches it the most.
He's the one. That's right.
But I will just touch on these couple of high points that I hear everyone talk about, and then I'll pass the baton, if you will, so that he can guide the conversation from there. But
yes,
clearly the number one thing they're doing better than any fucking buddy,
damn it,
is the women's division.
Yep.
Damn right.
They may not have the strongest and biggest name talent, but they have them the best booked.
Yep.
When it comes to their knockouts division, it's very much original ECW. Accentuate the positives, hide the negatives.
Yep.
If they've got a couple of people on their roster there that aren't the greatest workers, more than likely they're in the freaking knockouts tag division, so they can be carried by somebody that is good.
Exactly.
But the women are the best booked women in professional wrestling. They are frequently the main event, as Noah pointed out earlier to me, on Impact Television. Something that Tony Khan only did recently for a couple of weeks when he got criticized for always having the women booked at the same portion of the show.
Yeah.
So for about 2 weeks, he gave women the main event. Then now all of a sudden they're back at the same time slot again.
Yeah.
WWE will give the women the main event more so than AEW, but they still have a long ways to go when it comes to knowing how to accurately book them. And I'm sure we'll get into those when we get to those companies as far as areas where they could improve.
Right.
The other place where I know that Impact Wrestling, I almost called them TNA because that's what they've always been to me.
There you go.
But the other place where I know that Impact has always exceeded has been when it comes to essentially the little guys, the X Division.
Damn right.
You know, because of the X Division, I feel that's why WWE kept the Cruiserweight going for as long as they did, was to try to compete with the X Division. But it was never about weight limits for Impact Wrestling. It was about no limits. And you sit there and you watch some of the people that came through the early days of the X Division, and you look at them and you're like, they're just your standard cruiserweights. Then came the Samoan submission machine, Samoa Joe, and all that changed.
Big time.
People realized that it truly wasn't about weight limits anymore, because here's this 300-pound Samoan that's moving like AJ Styles, that's doing the moves of Christopher Daniels, that's going, 30, 45 minutes. And it's just like, dude, how are you not blown up yet? But clearly those same people didn't watch the Punk Joe series in Ring of Honor, where they went for over an hour to draws. Not even, Iron Man matches. They just went to time limit draws.
Over the title.
Yeah. Repeatedly.
So, from there, I will throw it over to Noah to touch on their other positives and what negatives he feels, where they feel like they could really stand for some improvement. Oh, say her name and she appears. Because once again, screw Joya. It's all about Nola here on the show. And we are bringing the la portion in. Here is Datilla.
Hey.
What's up? Hey.
Hello, Datilla.
Hey.
Hey.
Perfect timing. We were just beginning the show. We're discussing Impact Wrestling.
Yeah, I know. I have had you guys playing in the background, so I
Okay,
heard
so
Impact.
you know what I said as far as the positives. Like
So
I said,
far.
from here I will pass things over to Noah and you, since you watch Impact on a regular basis. You can talk about what else they do right, as opposed to what I've already listed: the women's division, the Knockouts being the best booked in wrestling, and the X division. And you can talk about what needs to be improved as far as Impact goes. Noah, go ahead.
So you definitely hit the two key points there, because what has been truly the alternative to the industry for the last 21 years, even in the darkest time, has been always the knockouts in the X division that still shine the brightest or offer the most variety. I come down to always quantity versus quality. And when you think somebody can exceed as a singles competitor, but they may have done their fair share, and you want to give that chance to somebody else, you try and see what they can do for the tag team division. They are multi-purposable across the entire knockouts division, even when it comes to character development. The fact we no longer have Decay when we had Jessica Havoc and Rosemary. Now we have Jessica and Courtney Rush as the Depth Dogs. Goes to show they're willing to let the talent be creative, branch out, try something different, and see how it goes. And as far as the X division, at the end of the day, if you wanted to make a moment and prove your worth and what you are capable of, the X division was your opportunity to do that. And whether you were born in Impact Wrestling or came into Impact Wrestling to try and make a moment, you have seen what faces have come out through the X division, whether it was middleweight, cruiserweight, or heavyweight. Hello, Jake something. And I think another thing that really helps Impact Wrestling nowadays is the environment. What Scott D'Amore, what Gail Kim, people that went through the business as workers, now bookers, and Scott D'Amore being the president, having that cultivated atmosphere of positive influence where we're all here for each other, has helped to Impact Wrestling's strength with their weekly product. And for those that don't know, you can literally watch Impact Wrestling commercial free for 90 minutes for $1 a month on their YouTube channel. Become an Impact Insider today at Impact Wrestling. If you don't know how to find Access TV on your local provider, or you want to avoid commercials for Blue Chew, I'm just saying. That being said, again, they have so many things right now going right for them, where, again, you look at 2010 being a turning point, but maybe the darkest note in their history. And again, I look at also their heavyweights and the way you got people like Moose, like Jake Sullivan, like Macklin, like Josh Alexander. Hell, I'll put Bully Ray in the mix. And the way they changed the dynamic from pursuing the world championship to conflict, or, with each other, or trying something different to a degree. The way they're able to flex the Impact roster every week, and why you think sometimes it's the same people booked every week, not necessarily booked the same way or the same case, goes to its strength. I even, Dattila, you and I called Victory Road. We even talked about the evolution of the tag team division with all this young, up-and-coming generational type talents, with the Good Cans, with the Rascals, with, of course, the Motion Machine Guns that are literally holding down as leaders, and they aren't even the daggum champions. We got Joya, we got the Most Professional Wrestling Gods, and Moose and Brian Myers. There is depth in everything right now in Impact Wrestling. I think the only thing they really need to improve on at this point is just the outreach. And we talk all the time. Yes, they constantly sell out these shows, but they're still very small venues. And with the scope and potential of Impact Wrestling, I want them to move out even further, especially for nothing else. The big, by the way, folks, they have 4 big pay-per-views a year. Hard to Kill, the Bound for Glory, the Slammiversary, and what's the 4th one at this point we would consider?
Rebellion.
Yeah, I would say Rebellion. That's a fair shake. And at this point, again, I think it just goes down to the way they flex the roster, change the dynamic, willing to take chances on character development. That is some of the great strengths of Impact Wrestling. Now, how you improve on their overall scope in the industry, that might be a tougher question that even Scott D'Amore at this point can't answer. But what he's done so far, all the way to becoming the president, speaks volumes. So what's your take on all that?
Wow, you said a mouthful first.
Story of my life.
I think you hit a lot of nails on the. I think you hit a lot of good points. But I'll add. So as Noah said, Knockouts division, probably one of the best. No, not one of the best. The best women's division in North America, number one. But I think another point that Noah forgot to bring up is that Impact is really good at creating monsters. Look at William Morrissey. They built him up as a monster, turned him from a heel, and then he became a face towards the end of his run. Look at Joe Dorian, Khan, even those are some examples. At least since I've been watching, that they've done a really good job at building up as monsters. So, and then for the Impact Insiders, I personally don't have AXS. I wish that channel was much more accessible. But if you don't, Impact Insiders, for as low as 99 cents a month, you can watch the weekly Impact show. If you want to be able to watch Impact Plus specials like Victory Road for $4.99
a month, by the way, folks.
Yeah, a month,
not a week, a month. Period.
Yes, Daniel did say that. Now, as far as what Impact can improve on, it's no surprise, because it happened last night. They need to improve their production.
Yeah.
Because I know Scott D'Amore has talked about that in the upcoming year. Like PWI Insider reported the upcoming year, Impact is planning on changing their production, which they need to, because last night we lost speed during the Allen Angels versus Guido match. There's been times. Yeah, there's been times where the arena looks too dark. There's been times where Multiverse United, the first one, we lost audio during that Moose video package. So it's those things that make people say, oh, how can you take Impact seriously when little things like that happen? So I'm hoping in this upcoming year, based on the report that PWI reported, things can only get higher for Impact Wrestling.
I can agree with you on that. I see you, Josh. I'll come to you in a second. I definitely feel that some of their production makes them come off as Bush League, and I don't mean that in a negative light, but it very much comes off like original ECW. You figure the Power Box blew after their first pay-per-view. If they had gone just a minute longer on the show, people would have missed the outcome of the main event. So losing the feed, losing audio through some of those major moments, like you said, the Multiverse United, like that's a big deal when you're trying to establish yourself as a game player, especially with an event that could eventually rival Forbidden Door with Multiverse United. I think marketing is another huge thing that they need to work on, because they need to find something better than Access TV, I think, to where they can be seen by more people. I get Access TV with Spectrum, but a lot of the times...
What cable package do you have? Because I don't get AXS with a Spectrum. I have to upgrade my package, and I'm not doing that.
I think we upgraded ours because of some of the other channels that we wanted, but we don't barely even watch them because we watch streaming more often than not. So it's one of those things where more often than not, I forget that it's on TV. And the nights where I do remember that it's on, it's a Thursday, which is usually my one night that I don't have to worry about wrestling. So that's the night where I usually cram in a double feature as far as the movies I need to watch to review for the week or for the following week. And try and get ahead of things. So I feel like if they were on a better channel, if they were on a different night, maybe.
But what night can they be on? Everything else is already taken.
I was thinking about that, and while this may sound off, roll with me on this.
Go for it.
But I would maybe consider putting them on Wednesdays. And that may sound like a death nail because of Dynamite, but hold on. Most TV packages, and especially the ones that are like me that use Hulu to stream, get both the East Coast and the West Coast feed of Dynamite and Rampage. So I can watch Dynamite from 5 to 7, and then if Impact aired at, let's say, like 8 o'clock, I could watch Impact from 8 to 10. And I'm already kind of in a wrestling mood because I just sat through Dynamite.
that does lead me to think about something because Datilla, you did bring up about that report. Now, of course, we're part of the TNAIW chat on the X, the Twitter, and they were talking about that. If I remember correctly, didn't they say they're going to try and centralize out of Las Vegas now and give like themselves a different set, a different presentation, kind of evolve?
Yes, they're moving out of Sam's Town and they're going to be at the Palms. They're going to use the Palms.
So
going forward.
I wonder if they're gonna take the approach like Universal Studios used to be the home for recorded tapings on a consistent basis. Because again, as somebody who attended Impact Wrestling, Impact does mass tapings for content over multiple weeks a basis. Now, truth be told, it was during the pandemic that post-pandemic kind of went, and they even did production for like the Impact Plus specials. But lately, every Impact Plus special and every pay-per-view has truly been live. But as far as the TV tapings go, they basically give you 3 weeks worth of TV tapings in 2 sessions that might go for 3 hours that you're there to attend live, which is why you slightly see usually an audience adjustment. But with the fact now they're going to this model and maybe the structure of Las Vegas, then maybe there might be something to your point, JJ, about trying to improve the way that they stream their content, maybe even live. But I also put this question to you. You talked about a different night. Now, at this point, you're talking about networks. Let's think about this. Impact Wrestling, TNA, has been the company that has been more hot potatoes than the TNT Championship when it comes to TV. Let's just be honest here. Okay? We had Pop. We had Destination America. We had Spike. Now we're on Access TV. We had Twitch integration at one point. Now they've
and don't forget they started on like Fox Sports 1, I think.
That too. I tried to forget that because that was so damn ass backwards, dadgummit. At this point, with the fact that we are more becoming let's just call it as we see it, a society with a shorter attention span than listening to Morgan Freeman, and we don't really watch TV, streaming seems to be the strength. But what streaming service or deal could Impact Wrestling go for at this point that would make sense from a content library perspective?
Well, Safet said Paramount. Could try Paramount Plus.
That's primarily CBS, I believe, but they're also Nickelodeon, but that's an interesting choice.
Jeff, if you can hear me, we can't hear you and you're not on mute, so... Marshall says they should try to go to Spike TV or sign with Fox ESPN or something. ESPN is Disney. Not sure about that.
That ain't gonna work.
Fox, there's the big question mark as far as WWE and, their contract is expiring with them. Are they going to re-sign? Are they not going to re-sign?
Right.
So that's a whole question mark right now. I would think that if they could, I see his hand, Josh. Let me finish talking. Don't interrupt.
Let him run the show.
Plus, you were supposed to be next.
Yeah.
So calm your tits. If they could get back in good graces with Universal, since they used to film at Universal Orlando, that's something too. You could work out a deal with NBC. But that's Peacock also. So there's that issue.
Yeah. That's it.
In WWE and Peacock.
That's
you
why
got Warner Discovery with AEW.
Right.
So I don't know. Maybe try Disney because of your relationship that you had with Universal. You've done the theme park thing before. And if you can work out a deal with Disney in Orlando, then you can have a home base for filming like WCW did in their early days at the Hollywood Studios.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not sure as far as the streaming platforms go. Paramount seems like it might be a good way to go as far as not being tied down to any of the other major ones.
Yeah. If I may cut across, I know Josh's turn, but I do have information as far as what Marshall brought up and what Matt's bringing up. So that's why I wanted to jump the line. So Paramount Network is different from Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus is the streaming service. Paramount Network was I believe Paramount Network is the former Spike TV, the former national network, the former Nashville network, the home of ECW in its last, whatever it was, year and a half. So that would be an option if they're willing to carry professional wrestling again. But as well as they promoted it last time, probably not a good idea. For being real, because that network hosted both Impact Wrestling and ECW, and we all saw how the relationships went with both those companies. NBC, USA, those networks, not going to have a WWE being in a partnership. Now, again, as I pointed out and was dismissed by other moderators on other channels, the upfronts went down. And there was no mention of WWE on Fox's side or on NBC Universal side.
Ooh.
So we don't know what the future holds for WWE on the NBC Comcast side of things. So it could be an option. I think with the deal they have in place with Peacock, it's very likely they're just not announcing it, right? Fox is another unlikely to be on Fox itself, but maybe Fox Sports or maybe FS1 or maybe the little underlying channels. Although Fox Sports is now Bally Sports, depending on what part of the country you're in. So I don't know how that would work out. ABC and ESPN are an option, but as Spectrum customers know right now, that doesn't matter because we can't watch those channels right now if you're on Spectrum because Spectrum and Disney are in a pissing contest.
Oh, jeez.
Over there. Oh, yeah.
What? I don't even watch ESPN.
We got no ESPN. We've got no National Geographic. And I've had people ask me, do you guys still? No, the company owns those channels. I work for the Parks and Resort side of things, but thank you for involving me in shit that has nothing to do with me.
I know the feeling. Next
like,
star
guess
that
what?
owns the Fox affiliate around here, they're in a pissing contest with DirecTV, so I haven't had SmackDown in months.
Damn.
And it's like, hey, guess what? If you have a problem with the company, streaming is a thing. And, I hate to be a shill, but, I haven't watched anything on ESPN or any of the other things except Channel 7 in years since Disney Plus and ESPN Plus launched.
Yeah.
I
mean, I watch Raw, SmackDown, NXT, Dynamite, and Rampage all on Hulu.
Yep, exactly. And
That's
I
fair.
only, knowing now that Impact is $1 a month, shit, there's my way of not having to worry about having access TV. Makes that real easy.
Just saying.
I get all my stuff on streaming is what I was trying to get at. So yes, a network deal is always cool because we have a network deal. It's still a thing, even in 2023. But streaming wise, I honestly would get in on the ground floor and try to work out something with Tony and get on the Honor Club. And I say that because you don't change nights that way. You give yourself a 3-hour block of television or whatever it is, 4 hours, 2 hours of Impact, 2 hours of Ring of Honor. Thursday night must-see TV. NBC did it for how many years? Must-see TV for wrestling. Boom. There's your answer to avoid having to worry about network stuff, number one. And if Scott is looking to improve production and they're moving to the Palms, beautiful casino, by the way, in Vegas. Partnership with Honor Club means you've got, in theory, some influence from the Warner Bros. Discovery side of things helping run production. I'm not saying get totally in bed with Tony Khan because we'll talk about him and his bullshit later. But at the same time, you are a fledgling company, even 21 years in. You're not the talk of the town that you were in 2002 or 2008, or even during the Hogan era when, negative or not, you were still getting the attention on you. You need that buzz. You need that push. And what was ECW's biggest problem being on TNN? No commercials, no advertising space. What was TNA's major issue on Spike TV? Yeah, they got pushed like a mucker feather, but they couldn't move the needle. Don't be on a network where you have to worry about moving the needle anymore. Don't worry about a network that's not going to plug you anymore. Get in with the Honor Club. That's what I would have done when Tony bought Ring of Honor. Is like, hey, Tony, come here. And just schmooze that ass. Seriously. Impact Wrestling is the greatest women's division in wrestling right now. The X division has always been solid, even during the era where they tried to downplay and destroy it. Cultivate, accentuate the positives. JJ said, hide whatever negatives you had. The presentation is spotty because of the darkness. You get a casino in Las Vegas with the proper lighting, that shit goes away in a hurry.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. That's absolutely fair.
And JJ mentioned the theme park thing. Yeah, if they can't get in bed with Universal Studios because of the connection to Comcast, I know Walt Disney World's got plenty of space they ain't using right now.
Yeah.
Out there in California.
Well, no. Disney World in Florida. No. We got enough shit packed into our little resort here as it is.
Oh.
Yeah, he's right. He means us.
Freaking shoehorned a damn theme park into our parking lot. Like, no more than anything.
Yeah.
Florida's got space. Go there. Do that.
Yeah, he means our side of the country, Noah.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough.
Our side, Ohio. Like, you guys are in the middle. Give me a break.
We are the Midwest.
Time zone,
Josh?
yes, but yeah.
Josh, you've been waiting patiently.
Yes, thank you.
You were
for that,
stepped over by Jeff, but for good reason. I mean, after all, his name is on the marquee, so kind of gets a pass when it comes to that.
Really? Sorry, Cat was being annoying. So my quick thing.
Second word's annoying, pussy.
Damn it, Jeff.
Jeff. Oh gosh. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with Noah.
Anyway.
For fuck's sake, damn it.
We've got Datilla here, y'all. Like, come on.
Yeah, I didn't want to say it, but thank you, JJ, for saying it.
Damn it, Jeff! Why your name's on the marquee? You freaking idiot!
Hey! We're going to the what is it? Scum and Villainy Canteen in a couple weeks. I'll buy you an extra drink for that one, Datilla. My bad. Sorry.
I would throw up the X, Matthew, but he still hasn't messaged me that X, so you know.
So,
wait a minute. What? I didn't message you it.
He can have my X if he wants.
X gonna give it to you.
I'm gonna swear. All right, I'm gonna fix it right now. Anyway, continue talking.
So,
go ahead.
I will be completely honest. I have not watched TNA Impact since probably before the end of the Aces and Eights storyline.
Damn.
Okay.
And I started watching in the beginning of 2010, during when Hogan and Bischoff first came in, which is when I really liked TNA Impact. We can't hear you at all, Jeff.
He's giving you the hug. He's giving you the there.
Because you went in at the darkest time.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I loved that time of TNA. I really enjoyed it. And those names that were there then are like the big names now. After the whole dumb Dixie Carter, AJ Styles storyline, and then the Aces and Eights and everything falling out with Dixie Carter and Hogan and Bischoff and Russo and everything.
Yeah.
It Impact itself sort of fell by the wayside, and then you don't really hear about him for a good number of years, and then when they sell to Scott D'Amore, and you hear all these new names, it's like, huh? Who are these people? Like you guys, like I know Jeff and JJ, you guys knew Sean Ricker from pre-Impact days, but I know, LA Knight, yeah.
Yeah.
She had to unmute for that
we all
one.
had to do it. It's a friggin' fact. Yeah, have to do it.
A lot of people didn't even know him, even when he was in Impact. Like, I heard that, he came from Impact. I'm like, who is this guy? Like, that's why I did not get into him at first. I will be completely honest. But even before then, you had AJ Styles, who showed up at the Rumble and boom, off to the races he went. Same with, lots of others, even if they came into NXT. But when they had the big downgrade, and especially during the time when the rumors were going around that they were almost going to sell to WWE, or WWE was interested in buying them, honestly, people stopped giving a shit. And after they moved from Spike, too, and they were bouncing around more than the 24/7 title. People
That's
stopped
impossible.
caring because people didn't know where it was. Pretty much thought it was dead in the water. I give Scott D'Amore a lot of credit, even though I still have not watched. He has done good by a lot of people, from what I can tell, from what Noah says, from what Jeff says, from Dattila, from JJ. And they're bringing in a bunch of more bigger names now, and their homegrown talent, like the Motor City Machine Guns. Alex Shelley, for example, is now the world champion there. Good for him. And I will be honest, and I think for things they need to improve on, definitely production is one thing, and getting that their name out there again more, to let people know that, hey, we're not just some fourth-rate pissin' company anymore. We're trying to get better again. That's sort of how I think it's probably best to say. And I will be completely honest. Like I said, I've not watched Impact in years. I am going to make a point, and I'm not and partially I'm saying this because I have seen some of the Impact 1000 spoilers from the tapings today on Twitter, which
No
I will not
spoilers,
give away.
please.
I will not give away.
Good.
I will not. I will just say this. I am going to make a point to watch Impact 1000.
Okay.
Okay, then.
And Noah, aren't you happy and thankful for
covering it,
Jeff
so.
Jarrett for founding TNA?
Damn. So wait a minute. I want to make sure I understand this. The man in the middle here, who criticized me yesterday for having Jeff Jarrett as a top 10 Intercontinental Champion, just sat here and basically forced Noah to acknowledge the fact that his precious Impact Wrestling, home of the best booked women's division in the fucking world, wouldn't exist if it hadn't been for Jeff Jarrett and his father. Is that what I'm understanding here?
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, woo. And all of Mexico pops in a negative way. Anyway, there you go.
Noah, you must acknowledge Jeff Jarrett. Damn it!
I hate
And I
you.
don't digress.
Fine, I'll freaking, because you have to start somewhere. I'll give him that. But still screw that witch.
I just remembered that I'm signed in on Jeff's account because I went to go try and change my avatar to Karen Jarrett with the guitar shot. And I'm just seeing all these images of Jeff. It's like, shit, I'm on his account.
Still needs to be burned at the stake. But I digress.
And you know, I'm thinking about it, and I know, Noah, we gave Josh a little bit of shit during our 5-hour simple take when we discussed and gave him crap for liking the 2010 to 2012 era of Impact Wrestling, but that being what he came into, and I had a Tiffany epiphany, if you will. It's just like me liking this era of NXT. He wasn't exposed to the greatness of TNA during its best days.
Accurate.
Like I wasn't exposed to the black and gold until I got those DVDs.
All right.
So for him to enjoy what was the darkest days, that was all he knew.
He's just a baby.
So that's why he holds that in a high regard, like I hold the current NXT in a high regard. That's all I know.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
I hold 1991 WWF in high regard. Let's just throw that out there.
And
2010 WWE for me.
Before we move away from Impact, I do want to throw one other thing out that I brought up to Noah during our simple take. Impact Wrestling, Impact Wrestling, as we discussed, was always that kind of little engine that could, like, when is it going to fall off the rails? When is it going to be over? But there was at least one day where Vince McMahon was legitimately scared. January 4th, 2010.
Hogan's Arrival.
The highest rated episode of Impact in the history of the program. The debut of Hulk Hogan.
Yep.
You know how you know that Vince McMahon was so scared? He booked Bret Hart for his first appearance on Raw since 1997, and him and Shawn buried the fucking hatchet in the middle of the ring.
Yep.
That's how
I
scared
remember
Vince
that episode
McMahon
of Raw.
was. That's how scared he was. If he hadn't put some must-see TV like that on the air, he would have lost the night to Impact.
Yep.
And he might have lost the war, which there never really was one with Impact and WWE, let's be real.
Yeah.
But if they had gotten that ball rolling, who knows if we wouldn't have had another 83 weeks with Bischoff at the helm. That's how scared Vince was that he made that happen. Let Josh go first because he kept trying to interrupt me. And then you can go ahead, Beth.
And to put another context into that whole Bret first Raw burying the hatchet with Shawn, if you've watched Bret's A&E biography, that was 1000% legit a shoot.
I know.
Yeah.
Shawn tried to come up to Bret in catering. Bret said, "No, we're going to do this in the ring." That was chef's kiss. And that Raw, beat out Hogan on TNA, and Vince is like, "Okay, we're good." Pretty much.
But if Vince wasn't worried, he wouldn't have taken that step.
Again, Vince showed concern, enough said.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Vince will always do business. That's always been the thing. You know, you can lambast it, and we'll talk about creative for WWE later, I'm sure. But Bret always said he wouldn't do business with them again. Vince was open to it, but there was still a lot of pain there. But man, Vince saw that red and yellow express heading the other side. He's like, "Oh, better do something. Doesn't work for me, brother." So, yeah, it's and again, the funny thing about that episode of Raw and Impact both is, Raw, the only thing planned with Bret was Vince kicking him in the cook. I mean, that was the only part that was actually like, okay, we got to do this because we have to get the storyline out of it, which Bret said he would never do. Even with being the highest rated Impact, it goes back to the production side of things. We talked about, JJ, that they want to improve it. Hogan's arrival was imminent in the arena. They showed him coming in. First was out of Hogan's mouth. "I've been in the back all day, brother." You just caravanned in, Terry. Huh? What the hell?
Is that really how it went down?
Yeah.
That's exactly how it went down. They show this giant freaking motorcade with Hogan's limo and like police escort. He comes out, does the wannabe NWO music knockoff, comes down there, Bischoff was with him, and "We've been in the back all day, brother." It's like, then why did you go out and come back in again, Terry? What the shit?
It kind of defeats the purpose of trying to keep something a surprise.
Yeah.
It's
Does
like
kayfabe exist in his mind anymore?
No.
It's like Hollywood Hogan may have been there with the black and the beard and everything, but it was clearly a Hollywood oopsie. He was seeing the Warrior in the mirror again when he cut that promo. Anyway.
So moving on from Impact.
Yes.
You may believe in Joe Hendry.
Joe Hendry!
No.
Joe Hendry.
You may believe in Joya.
Maybe.
But we believe that this Thursday we will have our next Impact Wrestling watch along.
Called by?
We call the action of Impact's 1000th episode with your commentators, the simple man with the spectacular voice, Noah Foster, and his Impact cohort, Dattila.
Hey.
This would be fun.
It should be.
It should be a really good night. I'm looking forward to that. I know that just like the other night, I will be there in the chat room. I may pop in between matches. I watched a good number of those early impacts, so I'm gonna be looking forward to see what they do with the 1000th episode.
I'm actually looking forward to this, especially because I did not watch the early Impact or the middle of the 2010 Impact. I don't know how many of you guys know this, but I've actually only been watching Impact for 3 years.
You've literally been watching the best era ever in Impact Wrestling.
Yeah. So I'm actually looking forward to the 1000th episode to see all these Impact legends make a return. Like, I'm really excited for that.
You know what really
for those
popped me?
watching on the Greg Cherry brand right now, let me just say it, throw it out there right now, since it's the day before Impact 1000. No, none of us on that show Wednesday are doing the Angelina Velvet entrance. We're saving that for them on Thursday. There'll be no No.
As it is, Josh, if we get 50 in super chats, Noah's gonna do the Joya entrance, and maybe, just maybe, we'll get Datilla to be Yuya alongside of him. Maybe. We've gotten Noah to agree. We'll see if Datilla feels froggy if the moment comes up, though.
Do we have to? Can we do it? Can we do it sitting down? Like, just do the arm gestures and stuff like that. Okay, maybe.
Just call it. Just call it. Do the arm thing in sequence. And next thing you know, Jay is going to be like, no, donate 100. No, we'll do the singing frog gimmick. Dadgummit. Enough trying to sell my dignity. Damn it.
Singing frog is for AEW, the Michigan J Frog thing. Come on now.
And Jeff, you know I wouldn't have you do that entrance. You know who I would have do that entrance. So
yes, we know, Josh.
But none of us are doing that on Wednesday because Velvet and Angelina are going to be on Thursday. So no.
Yes. All I was gonna say before I throw the commercial is Datilla. If you have never seen the 6 Sides of Steel match from Turning Point 04,
never.
You need to watch that before Impact 1000.
Is there a particular reason why?
Yes.
Arguably, it is one of the greatest matches in Impact Wrestling history.
Mm-hmm.
America's Most Wanted versus Triple X, Elix Skipper and Christopher Daniels.
Yes.
In a 6-sided ring with a steel cage. They called it 6 Sides of Steel. They were being different. They didn't have a 4-sided ring at that point.
No.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I'm not going to say anymore. Jeff still has scars on his arm.
Yeah. I mean, you can see it on camera.
From SoCal Val, who went on to be the Miss Elizabeth to Black Machismo Jay Lethal, digging her nails into his arms during the match.
Yeah,
and I think you can actually hear Jeff scream when she does it on the audio of the match, like legit.
Probably.
I think Jeff still was not as loud as Don was saying, "You got to be freaking joking."
That show and the match are on YouTube in full for free, so there's no excuse.
So
I'll send you the link right now.
I definitely recommend watching that match.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if you want to go one more, watch the triple threat between Christopher Daniels, AJ Styles, and Samoa
I've seen that
Joe.
one. I've seen that one.
Good person.
Okay.
First time Mr. NorCal gave that company a 5-star.
I've also seen the infamous woo-off between Jay Lethal and Ric Flair. And
the beautiful. I love watching that live.
I've seen that many times, and it's still funny each and every time.
It broke me. It freaking broke me because, oh my God, was that impersonation spot on?
That was such a great spot. It fed well into Ric Flair's last match, which was great.
And if you want to talk about more stuff that you can watch, we're going to take a quick commercial. And here's all the watch-alongs that are coming out, beginning with Impact 1000 and going all the way through until WrestleMania.
What am my voice being used for?
That
All the
for me has
wrestling,
become
all the
like the
wrestling,
Greg Cherry
all the
intro.
professional wrestling. Damn it! And sports entertainment.
You know, I was
No
gonna
voice
say,
for Noah.
Guys, you keep stepping on people. Go ahead, Datilla.
I've seen Team 3D versus Curryman and Shark Boy in that Fish Market Street Fight match. I actually really enjoyed that match. I thought it was a pretty funny match, especially commentary. Like, is that a bass?
Yeah, what sort of fish are we using? This match not brought to you by Capella.
So that promo for the watch alongs has become like watching the Greg Cherry opening for me. Like when we do that in the green room, because Noah's reactions are one of the best parts of my Saturdays. I'm not
For real. I say it all the time, and nobody understands it because they can't see in unless you're in the production side of things.
Right.
But Noah's reaction watching those is freaking hilarious.
We should try and record those sometime.
I'm gonna try to screen record it next time we do it. Thing is, I have to get the guest button up on the thing, so it's kind of a pain in the ass. So
you can always do share screen and then share the video about audio, and then I'll just literally be acting to it.
So for the record, the link to Turning Point 2004 is going out across every channel we're broadcasting on right now. I also sent it to Sheila privately. You all need to watch this show. It is a
golden standard
kaleidoscope of what the hell for 2004. There's some really good stuff on there. There's some really what the hell stuff on there.
Yeah, that's people like Jeff. As far as
Jeff Jarrett and the Outsiders is dressed up as Elvises. I'm just throwing that shit out there right now. The Kings of Wrestling. Before Claudio and Hero made it actually a decent thing to watch.
Right.
Oh, and before we kick on and go to Ring of Honor and AEW, can we just take a minute to discuss how AEW straight up jacked Jeff for their graphic?
This shit right here.
Because Jeff has had that graphic circulating for a minute.
Oh, yeah.
And then here comes AEW with this shit.
Well, it's Kobe. It's Kobe, you know? It got Mamba.
Right. Okay, so first of all...
Oh, go ahead, Jeff. No, go ahead.
I am setting everybody on this one. God damn it. This is my building. All right. Now, first of all, with all respect to the departed and the daughter of the departed who's also departed, Showtime, Magic Johnson, Kareem, AC Green, James Worthy. Yes, Kobe was part of that. But I'm not sure. Somebody Google for me what year Kobe entered the NBA, please. And I will explain that momentarily.
I know exactly where you're going, Jeff. I don't think Kobe even played at the Forum. I think he may have been part of the first squad at Staples Center.
Okay. So with very much the Lakers' house, but again.
But who built that house?
The Kings.
Not the Young Bucks, God damn it.
That's right.
The Kings did.
And hey, Matt and Nick, cool on you being up front on the new poster. Wonderful. Just be grateful you and your elite mother bitchin' buddy friends that JJ and I aren't going to be there.
Yes.
Datilla, God lover, is going to step in as field correspondent for us, and we love you for that.
Yes.
But we'll make sure we get you a nice, big, bright Jeff Meacham Network Kings logo t-shirt to wear in the process.
I was going to wear my Power Ranger shirt, okay? Because I have to keep my gimmick alive, okay? I'm a wrestling fan that wears Power Ranger stuff because I'm a Ranger in wrestling.
We need to get on those hats stat. We need to get on those Jeff Meacham Network hats stat then, Jay.
Yes, no.
Oh, I was going to say, I'm actually going to both. Well, I think they're taping Rampage the same night as Collision. So I'll be going to Collision and Full Gear. I got my combo ticket. I know what section I'm going to be at. So
see, Collision may be a possibility because it's on a Friday night.
Yeah.
That may be a thing. I'm
going to be in section 136.
Don't say
damn, look at you highballing. I love it.
Huh?
I said, look at you highballing down there 136. Fancy schmancy.
Well, I had an opportunity to be like lower, but I had a bad experience at Revolution. So I don't ever want to be on the floor. I don't ever want to be on a floor seat unless I'm like front row, because at Revolution, like I was in the last row. So when everybody stood up, it was really hard for me to see into the ring. But I did get a clean shot of the Jungle Boy Christian Cage bra in the crowd.
There you go. I love the Forum. I always will. It was my first real what I called home away from home before I ever became, part of the Canyon High family over here, became a cowboy at the age, even before I became a fan of wrestling. The Kings have been in my life the longest. And the fact that Noah calls that place the Fabulous Forum because I refuse to say the sponsor name just tickles me to no end. I love that shit. It makes my day. But yeah, appreciate the fact that I was such an inspiration to the elite assholes. Anyway, here on.
Yes. Noah has been trying to say something for a moment. Go ahead,
Okay.
Noah.
That's all good. That's what we do here on Open Mic Night, damn it, but I digress. According to here, Kobe Bryant summary, Britannica, that's a more reliable resource than Wikipedia, folks. Wake up. He first started off in the Charlotte Hornets in 1996 and then was soon traded to the Los Angeles Lakers when the 96-97 season opened. He was the second youngest NBA player in history. So 1996 is when he started his career.
Okay, so he did play in the Forum for a couple of years.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say is my one thing. I do have another bit to tell her.
Oh, actually, going to Collision and Fuga, this will actually be my fourth time only at the Forum. Previously, before my first AEW show last year, I'd never been inside the Forum. Never. I never had a reason to go.
That's fair too. One of these days, I will try to unearth at the new house the photo albums from the old days because the Forum looks so different inside now.
Yeah, I wouldn't know because like I said, I've never had a reason to go to the Forum. I'm very familiar with the Staples Center, but the Forum,
right? Well,
never had a reason.
Once the Kings and Lakers moved downtown, it became, I think, some sort of church bottom for a while, and then it kind of fell into disrepair. But then, thank God, Madison Square Garden bought it and completely. I mean,
wait, Madison Square Garden owns the Forum?
They did. They don't now, but they did. They went in there and completely, guys. I swear to God, if you were to take a DeLorean and go into the Forum in like 1986 or 87, and then go into it now, from the outside, same look. You go on inside, you would not know you were in the same building. It's amazing how well. I mean, it's the Garden. Of course, they're going to renovate it to no end. It absolutely looks great. But anyway, we're going way off topic. JJ wanted to go to the next wrestling company. I'm sorry, I always go over the Forum. But it's
Josh. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, in regards to the graphic, is that we already know WWE watches the channels because of thank you, Matt Cardona. Is this now proof that AEW watches the Jeff Meacham network?
AEW's watched all along. AEW's watched all along. We've got friends that have worked for that company from day one.
Okay.
So
and even MJF is an admitted Jeff Meacham mark.
Oh no, not admitted. Not admitted. We're not supposed to say that on the air. We're gonna get major trouble for that. That's okay. I don't give a shit. MJF watched Talk Wrestling as a teenager. So
well, there you go.
So there
that's
you are.
My ass is.
We love you, MJF.
Showing your age, Jeff.
Oh, don't you jump on the Mansfield bandwagon with his aging stuff now. Come on.
Thank you, Datella. See, MJF, if you're watching, you should help me make Jeff feel old on Twitter.
Mansfield made Noah feel old during Mansfield made Noah feel old during Simple Take.
He did.
Look, before JJ takes finally back to normality, I'm just going to say this. Age is just a number. You're as old as you feel. I've been stressing since I was 18, so that's a whole different story. Go ahead, JJ.
Hey, you know what? Actually, as far as stress goes, Keith Lee. There's my example.
Well, actually, Noah, I appreciate you throwing it back to me, but you're the one that's going to take the reins on this one because we're moving in to the era.
I'm going to sit this one out because I don't watch Ring of Honor.
As am I.
Sit down. Just enjoy it.
Yeah, I was going to say you don't have to sit out per se. Even if you watch AEW TV, you're still familiar with the majority of the champions because Claudio Castagnoli, Better Than You, Bebe, Athena. They're Joe. Yeah, they're all on AEW TV, prominently featured.
Yep.
You don't have to watch the ROH television every week or even their pay-per-views to know who some of their champions are.
True, but I still don't watch Ring of Honor, so...
It's fair. It's fair. I mean, I don't watch it on a weekly basis, but I do watch the pay-per-views because either for production standpoint or whatever. So,
and we cover them.
Yes. Go ahead, Noah. Take the lead here.
Well, again, first off, like we all said, we are all fans of our own choices and our own design. You don't have to watch everything, but I'm also one of those unique individuals that always personifies, pontificates, and always preaches some would say the gospel. I just say the fandom of my love for the industry. That is professional wrestling. Damn it! But I digress. It doesn't get more professional wrestling than Ring of Honor. Period. The company that's been around since 2003, now brought back to life courtesy of Tony Khan, and they're in 28 weeks of TV tapings and several great pay-per-views. The thing about Ring of Honor right now, yes, majority is run by Tony Khan, but truly it reminds me of the Black and Gold NXT. Straight up quality wrestling with some subtle storytelling. Now you have this board of directors here with Stokely Hathaway, who's fucking hilarious, and Jerry Lynn. Y'all know that name very well from Ring of Honor, Pure Division. And also, I would put Maria Kanellis' name in the mix because while her role is finding people for her kingdom, I would certainly say she's been progressing talent, particularly in the women's division. You want to talk about women's division with depth. You got tag teams, you got singles, and everybody in and out of Ring of Honor trying to challenge the forever champion Athena, who's taking a different direction in her role, managing a minion in Billy Starks, which I think is just setting up a Ring of Honor Women's World Championship match down the line. So the thing about Ring of Honor right now, there's not a whole lot of, I would say, like big direction. It's more so competition and proving your worth. I mean, the varsity athletes are no longer a thing. I mean, Tony Nese wants to be Simon Dean, and freaking Josh Woods wants to get back to pure title contention. And speaking of pure title, you got Katsura Shibata, who hasn't used a single rope break. So for me, what I think is right for Ring of Honor is what Ring of Honor is about. Honor. For honor is real. You have competitive contests on a weekly basis. You have subtle backstage segments with Lexi Nair to kind of get an idea of what the talent is thinking or what they want to do or where talent could go. And I think legit Lana Hirsch is about to shoot somewhere hard against Maria Kanellis. Don't know where that's going, but I'm looking forward to it. And as far as what they need to improve, I do think there is a point that you need to find some way to show better direction towards your next challengers toward the championships. They haven't had a real direction for any challenger toward the championship on Ring of Honor since that TV title tournament where Shane Taylor got obliterated by Samoa Joe at AEW All Out, even if he took Joe off his feet. It's one of those things where they really are proving the prestige of the titles and the strength of their champions. But they need to find a way to really build, I would say, believable contenders. For particularly the Ring of Honor Women's and the Ring of Honor World Championship, they have proving ground matches. Everybody can step up or shut up. And Lee Johnson got knocked out by Swiss Death, that freaking Flash European uppercut, and Athena beat Allison Kay. As far as what else I want to see improve, at the end of the day, the only way you know Ring of Honor is if you're a member of Honor Club. They don't really have anything else. And while that is a streaming service on its own platform, it's still a very small scope of people that are a part of it or are aware of it. And why does the solo crossover of the Ring of Honor champions, particularly, not the Ring of Honor roster, the champions on AEW television, it still, I think, doesn't lend a lot to Ring of Honor's presence in the AEW ecosystem. Even if having them more on the road, doing their stuff prior to Collision, a show that is more wrestling-eccentric every Saturday night, and that's all right. I think the thing that Ring of Honor can improve on is better presentation. I like the fact they only have a 3 pay-per-view structure, but they need to give more depth to the actual talent. When you think about depth of the talent, the only one that right now really has depth for me is Dalton Castle because he's going insane and has these backstage segments with Lexi Nair. Give me more Dalton Castle. The dude's hilarious. So, yeah, I think Ring of Honor at its roots is staying true to what they are, and that plays to the strength of the roster and of the wrestling matches. But as far as improvement, they need a bigger scope because it's a lot of great talent, but it's still a very small package. And if nothing else lately, unless you just focus strictly on Ring of Honor on Honor Club, you basically know them as nothing but the warm-up to your weekly Collision event.
Okay. I mean, much to Datilla's point, much to Josh's point, I don't watch Ring of Honor television on a regular basis.
That's fair.
I do think that one of their biggest issues is letting people know about the Honor Club.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
People that watch Ring of Honor know about the Honor Club.
Exactly.
But outsiders don't. I never see commercials for it on AEW television.
Nope.
Tony Khan owns both. Why can't he get an advertisement on his weekly shows?
Why can't they constantly advertise on the control center?
Or even just a verbal shout from the commentators whenever somebody is on TV, whether it's Claudio, Joe, whoever, if you want to see these guys in action more often, subscribe to the Honor Club, blah, 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 blah,
Yeah, the QR code.
Yeah. Like, I think that would be great. I don't know if Ring of Honor needs to do an invasion of sorts with AEW. The invasion gimmick has kind of been done to death.
Yeah.
But I feel there's probably some names on ROH TV that we don't see regularly enough on AEW TV, like Shane Taylor.
Yep.
That could probably use the push, because pretty much everybody in this room and that was watching our watch along was, who the fuck is this guy that's fighting Samoa Joe? And so if there was an invasion type of angle, or if Ring of Honor was more heavily promoted on Dynamite, Rampage, Collision, more people would probably know the Shane Taylors of the world.
Yeah.
That's probably what I think is the biggest downside to Ring of Honor, where they could use improvement.
Yeah, and the biggest presentation, as you know, JJ, is the Ring of Honor pay-per-views. And truth be told, they have been underwhelmingly built unless you've watched the Ring of Honor product. Do they deliver? Yeah, it's quality wrestling, but if you really don't know anything besides the champion, you kind of are going a little bit with a blind eye.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm thinking maybe part of the promotion issue would possibly, I'm completely speculating here, is the platform distribution between Warner Brothers Discovery, which they're not on there yet, Dynamite or AEW, but they could be, and then Honor Club being its own thing. I think that would be, again, pure speculation, but I'm thinking maybe that is a Warner Brothers Discovery call, not so much a Tony call.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, but if
Right or
Tony
wrong,
pays
but
for the
stupid,
advertisement, if Tony pays for the commercial time,
right,
then it doesn't matter.
Agree.
No, I agree.
If you're watching Dynamite and Vince McMahon buys a 30-second spot to air during Dynamite, then you're going to see a WWE Raw commercial while you're watching the competition.
It happened on Nitro a lot.
Yeah, so if
And vice
Tony
versa.
Khan wanted, and he has the money, we know the deep pockets, because, shit, if he can drop money for Sympathy for the Devil, Tarzan Boy, Final Countdown, etc.,
yeah,
then he can drop money to advertise the Honor Club.
Yes.
Just saying.
By the way, finally watched All In and All Out. How about them pops for those songs? Huh? Freaking We Will Rock You and Final Countdown. Those people are going, and then Seek and Destroy. Those people are going ape shit.
I know I was.
That was great.
Yeah,
Anyway,
I really loved those that they use that music.
good stuff. Anyway, I'm sorry, Jay. Go ahead.
Me and Noah pointed out on our simple take that they really missed the boat by not bringing up We Are the Champions.
Dude, they're literally the same album on double side. You play one to start the match, you play at the other end of the match. It's not hard to book, and you already financed it, for the love of God, Tony.
Yeah.
Praising the choir.
So,
Anyway.
but yeah, that's
together on the radio.
That's where I feel that Ring of Honor needs to improve.
Yes.
The one place where I feel like Ring of Honor has always excelled is their tag divisions.
Oh, God, yeah.
So, you think about FTR, you think about Better Than You Baby, you think about the Briscoe Brothers, Aussie Open. I was trying to go back and think about some of the more legendary teams. You think about like the Kings of Wrestling. They've always had a stellar tag team division.
Yep.
And it would be nice to see that featured more prominently on a main stage like AEW television, without it having to be on Adam Cole and MJF.
baby.
You know, as much as I love the bromance of the summer, as much as I love Better Than You, Baby, and you know it, I feel like the reason that they're really the titles are being really heavily featured is because one of them is on the champ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fair.
You know, even when Aussie Open had them, you didn't see the Ring of Honor tag titles on AEW TV as frequently.
No.
They were still there,
Oh,
but
yeah.
they weren't as heavily featured. And I love me some Aussie Open, goddammit.
I
Yeah.
agree. Crowns
And,
up.
yeah. You mentioned the teams of the past. Granted, different teams within or different members of teams, but just people that have held it. Christopher Daniels was one of the inaugural Ring of Honor Tag Team Champions. AJ Styles and Amazing Red beat Daniels and his partner, the Briscoes. Punk and Cabana. Let's not forget that. They were buddies at one time.
Second City Saints.
Second City Saints, baby. Whitmer and Matt, the Prophecy. You may not think much of BJ Whitmer these days, but he's up there.
He's still a judge for pure matches, if that tells you anything.
The men we know is the Havana Pitbulls, JJ, the Rottweilers, Ricky and Rocky. Let's see here. Austin Aries and Roderick Strong. Again, not big on high on Aries, but he and Roddy were champions. Daniels and Seidel. There's so many names.
The Hardys.
The Hardys, Jimmy Jacobs, and the man then known as Tyler Black, the Age of the Fall.
Yep.
So Steen Erico, for love of God.
Who's that guy?
The Wolves, the American Wolves. They're going to call them at that point. Haas and Benjamin during their hiatus from WWE. There have been so many great teams that have held the Ring of Honor tag titles. And and again, we're not going to praise them a whole lot, at least not, as far as what we feel about them right now. But the Young Bucks held the Ring of Honor titles about 45 times. So, there was that.
Gorillas of Destiny from New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Daniels and Kazarian when they were the Addiction, not Bad Influence, although they held the titles in Impact there too.
Well,
Motor City Machine Guns, I believe, Ring of Honor tag. If not, they definitely competed. There they are, Motor City Machine Guns. There you go. SoCal Uncensored. Again, there have been so many great teams to hold that title that if you're going to have Ring of Honor be a separate company, you have to go with what's worked. And what has worked, as JJ said, has been their tag team division. They have always had strong teams. And yes, a lot of those teams came together as two singles guys looking to dominate a different division, but it worked.
Tracy Williams, Rhett Titus, they still tag team to this day. They are also Ring of Honor OGs. And it's not just the tag team division.
Kingdom.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, we still got Manila Canales, we got the OG kids, you got freaking Matt Taven and Mike Bennett, and they're still fighting for those titles as we speak.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they need to seriously focus on what has worked for them. As sporadic and complicated as their management history has been, their championships have always been second to none.
And it proves with the newly made Ring of Honor championships, they got more of a rounded design. I mean, again, you look at the Ring of Honor 6-man tag team champions, the Mogul Embassy, they've been unstoppable now across 8 defenses. You look at the Ring of Honor Pure Championship, Katsuyori Shibata brought back into professional wrestling after what Tony Khan has done and of the encouragement that he's got. He's been Ring of Honor Pure Champion now since Supercard of Honor, yet to use a rope break, and has already beaten former Ring of Honor Pure greats in Christopher Daniels and Josh Woods. Do I have to say anything about Samoa Joe? He's the longest Ring of Honor Television Champion in history since beating Minoru last year in April. The women's division, we talk about Athena being the unstoppable champion. They got tag teams. They got single grudges and contests all the time. Hell, the last episode of Ring of Honor Television had 3 women's matches on it.
Ring of Honor was, in its infancy, the rising of the phoenix from the ashes of WCW and ECW that every independent talent couldn't get a contract with WWE. Before TNA was officially a thing, because they weren't at that point, Ring of Honor was, ECW's gone, WCW's gone, WWE's been the guys for a year, but there's so many people out there that aren't signed. And even now, the majority of the talent that works either exclusively in Ring of Honor or is
in conjunction with AEW.
In conjunction with AEW has still not been prominent WWE compared to their time in AEW Ring of Honor. There's a few, but not near as many as you would think. And I think their strong suit is the in-ring work, because my God, and the champions and the championships. That's the biggest thing for me, Noah, is the Ring of Honor championships have remained, not to say they're all pure because there's a pure championship, but they've all remained pure in the fact that other than Chris Jericho, and that was a storyline, him degrading the world title.
Right.
Those championships have remained damn near showroom pristine across their history.
That's fair.
And in storyline, if they weren't showroom pristine, it's because people like Scum, Steen and Steve Corino, you know, were assholes about it and being villainous dipshits about it. But it's still, the matches were just, oh God.
Cody Rhodes, who brought a brand new Ring of Honor World Championship.
Ring of Honor World Champion during his odyssey through the Indies.
Yes.
You know? So yeah, if Ring of Honor is going to do anything to stay, what are we doing there, Josh?
Sorry, I was trying to show the picture of me with Cody with the ROH title. It was going to be my Ring of Honor thing, but I had the picture up.
Yeah, Cody.
No one mentioned him.
Yeah, Ring of Honor has always been strongest at their championships and weakest at their television distribution and awareness. If they can get their TV presentation and awareness up to level of their championship matches, nobody's stopping that company, not even their parent company.
Damn right.
There you go.
Honor is real.
I'm so mad I never got to see the original Ring of Honor the one time it came this way. But I'm glad that Tony owns it because now there's more possibilities.
Yes.
I have yet to again. I've only been to one Ring of Honor show. It was a Summer Supercard 2019 in Toronto, and that was headlined by the Guerrillas of Destiny versus the Briscoes in a ladder war. I also saw Alex Shelley contend for the World Championship against Matt Taven. Ring of Honor is a completely different presentation versus anything else, and the fact they celebrate with their partners still, New Japan Pro Wrestling, and you know, the Lucha Libre showcases that they always do. I mean, we saw freaking Bandito, we've seen Gravity, we've seen Grand Metalik, we've seen Rey Fenix and Penta. They were former Ring of Honor World Tag Team champions. Wrestling and honorable wrestling has always been at the forefront of Ring of Honor's mantra.
Yep. You know,
I was going to make a comparison here because I was listening to you guys talk about Ring of Honor.
Go for it.
And I don't think any of you guys will get this comparison. So just roll with me. Some of the people in the chat room might.
Go for it.
But the Source magazine runs a column, or at least they used to. It's been years since I've read them. But they usually run a column called Unsigned Hype, which is a hot R&B, generally rapper talent that is yet to get a deal. That is what Ring of Honor was in the wake of the WCW, ECW demise. They were wrestling's unsigned hype.
That's fair. That's a fair analysis.
It's a great comparison, and I know about Source Magazine. I'm not, not the music guy, as we all know, but I did know about Source Magazine. Yeah, JJ, very few people have one up on me when it comes to wrestling stuff. And as far as my bucket list at wrestling or Disney, I saw WCW. I saw a show of theirs before they kicked it. I actually saw it before they really hit it big because Nitro hadn't even launched at that point. But JJ went to an ECW show and a pay-per-view with that. I never got to go see the original ECW. I didn't see WCW either, but that was on purpose by design. For being honest.
I was going to say, honestly, the only time you would have wanted to is when RVD was champion, and that was how long? Like 3 weeks?
And I was, and I still, kicked myself in the ass. I was supposed to be in that balcony sitting right next to Mrs. Van Dam. So there you go.
Lord, Katie Forbes.
Didn't work out. Didn't work out because of a lot of reasons. But it
wasn't Katie Forbes back then. It was his first wife, Sonia.
Sonia.
As she was affectionately known, SVD.
Sonia Van Dam. Yeah. I was trying. Yeah, it just was what it was. Anyway, but one of the things on my bucket list is a Ring of Honor show and a New Japan show since they come out here often enough. So
yeah, Ring of Honor. I still want to get to Ring of Honor. if they come back this way, I'd like to get to Impact because we
Yes.
had a Bound for Glory come out this way in either
We did.
09 or 2010. I forget which.
2010.
And didn't go even though I wanted to then.
Yep.
Even though it was the Hogan Bischoff administration. Still would have gone.
Right.
And you figure Bound for Glory that year was 10-10-10. That was a big one.
Oh, that was the turning point.
As a Hogan fan, I'd have been like, oh shit, what is going? And you as a Hardy fan, we'd have been like sitting there going, are we supposed to like this? Let's go with it for now. Yay!
Yeah, Hardy's descent in the darkness.
Yeah.
And then I'm still mad that we missed that New Japan show at the Pyramid, dude.
God, I know. Oh, I mean, watching Mercedes get hurt wouldn't have been the best thing in the world to see live, but
No.
it was still right down the street, man. It's like it's right there.
I still
my
can't believe
little
y'all.
backyard.
Yeah, I still can't believe
Yeah,
y'all missed that. I still can't believe that.
it just wasn't
Money's the
logistically
same,
going to
my
be a thing.
brother. You always say priorities over passions.
That's fair enough. And it was fun calling it with y'all.
Yes.
Oh, it's great. Great fun. I enjoyed it. But yeah, it's now that thankfully Ring of Honor still exists. Thankfully New Japan is thriving and able to come over here more often. So the wrestling bucket list is still incomplete checked, but still doable at least. ECW will never be a thing, and that's it is what it is. But
right.
Yeah.
I went to WCW house show. JJ went to Thunder and almost got in a fight with Hacksaw Jim Duggan because it's funnier in hell.
What? JJ, what the hell are you thinking?
Okay, to my defense, number one, I was still kind of a noob. Yes. Well, let me talk, Josh. Don't step over me. Number one, to my defense, I was still kind of a noob and believed a lot of what I saw in the ring.
Okay.
Number two, Hacksaw had turned his back on America and was Team Canada.
Oh.
So being a noob and believing what I saw, I thought that he was a traitor and had turned his back on America.
Blasphemy!
So when he was coming back up the ramp, I got into a cussing match with Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Oh, no.
And I fully expected when I got home and watched it back to see during the commercial break and see me and Hacksaw on TV like getting into it, but they didn't show it.
That's
But that's
hilarious.
okay, JJ, because
Me all over the show.
Damn.
When
Oh,
Stevie Ray comes over to interview Lex Luger for the Suckers Gots to Know segment, because I was legit like the third row. So as soon as Stevie Ray started walking over to Lex, I got up and I was like behind Lex the entire time.
Oh, God.
I was one of those fans. It's like,
Wow, JJ, I love you, brother. By the way, my correction. Bound for Glory 2009 was in the Brent Events Center in Irvine, California.
it was 2009, not
It was
2010.
2009. My apologies.
Because it was during the Hardy conversation era. That's how I thought it was 20.
oh, that's right. Oh
2009.
God.
Yeah, but let's not go down that trail
No.
again. There's a
Instead,
reason.
Instead, let us make that left toeing at Albuquerque
Yeah.
and let us venture over to AEW.
Good reference. Nice job.
A
You
storm
wow that you.
is coming.
Now, why would JJ be talking about that? Dare I ask?
Well, I will get into that momentarily. But as far as what AEW is doing right.
Yes.
And this is going to be interesting for me to come up with starting the conversation because I've probably been watching AEW the shortest amount of time out of everybody. Second, maybe only to Josh. I'm not sure how much Josh watches.
Not much.
But I've only really been watching for the better part of the last year and a half tops.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. If I'm being 100% honest with the panel and the fans, I retaliated and rebelled against AEW in the beginning because the people I was living with were, well, one half of the people I was living with was really anti-wrestling. The other person used to like wrestling, but didn't watch wrestling because the other person was very anti-wrestling.
That's fair. That's fair.
And then AEW started, and the other person started watching AEW, And the person that didn't care for wrestling was kind of okay with it. But then when I would watch WWE, I would get massive shit from both parties for it. So it was kind of like living in an elitist house, a tribalistic house where one is okay, but the other isn't. So I'm the type of person, even at 47 years old, that when you tell me it's not okay to do something, I'm going to be like, fuck you, I'm doing it anyways. And be that rebellious person, you know. Another one of the many reasons why I connect so deeply to one Mr. Brooks. But it wasn't until I moved out of that situation, kind of got to know you and James a little bit more.
Yeah.
And you guys were always speaking so positively about AEW. You guys really were my AEW gurus when I first started to get into it. And I started watching the TV. And then I got sucked in.
Yes.
So what I think AEW does right is I think that they have the best balance when it comes to legends and new talent. I don't feel like WWE has the right balance. I don't feel like Impact has the right balance. Impact is closest, but AEW I think has the perfect balance when it comes to your legends and your people that kind of paved the road for the modern era of guys and the guys that are going to be the future.
Mm-hmm.
You look at a guy like Chris Jericho, who, if we're being honest, had no need to be Ring of Honor champion.
No.
But he took that step down, that demotion, to help get that title over in the wake of Tony buying the company. And in the process, put some people over on the way there in his title defenses.
Yep.
You look at a guy like Sting, who knows his place and isn't out there wrestling every single week. He makes his appearances special. He only wrestles when it's really called for. You look at a guy like Billy Gunn, who 30 years in the business is still one of the greatest tag team wrestlers that there's ever been and is holding gold again. You look at guys like Paul White and Mark Henry, who don't have to be on TV on a regular basis, but they're there in the back giving their knowledge and their wisdom to the kids. Then you take a step and you look at guys like Omega and the Bucks and Sky and Joe, who've traveled the roads, have made names for themselves in virtually every company they've ever been in. Whether it's a good or a bad name is irrelevant at this point in time. But they've made their name. They're the type of guys you can put the company on their backs and they're going to carry it. Bryan Danielson, another. Claudio Castagnoli, another. Moxley, another. I could go on, but I think y'all get the point.
Oh, definitely.
I just don't want the chat to light up with, well, you forgot this person.
Oh, they're still going to get you with one person. You know they are.
I know. So you've got those guys who I don't want to say are starting to move into the twilight of their careers, but their best days might be starting to get behind them because of how many years they've put into this business, how many insane and crazy bumps they've taken over the years. You know, we talked today during our Simple Take about the back of Seth Rollins and how he's been fighting injuries for 4 years and how much of that is legit, how much of it is storyline to try to get the sympathy card played. But you look at guys like an Omega and the shit that they've put their bodies through over the years, a Moxley and how much he bleeds. And a Moxley match for the most part has kind of become like a Ric Flair match. How long until he bleeds?
Damn.
Stop me when I'm telling lies.
You're not. You're not.
And then you transition down and you got the Darby Allens. You've got the Hooks. You've got the Jack Perrys. You've got the MJFs, who's champion, yes, but still is a relative newcomer when compared to some of those other names.
Mm-hmm.
You've got the Lucha Brothers. And you've got like that next level down here that's ready to take the Omegas, the Bucks, those people's spots when they translate up here to the Jerichos and to the Billy Guns and whatever. I think AEW's just got that perfect balance right now. I think that's where they excel the most.
The leader versus follower dynamic.
As far as where they are needing some serious work,
improvement.
Number one, we need to not have players as VPs. And if you're going to have someone that's a player as an EVP, it needs to be one of the coaches' names, like I just named. Your Billy Guns, your Chris Jerichos. Those type of guys I could see as your EVPs over the names that currently are in that position. Because the Jerichos, the Billy Guns, the Mark Henrys, the Stings are going to look out for the future of the business and not try to put themselves over in every situation.
Serena Deeb.
So that's one place where they need some serious help. The other, and I'm going to come to this when we get to the big company in our main event, the fucking women's division.
Preach, my brother!
You have got arguably the deepest women's division right now when it comes to just pure talent. Again, a great mix of the well-traveled, like the Sarayas, the Tony Storms, the Ruby Sohos, the Athenas, all the ones that have kind of transitioned over from the WWE. And you've got a great crop of homegrown talent. Your Britt Bakers, your Sky Blues, your Jade Cargills, etc. That you need to book more than just the same 5 women every week. Half the time I forget that Chris Statlander is the TBS champion. She has become an afterthought as champion. We've had this conversation before. It's not anything new coming out of my mouth. And it's not just me because of my love for that bitch.
Say, didn't forget tonight.
but again, and I've said this a few times here lately, if Jade Cargill was still TBS champion, she would have been on the Wembley Stadium show. Chris Statlander was not. And I still wonder, and again, me and Noah talked about it earlier, I still wonder if keeping the belt on her over Ruby was the right move, because it would have sent Tony Storm even further into insanity, with Saraya and Ruby being champions and Tony Storm not having any gold. I mean, you've got a great crop of women. And there's very few on the roster where I can literally sit here and be like, I'm going to skip their match. I can say that about WWE women, despite their evolution. I can say that about the Knockouts, despite it being the best book women's division that there is. But there's very few AEW women that I'll sit here and say, I can skip their match. They just need to be booked better. We talked about the fact that maybe they need a tag title for the women because of you're shaking your head, but think about it. Think about the depth of their division. Think about how many women don't get prominently featured. Me and Noah named off a good 8 to 10 tag teams that they could have going without even touching Ring of Honor.
That's more than double WWE actually tries to produce right now.
Yeah. That's more tag teams than the WWE has, and the WWE actually has women's tag titles. So they've got the depth for a women's tag division, but then there's the problem of there's too many belts in AEW to begin with. So I understand the counterpoint. Okay, we got a super chat there from Walter. Thank you, Walter.
Hey,
It says Impact books the women best of all companies. My God, what they would do with AEW's talent. Another thing AEW does wrong is too many tournaments. Absolutely.
That is also accurate.
Preach it, Mr. Cruz. My goodness.
And another thing that they do wrong is too many open challenges. Seems like every title has open challenges.
Yes. I understand the international title doing it. I thought that was a great caveat for Orange Cassidy.
Agree.
I can, to a certain extent, and understand the TBS champion doing it. But again, you've got so many women that you should be able to book realistic feuds for the champion and not throwaway matches.
Right.
Yeah.
Tony needs to stop booking the shows on his own, and he needs to start delegating. He needs to have one person book the tag division, one person book the women's division, one person book the mid-card division, and he can book the main event picture. You cut it into a 4-quarter pie.
Which would be perfect because then he's not booking the Bucks.
Well, yeah, there's that.
I'm sorry, is that out loud? Go ahead, y'all continue.
Damn. Hey, he's the man who's named on the marquee, so you know.
No, but I mean, for real though.
I mean, he's out of line, but he's not wrong.
No.
JJ,
you hit the nail on the head. The single biggest problem, yes, the women, the way they're booking the women is atrocious. The amount of tournaments and gimmick style anything is vomit inducing at this point. Like, it's professional wrestling, sports entertainment. I get it. But not everything has to be a goddamn gimmick.
Agree.
Right? Ring of Honor is successful because of that very reason. And they've maintained, yes, they've been on the ropes a lot, but they've been able to stick around for 20 years because wrestling first.
Damn it.
But their biggest problem is player coaches.
Mm-hmm.
I've said that from day one. I've said it from the very beginning that the same thing happened in WCW. And no, I'm not going to sing about Kevin Nash because everybody else does that. And it wasn't just Kevin by a lot. Somebody.
Some could argue it started with Dusty. As much as we love the Rhodes family.
Oh God, yes. It very much started with Dusty. And, not only as Booker, but, somebody with 100% creative control, not working for him at times, brother, didn't help that company either.
Oh, no.
By a lot. And again, that's me with my red and yellow Misha Mania shirt sitting here in view. Like, yeah, that was a bad decision. I don't care if Ted Turner himself going, we need Hulk Hogan. That's great. You don't need Hulk Hogan with absolute power corrupts absolutely. Okay? It's happened in history. It happens in sports. It happens in entertainment. It happens in wrestling, by God. They should not have active roster making executive decisions.
Agree.
And that's Dusty. That's Kevin Nash. That's fill in Booker of the Week here for WCW or TNA at any given point in their history. That's anybody in WWE not last name McMahon or and nowadays Levesque.
I was about to bring that one up as a devil's advocate.
Yeah, no, again, but even Hunter, everybody's human, and that's great. Hunter, at least it appears, well, I mean, he kind of had to at the point, when he left his boots in the ring, but he was already realizing the time to wind down was nigh. Right? AEW needs to follow suit, and there's all these reports going around, and I know it's going around because, again, I'm not trying to show for any other channel or whatever, but every single podcast or stream I listened to over on ad-free shows this week talked about Bryan Danielson getting more of the reins of Collision. Do it. Hell, give him the creative book, or at least part of it, across the company, across the board. Everybody in this room, particularly JJ and I, having worked and been friends with him on the regular, Bryan Danielson can book himself a frickin' federation and give anybody a run for their damn money. The dude has the mind, and he has the knowledge and the fandom of professional wrestling to do it.
And the selflessness.
Yeah.
Aren't you being a little hypocritical, though, sir? You just said no player coaches, but you said give Bryan Danielson the
Because
book.
Bryan himself on Collision said, much like John Cena said on SmackDown, the end is near. You know? So,
1 year, JJ. 1 year.
Okay, but
I saw the episode, so
Okay,
in
no.
1 year, if you want to do it, that's fine, but it shouldn't be done until he hangs the proverbial boots up.
The difference is, and yes, that is hypocritical based on the way I worded my phrasing. So I will definitely pull back and reword, or however they say it in court. I retract. I'll rephrase.
There you go.
Players shouldn't be coaching if they can't be objective.
Okay.
The Bucks can't be objective, clearly.
Clearly not.
Tony can't be objective about the Bucks, clearly. Punk couldn't be objective about anybody but Punk, clearly. That clip I sent to the group chat today, and at the tail, I'll really briefly, I put a clip of the contract signing they had on SmackDown between Punk and Hunter back in 2011, where Hunter just tore into Punk about, you want change. No, you want change benefits you. It's like, that has been CM Punk since then. He ain't changed. He's not.
I remember that.
Yeah, he has not changed. That is Phil Brooks, not CM Punk. He's always been that way. He'll say he wants change, but him having any sort of creative influence benefits him first. And that's just the way it's been. And I say that because I forget which podcast I watched. I mean, I've been one of the ones I always watch. It's been a random one. But, the whole thing with Jack Perry, even if Punk was right, and he was, using real glass is ungodly stupid of Jack Perry to want to do. Has any of us heard, has it been put out there to the universe that CM Punk has an active title of creative anything in AEW prior to him being fired?
No.
So he's not a creative person, so it's not his goddamn business. If he's looking out for somebody's safety, great, cool. But if you have an executive of the company, like we were informed happened with Jack, Tony Schiavone, who's just looking out for a human being because Tony's seeing it and he knows what's going, The problem with Punk doing it, and I am singling him out here, and maybe if I'm wrong for that, then I'm wrong for it. The problem with Punk doing it is Punk already has a reputation of butting his nose in and being a shit stir in the locker room. So him doing anything like that just comes off looking like shit. Players should not be coaches if they can't remain objective and not subjective about just themselves. I feel personally, as a longtime acquaintance of Bryan Danielson, that he can be that person.
That's fair.
I don't feel Matt and Nick can. I don't feel they ever have, if I'm being honest.
That's fair.
I don't think Punk ever could. And again, at times it worked because Punk's summers of Punk came off good when they were allowed to. But you have to have objectivity if you're going to coach, be it a team, be it a manager of a theater, anything. You cannot be objective, then you shouldn't be managing. And yes, I'm seeing the clique being talked about, a gross example of the wrong way, because the clique bully people. I love and have met every one of those men now in my life, especially Sean Waltman. Okay. And this is probably going to get me in trouble. Next time I see those people, cool. Whatever. The Clique should not have been able to influence the way they did back in the 90s. They shouldn't have. Even if television came off great because of it, the locker room was shit stirred because of it. And yes, I see the comment being repeated multiple times about the glass being approved. Okay, fine. If the glass was approved by management and Tony Khan, then Punk sure as shit have kept out of it. None of his damn business at that point. If Jungle Boy wants to go swing off a vine and land on a piece of shard glass, that's his friggin' problem.
Jesus.
I'm sorry. It's not Punk's business. Even if he's doing the right thing. Even good intention. The path to darkness is always paved with good intentions, right, Jay? There you go. That is their single biggest issue is player coaching. And I think the objectivity or lack thereof is why. But their women's division, as deep as it is between the two companies, how they're being booked as poorly as they're being booked just makes me vomit. It just does. You've got Britt Baker, who is only still now getting better because she's so young and she's so talented. You've got Saraya and Tony and Ruby, who again have been unable to scratch the true surface of their talent because they've been either held back by WWE or their off-screen shenanigans. Well, on-screen shenanigans actually, but off WWE screen shenanigans have gotten their way with two of them, and that's just an unfortunate side effect of social media. You've got so many people in that division that just, and again, Chris Statlander has become an afterthought. I'm gonna get my Paul Heyman. She was the 1 in 60-1, and ain't her since. Not a goddamn with her since, and that's horseshit. You take out Jade Cargill, you take out that bitch on national, global pay-per-view, wasn't it? Or was it on television?
It was pay-per-view.
Global pay-per-view, and then you're an afterthought for how many months now?
4, because it was double or nothing, right?
It was double or nothing. Yeah.
End of May.
And I was dancing around trying to spoil it, but somebody already spoiled it for him. So when Jay and I talked about it, it was like I dozed off during there you go.
Okay, hold on. Pause. JJ, talk to me, brother. The moment, despite the spoiler, the moment you learned, how did you react?
You wanted to kill me.
That's beside the point, Mansfield, because that can be any given day of the week.
Accurate.
You want the truth, Noah?
Yes, I want the truth.
Okay. Let me shoot with you here for a moment.
Oh boy.
Uh-oh.
Work yourself into a shoot, brother.
I told Jeff point blank and period. If there was one person that could make me look forward to tuning into AEW on a television on a regular basis again, returning, to make me forget about the drama of Phil Brooks, it was that bitch coming back tonight.
Yes.
All right then, enough said.
And that's where
love you, JJ.
Because I was dancing around and I'm like, should we get another Elton John song on? Oh, the bitch is back. I'm like, yes, she's back, and I'm happy. But
yeah, if there was one return for AEW that would make me okay with tuning in on a regular basis and be okay with Punk being gone, it was the return of Jade Cargill, because we discussed it on Simple Take. When was she going to come back? She needed to be here. Why wasn't she back yet? Was she going to come back?
We didn't know.
She seemed perfectly content on her social medias for never coming back. What did she really have to prove?
Nothing.
She silenced every single one of her haters. And did you hear the pop when she came out?
Oh boy, did I.
Every single one of those 15,000 fans, however many were there, that were booing the shit out of her 3-4 months ago, were loving the fact that she was back, chanting welcome back at her, popping when she hit Jaded on Chris Statlander.
I knew that was going to happen.
Their freaking hero who dethroned her popped when she dropped her.
The appropriate term, JJ, is not drop. Chris got shaded.
And thank you to you two. Speak her name and she shall appear. We believe in Jade Cargill.
Damn right. Damn right we do.
All right, because she's that bitch.
That bitch is back.
And she
This
wants
is
her
now
scrap.
the main reason why I regret not being able to go to Full Gear. Because
Yep.
I know that bitch will probably be on the show.
Oh, you kidding me? She has to be at this point. She's back in business. Business
What?
just picked up.
But like I told Attila in private chat, she needs to have her rematch with Chris, lose, so that Chris can put the emphatic period on that.
Yes.
And she needs to be going after Saraya or whoever is the AEW Women's Champion at that point.
Agreed.
She doesn't need to be in the TBS division anymore.
Nope.
She needs to be elevated.
Yep.
Yep.
110% agree. At this point, with the way they're stacking Grand Slam, I'm almost curious. Will they pull the trigger there or try and ride this out a little further? I mean, Full Gear is literally 2 months away. I think that's too long. But again, slow burn, long-term storytelling, suspiciously building women's division, rivalry, and feuds. Two of the most powerful, dominant female forces in the entire AEW locker room. I'm just saying. Give the two the showcase.
I think they do the rematch at Grand Slam. And I think that with Tony's love for tournaments, Jade will probably win a tournament to challenge the AEW Women's Champion come Full Gear.
I was going to say, there were very few people that were as jazzed about AEW being in Los Angeles last time as Jade Cargill. She was in the Forum Club hanging out. She came to the Kings game, much to my goddamn chagrin, missing that shit.
Right?
Damn.
I haven't been to a Kings game in like 2 years, but I'll be damned if I wasn't pissed that I wasn't there that night.
I gave Dylan some serious shit on our behalf because you missed Jade. We all missed the JAS being there in full force.
At PWG.
PWG and at the Kings game. They came to the Kings game too that night. It's like, bastards. Dylan saw Jericho live before I did that year.
And by the way, there's another name you didn't talk about, Daniel Garcia. Daniel Garcia, young rising talent. Freaking only a sports entertainment character.
Seriously, one of the things they're doing right is they haven't booked the JAS members into oblivion just yet.
No, but they've got Daniel Garcia doing that stupid ass dance that
So
Noah
damn
loved.
stupid.
But you know what, though?
Stupid, Kofi, stupid.
But you know what, though? It's keeping him in the discussion here on this show.
That's true. And when you talk about things that AEW is doing right, the fact that this, and I did see your private chat, Josh, I'm not ignoring you. Just give me a second. The fact that this very well could be a possibility.
Who's that other guy?
That is Zack Sabre Jr., you young boy.
Oh,
One of the most
okay.
technical wrestlers of all time. Current NWA World Television Champion. Don't get me started.
JJ, they made it official during Collision. It's going to happen.
Huh?
They made it official. It's going to happen.
There you go.
Don't get me started.
Which means I'm missing No Mercy because of the Halloween convention I'm going to. Now I'm missing Danielson and Sabre Jr. in real time because of the convention. So anybody going to the Halloween convention as a talent, please appear on my podcast and make it worth it. Because now I'm really bad.
What Halloween convention is it?
Halloween 45th anniversary in Pasadena. Well, I'll plug it later, I promise.
For the movie, the Halloween franchise, they're doing a huge convention for the 45th anniversary.
Oh.
Virtually everybody who has ever been Michael Myers, with the exception of one dude, is booked at that event.
Oh, okay.
Even Michael as a kid, Michael in flashbacks. Like everybody that has ever played Michael Myers, with the exception of one dude, is booked. And then there's so many of the side piece actors and actresses that are booked. Like the only other notable name that isn't booked is Jamie Lee Curtis. Her fucking
I was about to ask that.
I'm gonna say so far the only names of note are not Jamie Lee Curtis and John Carpenter are not booked. Everybody else pretty much gonna be there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's enough
So-
fucking spice going around, so let's not talk about the freaking holiday that isn't here yet. Let's get back to professional wrestling.
for the record.
Yes. And before
Besides
we give it
Christmas
to
is
Josh to wrap things up, the next time, of course, we will be discussing AEW and doing a watch along is the Grand Slam double feature
Let's fucking go.
in just 2 weeks, 11 days, like less than 2 weeks.
I'm ready. I'm fucking ready for this shit. Opera Stadium. Let's fucking go, man. Let's fucking go.
All right, Josh, go ahead and say what you need to say so that you can bow out before we go to our next commercial and come back to, of course, what is my NXT. Damn it.
But you digress.
I'm just not going to scream it because I think my girlfriend's gone to bed already. So
God bless.
don't want to wake her up.
Yeah, that's definitely bad idea. Big no.
Yes.
So,
Doesn't work for you, brother.
Yeah, but tournaments, a good idea would be, tournament of battle royals completely filled out by open challenge participants.
Right? Yeah. It's yeah.
Yeah, but here's when it comes. I don't mind watching AEW. Honestly, I really liked it during the pandemic era when they were at what was their normal place that they had during the pandemic?
Daddy's Palace.
Daly's place.
They did really good there. I liked how they had things set up, and I honestly thought their shows were the best then, if I'm going to be honest. Because they weren't trying to be all super special. They were just being, this is how it is, and we're just going to be simple about it. Like the Simple Man. I think that's when they were at their best. Not when they were trying to be WWE on steroids. If I'm being honest. And Jericho has sort of pointed that out of, no, this is sports entertainment too. And I think them trying to compete with WWE on that aspect, they're not going to win. It's just going to, That's how it seems like, at least to me. In terms of the booking and the booking committee, I am in agreement with Jeff. But I will say this. Either, for the booking, either Tony Khan and the EVPs need to be on it, or they both need to be off. It can't be one or the other. Because do I think Tony and the EVPs are on the same page? No, not really at all. I think Cody leaving specifically has shown there is dissension, there is not fun in how do I want to word this? Things are no sunshine and rainbows.
You don't think
Cody leaving sort of proved that. And what was that, Noah?
You don't think there's complete cohesion, basically.
Right, exactly. Tony needs help with the booking, and he should not be the one booking, really. In all honesty, because... And I hate to sound like MJF in character, but he can be... Forgive me, Jeff, for sounding like Virtue. Tony can be a mark when it comes to his booking. And he needs people to be more objective than himself. So I say take him off booking committee, make sure the Bucks and Omega aren't booking either. Keep him as EV. I think you still have to keep him as EVPs just because if you take that status away, I think the image of the company goes to shit. Because like it or not, the Elite are the face of the company since the company is literally named after them. If we like it or not, and I have my issues and not the biggest fan of the Bucks at all. Omega, he's good in the ring. But yeah, booking definitely needs to change. Women's division, yes, does need better. I honestly wonder if Tony Storm regrets not staying back in WWE and getting pied in the face by Charlotte Flair at this point. But other than that, I do think they're doing good. It's just not my cup of tea. But That's what I got.
That's fair.
Okay. Well, what I think is I do agree the women's division doesn't work. That's why I disagree with them bringing in tag titles because I don't think that's gonna help at all. Because I mean, they sometimes they leave off the TBS champion, sometimes even the AEW women's champion. So it's like, how is adding women's tag titles even gonna showcase or feature them more? So that's why I kind of disagree with that.
Okay.
That's the only thing. And that's why I kind of don't get why Tony wants to bring in Mercedes Monet. Like, him bringing her in isn't going to fix anything if they're not given storylines or booked properly. I mean, she walked out of WWE because she was one half of the women's tag team champions and she felt the tag titles were being disrespected.
Which they still are.
Well, yeah, they still are.
I was going to say, a year plus later, she's been proven right, but...
But, yeah, so the women's division does need a lot of help. I know there's that expression quality over quantity, but sometimes the single women's match that we get, sometimes it's not, it's skippable.
Yeah,
sometimes.
It really is.
There was this one time on Rampage where we had 3 women's matches, and while they were short, they weren't bad. We need at least one more women's match. I'm not saying we have to have like 3 women's matches, but at least 2 would be fine.
I would just say do a women's showcase once in a while on Rampage, dedicated to the women's division.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fair too. I mean, Rampage is an hour show each week. There's no reason why that can't be your women's division hour.
Exactly. So the women's division needs a lot of help. They focus on the same women every time. Every single time. Like, there's a boatload of, like JJ was mentioning, there's a boatload of women who are not on TV, and it's always the same people every time. Another thing that I feel like they need help is they do too many 4-ways for the women.
That's the only strong showcase they get, and on paper.
Yeah.
Come on.
A 4-ways or tournament.
I'm gonna be 100% real here, and this is a dude speaking, so please, feel free to disagree with me if you want. If it wasn't for Sky Blue's ass, she wouldn't be getting featured on TV on a regular basis. I said it, I meant it.
Okay.
All right, that's interesting.
Look on social media and look at how many people screenshot and share pictures of her and post videos of the camera shots that the producers got. They don't pay attention to her matches. I'm just saying.
He does bring up a point. He does bring up a point about that because I've seen some of that stuff on Twitter.
Yeah, I'm sure many people have with their scrolling butts.
I've seen some of that stuff.
Jesus.
So, I don't know how you guys feel, but me personally, one of the issues that I have with AEW is I feel like they stop and start so many storylines. Like, one storyline is going on, then something happens, they stop it, and then they go on to something else, and then they come back and revisit that. It's kind of like, okay. Or for instance, they have these feuds where it's like you think the blow off match is like that really big match, and then a feud still continues. That's one issue I have with AEW.
Yeah, they still have yet to do freaking Keith Lee versus Swerve 1-on-1.
Exactly. And then another
they probably
issue
never will. It's missed the boat at this point.
Damn it.
And then and I don't know if this is an issue for everybody, but at least it was for me. It's like I kind of felt like even in the early days when they would bring someone like a wrestler in, or even when they do Forbidden Door, they bring wrestlers from New Japan over. They don't say who they are. I mean, I guess
they don't educate.
I guess they just assume that we all know who these people are, but I'm in a small minority that does not watch New Japan Pro Wrestling.
Hi, I can educate you.
So aside from the major names, I don't know who half these people are. I'm sitting there watching Forbidden Door. Who is this person?
Yeah. Well, that's why I try initially every time they come out to try and bring some background. Even JJ has set me up, on our last watch along, try to educate people on Shane Taylor. But at the end of the day, the definition of a suit is making an ass out of you and me. Video production, presentation value should go beyond the countdown and should let people know who they are seeing.
Yeah, like I'm not saying you have to give me a 10-minute video package. Just give
No,
me
that's
a
what
quick,
WWE does on a freaking
yeah, just
monthly
give me
basis.
like a
I see
quick
enough of that
little
shit.
rundown. Tell me who they are because I don't know who some of these people is, especially when they were using indie wrestlers in their early in the early years. So it's like, that's one of my issues. But I guess it's just me because, like I said, I don't watch New Japan Pro Wrestling.
No, that's definitely not you because we've mentioned that a few times here on Open Mic Night, especially when it comes to the New Japan guys. Like,
Yep.
Thank God we have somebody like Noah on our team because I literally would not know who most of those guys are if it wasn't for him.
Yeah, exactly.
He has educated me so much on Okada, Osprey, Aussie Open, Ishii, Suzuki, Takeshita. I could go on, but he's educated me so much on who these people are where AEW has failed us. And they, like you said, just expect us to know.
Exactly.
Sucker's got to know.
I consider myself a pretty big wrestling fan, and I used to do my homework. Like when I got into wrestling, I would get the PWI Almanac and I would read that shit like a Bible. And granted, I took 10 years out of the business almost, but there's a lot of these guys that are coming in with this glorious fanfare, and I've got no fucking idea who these guys are.
Exactly.
Oh, that's Remo.
Or why I should give a shit.
Mm-hmm.
People talk about Nakamura and Styles in Japan. I'm like, okay, that's fucking great. What have they done over here? Like, I know who AJ is, obviously, but why should I give a shit about what Shinsuke Nakamura did over in Japan?
Yeah.
Make me care.
That's right.
Yeah.
Don't expect me to.
Yeah.
Don't expect me to care about them just because they were big somewhere else.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes, Josh. I see you so effortlessly here trying to jump in here. I know you're trying to leave.
Sorry. I just have 3 quick things. One, what you were saying about not knowing who the New Japan people are, same here, but I feel like WWE does the same thing with NXT when their people get called up, for some that don't watch NXT. 2, AEW book has their women's division looking like pretty much WWE's from like 2004 till up until the women's revolution. Pretty much minus, the little bit of Trish and Lita. Pretty much is how it's looking. 3, when it comes to the women's divisions of all 3 major companies, and put NXT in there, if there ever was please dear Lord, actual Forbidden Door with WWE, AEW, and Impact, there would need to be a separate pay-per-view just for the women's matches, because there would be too many that we would need to see for it to all be on one card with the guys. So that's all I got.
All right.
Okay.
Was there something else you were going to say to Tella?
Yeah, I was going to bring up a comment. Matthew, I can't say his last name. Sorry, Matthew. But he says they should have done Britt versus Jimmy when it was hot. And that's exactly what I mean. It's like that was beauty, and then they stopped it in favor of the Outcast storyline that ended up not going anywhere, really.
Because Jamie Hayter got injured and is probably out till next year. Damn it.
But they stopped the Britt Jamie storyline even before that. So it's, so they should have continued with that.
I agree. Abruptly. I mean, I was waiting for Jamie Hayter to drop the Dr. Hard with the ripcord lariat, but instead they came together with a common bond, and next thing you know, you had Killer and the Pillar versus the Outcast, the originals versus the Outcast. Then the Warrior came into play, and we've kind of seen how everything has fallen out.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, see, that's another big fault with AEW, I think, is they take too long to pull the trigger on stuff.
They do.
Yeah.
Prime example is last year when it came down to the Acclaimed.
Oh.
They should have won the belts at All Out.
Yep.
They didn't pull the trigger, gave it to him a couple weeks later on Grand Slam. The pop wasn't the same.
No.
No.
They should have given to him, called an audible that moment at All Out, but they didn't.
The crowd was pissed.
That's the one thing I'm concerned about when it comes to the Claudio Eddie Kingston thing.
Yep.
And we discussed that on Simple Take today as well, is how long are they going to wait to pull the trigger?
And now we got our answer.
That's true.
But I'm worried because, again, I swear they watch our content. Did I not call for double jeopardy? Both damn titles are on the line.
Oh, man, I don't know about that booking.
The winner take all match.
And a handshake of respect. The number one thing that Claudio particularly has been looking for from Kingston.
Yeah, I don't mind the handshake thing so much, but like, okay. And again, this is not what's wrong with it, but
Take it easy, Josh. Thank you for coming.
Appreciate you, brother. And then number 4.
My personal views of Eddie Kingston aside, I don't see him as a guy that can be Ring of Honor World Champion. I also don't think Claudio needs to add to his schedule by being a New Japan champion, having to bounce all over the freaking globe either. You know, he's doing great in AEW Ring of Honor. Let that sleeping dog lie when he can.
So you do a schmozzy finish.
No, you go to 30-minute draw, just like
Yeah,
Ken
you
Omega
go to-
and Danielson.
Yeah.
You do a time limit draw, you do a double count out, double disqualification. You know, they've got a blood feud, so a double DQ wouldn't be out of the question.
And they push it out further towards maybe, like I said, final battle. This might be another layer of that.
Yeah, I love the matches happening. I even love that it's about a handshake, but for both titles, that shit is what worries me. So hopefully they don't botch that too bad.
I was like,
Yeah. So
I think that's been the biggest knock against Eddie is that, you know, he looks like the guy you run into at the freaking general store. And oh, by the way, he's a major champion of a major promotion. But okay,
Yeah.
I mean,
That's one of Virtue's big arguments, and in some ways, I think, you know, there's something to be said about the indie look guys, and in some ways, I think Virtue is 100% right. He says, I don't want to see guys that look like fans as world champions.
Yep.
I want to see guys that look like superstars as world champions.
it's very much a
And
Vinceism,
Eddie
but
Kingston looks like a fan.
Yeah.
He looks like the guy that should be sitting front row at your local indie fed watching the show.
Yep.
But here he is in major events, you know, contending for world championships.
And before anybody in the room goes, what about your boy Willie Mack? Willie Mack goes out there in freaking damn near bikini tights that I'd be embarrassed to wear in the fucking pool and wrestles. All right, so that's
that's a different. That's a
he's
different.
out there working like a fan, you know, dressed in freaking, you know, ratty ass pants and a t-shirt. Willie out there going out there and literally showing his ass. God bless Willie, we love you.
Damn.
He started out as a fan. That's the difference. So yeah, Eddie's presentation is what kills it for me. He and I's bullshit, like whatever. It's what it's past. But his presentation is lacking for me. And that is what I think is going to keep AEW feeling like a glorified independent federation, is stuff like that. And that's hurtful to the company.
It is. All right,
Fair.
so good talk about Ring of Honor at AEW. We're going to take another quick commercial break, and we're going to take a look at Parker Kane's Promotions, one of our good buddies for Big G, and then we're going to come back and we're going to discuss NXT and WWE, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, pals. Alyssa Marino here, and as a friend of Parker Kane Promotions, I am super excited to share the awesomeness that they've got in store for you this November at WrestleCade. You'll be seeing the world-traveling Capital Championship Wrestling Global Fighting Champ Rebecca J. Scott, a rising star who's been featured on Ladies Night Out, MCW, and more, the stunner Emily J., an internationally traveled talent who you've seen on NXT UK and Stardom, Angel of the Ring Zaya Brookside, and NWA World Women's Tag Team Champion Chicago's Sweetheart Missa Kate will also be appearing live. It's all going down WrestleCade weekend in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. You can catch these stars brought to you by Parker Kane Promotions on Saturday, November 25th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. And be sure to stick around for Ladies' Night Out the following day on Sunday, November 26th. You can get your WrestleCade weekend tickets at WrestleCade.com.
So there we have that. Now is going to be the fun stuff. I really think this is going to be interesting to talk. Yes, Jeff, I saw your hand go up.
May I just say that Justin Roberts has ruined my life whenever I hear the state of North Carolina be said now? Anytime I hear a commercial or anything, all I hear is North Carolina. It's like,
Carolina.
North Carolina.
You
All
son of
right.
that gun, Justin Roberts, you. Anyway,
Well, we are now going to discuss NXT.
Not my NXT.
Oh, this should be fun.
But this is my NXT. Damn
that's
it.
right.
I do
That's
digress.
right. Oh, no, he's not aggressive. He's just getting started.
Damn it.
Matthew, God bless you, brother. Get some sleep. We'll see you next week, dude.
Yeah, God bless you.
How to start with NXT?
Yes. How do you start with your NXT?
There is so much both, unfortunately.
Well, not as much negative anymore. When it was the 2.0 Rainbow Bright era that turned Noah away, I could understand a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like they've done a serious course correction in a lot of stuff. I think my biggest beef when it comes to NXT, and honestly, it's something that goes for WWE all around, so I'll just go ahead and get it out of the way here so I don't have to rehash it. I get the need to make titles feel prestigious again, but not every championship needs to be a 300-day reign.
Accurate.
You know, Braun Breaker reigned from the night after WrestleMania last year because he won the belt back on Raw until Stand and Deliver this year. So essentially night one of WrestleMania.
He was champion that long, really?
Yeah.
Damn.
Holy shit. Wow.
He was champion for like 1 day shy of a full year.
Man, that's some Kevin Nash Diesel stuff. Holy crap.
And that's not even counting, because that was his second run, because he had beaten
True.
Tommaso Ciampa, lost it to Ziggler, and then won it back from Ziggler that Raw.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
Braun Breaker was champion for like a day shy of a year.
That's true.
Going up against some great talent in that NXT.
Yes.
And I'm afraid they're going to do the same thing with Mello.
Yeah.
You know, you've got some amazing talent down there. There is no reason Ilya Dragunov should not be NXT champion right now. There is no reason why, since he lost the North American title, Wesley couldn't have dethroned Mello.
Yep.
You would think.
Well, I mean, there is, because they've got Dom there doing this thing, so I get that.
But they've got some great names down there. You know, before they lost him to the call-up, you had the Irish ace, JD McDonough. You've got some stellar names down there. You don't need 300-plus day reigns for every one of your titles. Mandy Rose, prior to the shenanigans that came out about her and her extracurriculars on the side with the third-party sites, she had a death grip on that title.
Yep.
How many times had she defeated the women in the NXT roster? And the only reason Roxy got it was because of the shit that Mandy got into.
And that was prematurely, because chances are she was the one to dethrone him. Let's keep this in mind, JJ, to play devil's advocate to Georgia NXT.
I agree. I agree she was probably going to be the one. But you're right. It was premature. And then you look at what happened to Roxy. And now we've got the era of Tiffany Stratton, which jury is still out as far as how good this is. I like what they're doing with Tiffany, but I feel like they've got other women down there that would be better suited for being the face of their women's division. Whether it's Gigi Dolan or JC Jane or Cora Jade or giving Roxy another run. I think that they've got some women down there that it's like, really? You went with Tiffany Stratton?
I thought Lyra was going to do it. I really thought
You
she
know?
was going to.
To this day, I still wonder if they didn't give it to her as a way to kind of capitalize off the Barbie movie.
Well,
Because she
considering
looks like a walking Barbie doll.
Barbie font, pink Titantron, pink attire, virtual car, virtual pink dream house. Not sponsored yet by Mattel, but I digress.
I mean, it seems like the only belts that really get moved down there are the North American title and the tag straps.
Yep.
How long did Mello have the North American title? Seemed like he had a pretty stellar death grip on that too.
And he also had to win it back, if you don't remember as well. He won it back in a ladder match.
I remember. But it seemed like he had a pretty good distance run with that too. Like, they're the developmental, for lack of a better term. There's no reason anybody on that roster should be having a Gunther or Roman Reigns style reign with the belt.
He had it for 101 days during his second run, 172 days during his first.
That's crazy.
So combined of 273 days, how long did he not have it? Right. That little gap in between.
Yeah.
That would be 2 months.
Okay. So 273 days with only 60 off. Like, you may as well, it's easy to forget that it wasn't one continuous reign when it was only 2 months without the belt.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that was Cameron Grimes that had taken it from him, right?
That is correct. And he won it back at NXT In Your House 2022.
So it's just, there's no reason any of these people need to have that type of reign.
No.
I'm not saying that you should hot potato a title either. No. But if any show, Raw, SmackDown, or NXT, should have belts that are constantly moving, it should be NXT, because at the end of the day, you're trying to groom these kids for the main roster, where they may be the face of the brand. So you want to get the belts on as many people as possible to see if they can carry the fucking brand.
And that's why this should stay as developmental, not become a third brand, but I digress.
Yeah, that's right. Indy got the belt for like 24 hours because she got injured and then drafted.
I'm going to go off here in a moment if I get Indy Hartwell's name brought up again, because she got royally fucked.
She did. Damn it, Jeff. I am not controlling the comments right now, Noah. That was Jeff doing that to fuck with you because he wants to hear Noah rant.
I want to know a rant about NXT's women division. Somebody's got to say something about it. Like, just.
I'm doing my best to be calm tonight.
Yeah, he's right, though, man. Indy, God, it wasn't even like the company messed her up. It's just, the timing was just the shits on that.
Yeah. And because of Noah, I'm so torn when it comes to Indy on the main roster now.
Oh, I know.
Because I want to see Indy succeed. I want to see her drive because Noah loves her to pieces. But her tag partner is Candice LeRae, and fuck that bitch. So it's like I'm so torn when it comes to her on the main roster because she teams with the person I loathe.
Wow.
Okay. All right. Let me briefly just jump in on that, and I only am going to do that because we all know how I feel about Candice's former tag team partner, which is why I don't harp on Candice so much, because her former tag team partner prior to her real life tag team partner. Okay. And yes, Richard Rouse, we're aware you're a SoCal indie person, and we love you, Richard. We know you, but yeah, Richard knows about my shit with Joey. JJ's stuff with Candice is pretty much on that same level, and we'll just leave that where it be. Anyway, I feel that if they would just pull the proverbial trigger, if you will, having them be together as the way, Johnny and Candace and Indy and Dexter, and hell, if Theory keeps spinning his goddamn wheels, put him back with them and get that. Hell, they seem to be doing well with the stables and the groups right now. Give the way that stable rub again, and let them be the babyface, opponents for the Judgment Day or the Bloodline or whatever the super group's going to be called.
Leave Theory out of it because he's got a great thing going now with A-Town Down Under.
Okay, but even still, you've got two women and two men if you put the way back together with Dexter.
That's true.
Like, honestly, you've got so many different combinations. However you feel about Candace, personally, she's one of the more solid workers on the roster when you compare some of these other people they've got on the roster right now. They've got a good, solid, deep roster, but the in-ring work is but you put them two against the tag team champions, who I think this week are Chelsea and Piper, I think.
This week I'm not sure. I'm not positive. It might be Emma and Dana Brooke. Yeah. It could be Valhalla and Sarah Logan. And yes, I know it's the same person. That's what makes it so fucking funny. Leave it be.
It might be Sasha and it might be Sasha. Okay, no. Never mind. Anyway, no.
It could be Stephanie and Linda.
Wow, that was a deep reach. Jesus Christ.
Let's have that happen. God damn it, give Linda McMahon the championship that she never held in the WWE.
Please, universe, do not ignore that put out there. No. Delete.
Nope. Not going there.
And I'm just going to say for the people in the chat room, if you want to know my beef with Candice LeRae, it's going to take some super chats to my channel. I'm just saying.
Because it will be a full-on flagrant use of the potty mouth.
Story time with JJ.
Story time with Uncle J will be a thing, and Uncle Jeff will sit back and just enjoy the chaos that reigns, because goddamn, Uncle Jeff knows the story.
Anyway, back to what we were talking about, right?
Yeah,
improve.
Indy being called up from NXT definitely hurt the NXT women's roster for sure, but it also, hurts Indy unless you do something with the way. So that it's. NXT definitely has a good talent pool still.
Mm-hmm.
It's just JJ's point is on point. Championships definitely need credibility, but they don't need it overly so.
Yeah, they don't need it in NXT. Yeah, they don't need it in NXT.
Especially, Noah hit dude on the nose. It is still now, once again, recognized as developmental. You cannot, and I could go back in the books and I'm probably wrong. I don't think any OVW champion or Deep South champion or FCW champion or original NXT champions were champions that long for an entire year or close to it, because the system was always moving. The wheels of talent always a moving, especially in WWE now, more so than they did back in the OVW days. Yes, but I don't think any of the class of 2002 were ever world champion or Ring of Honor champion, period. But not Ring of Honor, excuse me, OVW champion, period, for at least for an extended period of time. Maybe Batista, Leviathan, but I don't even think he was champion for a long time.
Maybe Brock.
No, Brock was never OVW champion.
Really?
Tag team champion was Shelton.
Surprises me. I knew he was tag champ with Shelton. But it surprises me that he was never OVW champion too.
Yeah, Brock is the one I know for sure was not. The other three and Shelton, I couldn't tell you 100% for sure because I don't know. I think John may have been like right at the end before they called him up, but not for very long. Anyway, you don't need, if these kids are that talented where you're relying on them to carry the brand, rely on somebody new and get this talented 300-something-day champion on your main roster on Raw or SmackDown and let the world see what this kid can do.
I mean, they did with Asuka. She never lost the title. She was undefeated in NXT.
Seriously.
526 days. And then she lost that immortality at WrestleMania against Charlotte Flair.
And
Adam
she
Cole had
hasn't been the same since.
Yeah.
Exactly.
As bad as they
But-
botched her once she lost, she was unstoppable. She was a killer, and she came up as that killer.
But the flip side of that is Gunther.
Oh my God.
Dominant NXT UK champion.
Yep.
Came to the main NXT. I'm not sure how long he was there.
Not very.
Came to the main roster, and look at him. Yesterday, he surpassed the Honky Tonk Man's record officially.
Again,
Yes.
yeah. All the applause for that, dude.
But, you know, if what I'm hearing is correct, I feel sorry for Walter. How'd that tweet age, Keith Lee?
About as well as he did. Anyway.
Damn.
And
funny enough, Keith Lee was the guy that took the NXT championship from Adam Cole, winner take all for the North American NXT title. You want to know how long Adam Cole, baby, had the NXT championship during his only run? 396 days.
I thought it was 400.
Nope, he did
whatever
hit
it was.
400.
Yeah. And to be fair, Adam Cole is perpetually a long-term champion. I think he was until real recently, like PWG, longest reigning PWG champion. He was champion for about 900 something days. And that was before pandemic.
Jesus.
That boy PWG champion longer than some people have been alive in this chat room.
538 days, according to this. PWG World Champion.
Okay. I've saying 900 because somebody else hit that mark. Maybe been during the pandemic champion, but anyway.
It was Bandito. Bandito had it for 863 days during the pandemic.
Okay.
You were right.
Yeah. Okay. So.
But still, prior to pandemic.
Yeah. JJ and I were up our shit about Joey Ryan being champion for almost a year, and goddamn, everybody else after him went like, hold our beer.
You were up your shit. I was like, let's go, Joey. Let's keep the run going.
Not about, okay. Joey, yes, but just not up my shit, but just fact that, man, he's been champion a long time. He became long-reigning champion at that point, and then, you know, freaking Adam Cole reigns for over 500 days. Just everybody, because PWG just, you know, that's how they booked it. But again, NXT's booking it like a big indie fed. It's like, no, you don't need that. Shawn Michaels is booking NXT right now, if you believe the rumor innuendo, whatever you want, the one you want. Man, they're wanting this story, man. Anyway.
I'll probably say more than that. You got to add interest on top of that, Walter. But continue.
You can't, Sean, should know better than anybody, you can't book a WWE developmental like a glorified indie fed. You need to book it like you're getting these kids ready to be ready for prime time.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, as much as JJ and I revere, it's not our PWG anymore, but it was our PWG, damn it, back then. It's not the same thing.
No.
It's not the same thing. NXT needs to be run like their training camp. Like, this guy needs to, you know, be on the roster. He's ready for the main roster. Let's just make sure.
Exactly.
And if he's ready, we've made sure, pull the fucking trigger and send him up.
Yeah.
And don't botch it like they did with Asuka. As much as Asuka was awesome when she first came up, and I will even concede that losing at WrestleMania wasn't the thing that killed her. It was after. And I say that because Charlotte beat the streak, and then that week on SmackDown, Carmella cashed in on her and beat her. So Asuka couldn't beat Charlotte, but Carmella could. Even on a cash-in, that makes Asuka look super bad.
To be fair, Charlotte did get beat down by the Iconics.
I understand that. And, you know, having the Iconics beat you down is no small problem either, because they were iconic back then. They were whooping that ass.
Damn right.
But NXT call-ups to the main roster have also been a problem, or not a problem, have been something they need to improve on.
Yep.
Within both levels of the system.
Yep.
All right, so far we got $11 total for this rant. I'm just
let's
throwing it
hit
out
20.
there.
Okay, shoot, JD sets goals. How about I set goals, baby? $20. You want JD to rant? He'll rant. $35. We'll be
no
cheap
one's
for the
throwing you under the bus for once.
Hey,
I'm here
me.
for it. I'm here
Once
for
it's not
it.
on me. At $20, JJ rants. $50, you get story time with JJ, baby, because I'm guarantee we'll probably go for another hour if that happens.
Let me ask you guys this, since I wasn't watching when it was still the black and gold NXT.
Okay.
Go for it.
And this is just as far as women go.
Okay.
Who would you say in recent years, we'll say the last 5 years,
Okay.
has been the most successful call-up?
So let's see. That's 2018.
Because my guess is Bianca.
Yeah.
I could be
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah.
No,
Bianca.
yeah, no, you're right.
It's either Bianca or Rhea Ripley.
I was gonna say Rhea.
Yeah.
Rhea would I think would be the answer right now. You asked a year ago, it's Bianca.
Yeah.
But as of now,
Rhea and Bianca.
I think it's Rhea. But to that point, we talked about this. I forget what show, either this week or sometime last week. Rhea has been spinning her wheels since Inglewood.
Yeah.
She's not really done a whole. She's the champion, and that's great. But her storyline has very much been keep her the peace and Dom, not being the champion.
Yep.
Whereas when she was chasing Charlotte, it was all about the title. It was all about the title.
Yep.
So Rhea, as far as brand awareness, visibility on screens, I think she's the answer as of now. But as a overall call-up, since she's been called up total cumulative time, Bianca's the answer.
Yeah, Bianca's definitely the answer.
By a lot in the last 5 years.
WrestleMania 37, all-woman, African woman, I'd add. Main event. She was literally Raw Women's Champion for a year long. Then she headlined WrestleMania again, beat Becky Lynch. Then she headlined WrestleMania again, beat Asuka. She literally has been the call-up, the draftee of NXT, women-wise.
And on the men's side of things, would you say it was Gunther?
Yep.
Bar none. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Because the other one that came to my head as a possible for the men was Theory, but with Gunther breaking the Honky Tonk Man's reign now, I think you'd be hard pressed to not give it to him. If that hadn't happened, then possibly Theory with the 2 U.S. title runs and the Money in the Bank victory, even though it wasn't successful. The endorsement from Vince before all that shit went down. Theory was definitely being, positioned.
Yeah.
But with Friday now in the rear view, as opposed to being ahead of us, Walter, Gunther.
Yes. And I think with Theory, however it went down, much like our buddy Mike Mazan, however you want to slice it in the details, Theory beat John Cena at WrestleMania. There you go, Richard. Thank you.
Yep.
Not a whole lot of people can say that. Dwayne Johnson can say it. The Rock can say it. The Undertaker can say it.
Bray Wyatt.
Bray Wyatt. Well, yes, the Fiend did. Yes, Bray Wyatt did. There's not a whole lot of people, and again, Bray Wyatt did it in his own match. The Rock did it in his hometown.
The Miz did it with absolutely no assistance from anybody.
Wait. What? Hold. No, I'm not going into this. JJ. Damn it.
I always do that to get that reaction from him because I know damn well rock bottomed him. But still, I love doing it to elicit the reaction from Jeff.
Jeff, you understand where I'm coming from?
Dude, I've understood it for 12 years, brother.
Yes, Datilla, I see you keep trying to jump in.
I'm sorry. I was not a huge fan of the Austin Theory Cena match. And my thing is why did Theory have to cheat to beat John Cena? It's kind of like
John Cena.
And that too.
So to me,
again,
I feel like the win would have meant something more if he would have beat Cena clean.
But my point I was going to make before I got sidelined, because JJ knows he can sideline me when he says shit like that. Thank you. Shush, please. By the way, we have been all together on the air since Monday. Chad Gable's daughter breaks my heart.
That
Anyway.
was hard to watch. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh.
That was hard to watch.
Oh.
Oh.
As a parent, it's like, no, don't do this to me. Anyway,
back to
John lost to Mike the Miz because of The Rock. John lost to the Fiend, and you're not going to beat the Fiend in the Funhouse. It ain't going to happen.
No.
He lost to Rock in Rock's hometown, and then got that win back a year later. For being real.
Yeah.
Theory, yes, cheated like a heel, but he did it by himself.
There you go.
So had Theory not had so many damn stutter steps, he could be in that discussion. But like you said, breaking the honky tonk meter, which there are very few things in my wrestling fandom I said would never happen in my lifetime. That was one of them.
Agreed.
And Walter Gunther did it. So yeah, he's definitely the most successful of, and he's the greatest example for me of going from the indies, coming into the WWE system, adapting to the WWE system so much that boy got himself in the shape of his life.
Yes.
If anybody saw Walter in PWG or in Europe or on the indies or even NXT UK, that boy could move like he moves now, but he was as wide as a house, as well as big as a house.
Oh yeah.
Now that boy is trimmed, lean, and mean, and ready to whoop that ass for as long as he wants. It's no longer the honky tonk meter; it's the Gunter meter. And how long will it run? Now is the question. That taxi is moving down the highway, and that meter's just.
We're going to fast lane, and forever now, the Intercontinental Championship will be sacred, and I fucking love it.
So yeah, Gunter and Bianca Belair the last 5 years.
Right.
Okay.
So you basically cover what needs to be improved when it comes to identity of this freaking showcase. Not a third brand, developmental. You're freaking bringing athletes from high school and college from other sports. Damn it. Trying to make them into WWE superstars. Raw and SmackDown should be the goal, should be the flagships. The damn draft should be only NXT graduation ceremony.
Yeah. What they're doing wrong, Jay. Make up their mind about what NXT is.
Yeah.
Make up their mind. And if it is developmental, find a way to fill that 2 hours on Tuesday nights.
Yeah.
Because those kids got way. I understand pressure crushes coal into a diamond, and that's fine. But it's too much on them having to be accountable for ratings to Comcast. That's not fair to those kids and to Shawn Michaels.
Datilla, go ahead.
Well, kind of like what I mentioned with AEW, I feel like this applies to NXT, even though I don't watch NXT.
Same.
When I used to watch NXT, you have to keep remember, like, not everybody watches NXT, so it's like explaining who these people are when they come up, because a lot of times, you bring someone up and it's like, who are they? Why should we care about them and stuff? So I feel like they should. I'm not saying again they need to show us like a 15-minute video package on who this person is, but they could at least give us like a little, little vignette or something explaining who this person is. Especially like me, like if it wasn't for Twitter, I wouldn't know half the things that go on NXT. So it's like I don't even know who half some of the NXT people are right now.
When JJ said there's a guy on the show called Aura Mensa, I literally said, and I quote, "Who the fuck is Aura Mensa? It sounds like a mouth disease." And then I finally saw the guy, and it turned out he is one half of what used to be called the hottest tag team under the sun, and a former NXT UK tag team champion. And now he's part of the group of the TikTok rejects. And I'm like, again, what the fuck?
Who is that?
Aura Mensa is what's his name? Oliver Carter. That's at least that's his WWE name in NXT. He's a guy with braids, part of Noam Dar's group in NXT, a social media reject group.
Okay, I know who Noam Dar is, but I don't know who's in his group. So you're gonna have to.
Yeah,
you're probably better off for that.
You
if
are.
we're being honest.
You absolutely are.
First look at Paul's problem is he's now in the middle of mouth disease. I can't even know Foster. Oh my god.
Tell me I'm telling lies.
Now, see, Noah, it's stuff like that. Where'd it go? Did you move it? You did. You moved it, you turd. Where'd it go? There it is. It's stuff like that that's going to get this album at the end of the year. That was a gem and a half there.
Damn it! I don't approve of this.
No endorse Sable features of mouth disease.
But where I feel that NXT is succeeding, and really quickly to go back to Datilla's point, as far as letting us know who the people are, I agree with you to a certain extent. I feel where WWE has the advantage over AEW is Wade Barrett and Corey Graves.
Yes.
Two guys who have done a lot of time in commentary in NXT that educate people when they come up.
That's fair.
When they were doing the draft and Pretty Deadly, Katana Chance and Caden Carter, and Zoe Stark and Cameron Grimes were all getting drafted up. They were right there on commentary to be like, do you know who that is, Cole? That's so-and-so, former blah, blah, blah champion, you know, like making a big deal out of who these guys were. So even though they aren't giving us this video package like maybe you would want, I feel like that's where they are succeeding over AEW is with that. Yes, Datilla.
Well, I do agree, though. There's also, not everybody pays attention to what commentary says,
especially in WWE.
Well,
so
that's because we've got commentators talking over them on our channel, and we're awesome like that. That's mainly why.
So it's
if this guy down here and this guy here for WWE, nobody's listening to Graves and Barrett anymore.
So if you miss their explanation or something, you still won't know who that person is. So that is one little downside, because sometimes even I miss what commentary says.
That's fair.
Yeah.
But I do get, you do have a good point about that, but I'm just saying, not everybody
you're
pays
right.
attention. Especially if you're live in the crowd, if you're there on the show, you can't hear commentary.
That's
so it's
true.
That's very true. That's a very good point. The live experience, whole different learning curve, if you will, towards what you're seeing if you're not familiar with it, let alone educating somebody that may not be familiar with it. That's a very fair point.
All right. So a couple things. First of all, and the reason Barrett and Graves do that so well is because they came out of that system and they know how that system works, especially Graves. He didn't have a chance to come out of that system as an active wrestler.
That's right.
But he knows how important it is. And Barrett, he was the inaugural NXT champion, not champion, winner when it was still a competition show. Nexus, anyone? I know, sometime 2010, Cena ruined everything.
That's a whole different discussion.
It's a whole other discussion. But
big time.
So that's the one thing they know to talk about. Now, the other thing is the super chats have spoken.
I've seen that.
They want to hear this story.
I have seen the super chats come in, so I will tell you guys what. I see your super chats. I acknowledge your super chats, okay?
Uh-oh.
Let us finish through with NXT and the WWE portion, and let's get through the featured conversation here. And then I will give you guys the story. It's not going to be as much of a rant as Jeff hyped it up to be. It's just going to be story time with Uncle Jay.
Baby.
And you know what? I can do this quick and easy. And some of you guys in the chat room may give me shit about this, but this is like legit personal beef. So
get out of here.
But and again, y'all may think
I'm still here.
Y'all may think that it's stupid to hold on to this for damn near 20 years. But it irked me then, and I just haven't gotten over it. I'll call it the way it is. So if y'all think it's stupid for my gripe, sound off in the comments. I'm not scared. Y'all paid for the story.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the long and the short of it is this. Once upon a time, so we're probably talking 2006 maybe 07, somewhere in that range. We were going to, really, Jeff?
Uh-huh.
We were going to
wanna hear
Gorilla
this too.
on a regular basis.
Yes.
And by Gorilla, for those that don't know, I mean PWG, Pro Wrestling Gorilla, or as it was affectionately called by the fans, Ring of Honor West Coast.
Accurate.
And I won't say we, because it's already been documented that he has personal issues with this person. But my girlfriend / daughter's mom at the time, and Stat Boy had gotten really chummy with the PWG World Champion, Joey Ryan. Joey Ryan, as we learned from multiple times hanging out, talking with him, was a Disney fan. In addition to being a Star Wars dork. His original gimmick was the technical wizard, where he would come to the ring with a Jedi cloak. And his t-shirt was written in the Star Wars, like, Return of the Jedi lettering.
Yeah. I mean, down to the actual font size. Yeah.
And Stat Boy, being Stat Boy, asked Joey if he would like to come to the park with us one day and hang out with us outside of the wrestling walls, get to know us better, and we could get to know Joseph Meehan, not as much Joey Ryan, the gimmick. Joey agreed. Joey then asked if it was okay if his girlfriend and friend at the time came. They already had passes. Joey did not. Sure, the more the merrier, whatever.
This was Shirley, right?
I don't remember her real name. Her gimmick name was Carla Jade.
Yeah, the brunette. Yeah, okay, Shirley. Yeah, okay.
That was Joey's girlfriend at the time. And then the friend was Candice LeRae.
Yes.
We all get there. We start to hang out. We do a ride. And then they immediately proceed to take him away from us to go do other stuff. They then proceeded to take his phone from him, so he couldn't communicate with us. My daughter's mom would try to contact him, communicate with him. Hey, we're heading here if you want to meet back up. He would sneak phone calls and messages periodically, apologize prophetically for what was happening because it was not his intention. But at the end of the day, the gripe here is, and the beef is, she and Carla basically stole him from us that day, because we were supposed to be having the day to get to know him better. Like I said, it may sound childish. It may sound like I'm holding on to a grudge for whatever reason, that I'm silly for not being able to get over it. But for me, it's always been one of those things where you give me your word on something, I'm going to take you at face value.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
And you screw me over, then I'm going to have a little bit of an issue with you.
Yep.
I would have been mad at him, but it wasn't his fault.
Right.
So I've been mad at her.
And you are 100% justified in the way you feel about it. And that's why I don't have a problem with her directly, because that didn't happen to me. Her attitude does suck. And it always has, if I'm being honest. Like I said, we're not buddies. Just don't particularly hold the disdain. Joey and my shit is because he has big leagued me from day one. So, like the first show I ever went to that wasn't WWE, WCW, or the Final XPW shows, I was a guest of another wrestler who I'm not going to throw under that bus because I value this person too much as a friend to this day. Richard will probably know who it is, but I'll talk with him off air later about it. Joey just gave me the stink eye from the minute I showed up at that show with that friend, and just never treated me as anything but less than ever since. And that's going back 19 years now.
Yeah.
So
And to the
that's my
real
issue with
white
Joey.
here, the grudge isn't with baby mama. Me and my baby mama get along tremendously.
Absolutely.
The grudge is with Candice LeRae.
Yeah. My bitch is with Joey. Yeah. So that's why when the world's cutest tag team, as they were called, which had that Guerrilla Warfare match with the Bucks, and Candice ended up the bloodiest of the four of them. As much as I don't like her and JJ disdains her, even we were like, okay, that's pretty fucking ballsy. Get the Guerrilla Warfare match with the Bucks and freaking Joey, and you come out the bloodiest of all, being a freaking pixie-sized woman. Like, that was crazy. I had the pin of that somewhere in this menagerie of shit. But anyway.
So that is story time with Uncle Jay.
There you go.
Baby.
There you go. Thank you.
All right. Well, very nice. Yes, bravo. Yes.
Does anybody else have anything that they would like to add to the NXT portion before I throw up my next couple NXT graphics and move on to the main event?
They're giving the women depth with character development and stories, even though it feels like a high school locker room sometimes. But besides that, define NXT. It should be developmental. Nothing more. Simply put.
Yeah. Simple as that, brother. That's it. And
thank you very much for the kudos on the stories there, people.
Yeah.
Appreciate
whatever you
that.
decide, stick to it. Quit flippity flopping it. This isn't Dusty Rhodes. You flip up and fly. Dusty isn't booking the territory anymore.
Yeah.
Literally,
he's not. He can't. God bless him.
So moving on from that, I do want to give a special shout out to a certain member of my NXT roster, as this young woman has a birthday today. She turns a whopping 20 years old.
Wow. Thea Held.
One of the main reasons why I continue to tune in every Tuesday, this young woman right here. Because despite her going down this dark path that I'm curious to see where it leads her, because she's teaming up and aligning herself with JC Jane.
I like this.
So little maniacal laugh here. You should have seen me when me and Jeff were bullshitting on Tuesday on headset. I'm freaking watching NXT and they're doing it, and I'm like, oh, Thea, don't be so sad. I don't like you being grumpers and emo. And then JC walked up and I was like, ooh.
I'm like,
he's like, what do? I was like, JC Jane just walked up to her and Alliance and ooh.
I was like, I'm sitting there going, embrace the hatred, give in to the hatred, JJ. It makes her strong.
Sometimes an attitude is what you need to redefine yourself in this business. I'm just saying.
I agree, but one of the things that drew me to Thea was her bundle of energy. That was what made her stand out from everybody else.
I can't even with this fucking guy.
I mean, Walter's out of line, but he's not wrong.
We give Josh shit for being young. He's younger than Josh.
Yeah.
God damn it.
He's out of line, but he's not wrong. Like,
he's not wrong at all, man. Are you kidding me?
She's half my age, which means she's younger than you. Like, oh my Lord Jesus Christ.
She's younger than me too.
There you go.
But yeah, like, the whole thing that I love about Thea is her energy.
That girl need a decap, all right? So just freaking her professor screwed her, and now she's pissed off at school. Don't blame her.
For real. Like you see her and you think about the opening song from Encanto, the Family Madrigal, and it's like, this is why coffee is for grown-ups.
For those tuning in and catching out of context, she didn't actually screw her professor or professor screw her. Okay, let me just be clear on that.
I mean, as far as we know, what goes on behind closed doors is another story. But as far as we know,
hey, Mr. Chase, if you did, say it.
Jeff, I understand NXT's trying to be your next Teen Nick high school or college drama, but can we stop with the freaking? Oh, for the love of God! Can we move on?
Hey! You know what? I haven't been with a 20-year-old since I was 20. You stop that. You let me live vicariously through somebody. God damn it.
Oh,
in addition to showing Thea some love here on her birthday,
yes.
The next time we will be covering NXT across the multiverse of media will be No Mercy live in Bakersfield, California. Saturday, September 30th, 4 o'clock Pacific, 7 o'clock Eastern, across the greater multiverse of media.
At least it's on a Saturday night.
You know, that almost took me to Bakersfield, but once I saw it was NXT, I was like, nope.
Oh,
see?
Yeah. I mean, hitting on Bakersfield, that's fine. But hitting NXT is hard. That's harsh, man.
Again, though, at fan perspective, it's not her NXT. She doesn't believe the end justifies the means.
Richard, you're wrong for that. We're going to talk up here with you.
It's a double-edged sword. I get it. I really want to go see it because it is my NXT.
Damn it.
But it's Bakerfield, so it's a 2-hour drive. 1. Number 2, finances are tight for me right now. 2. And 3, I don't want to go alone.
Yeah.
I want to go with somebody. And when you've got one person who refuses to go because it's NXT and fuck NXT, and you got one person who's going to be at a Halloween convention.
When it's the 30th, right?
Uh-huh.
Let me see. Look at my calendar.
Checking her schedule now.
But you know,
I will say this. Not only is that
I was
okay, I'll tell you what.
Uh-oh.
Here live. Hang on, we're live, so be careful. Be careful now.
I know. Okay. I might consider going, okay? I might. I'm not 100% sold yet, you know, but I might consider going.
Well, unfortunately, money is not going to change for me by the 30th.
Oh, okay.
So finances for me at this point, you know, if I had bought tickets a month or so ago when they first announced it, I probably could have had them locked in. But finances have gotten tough for me in the last few weeks. So
probably get $20 ticket.
I will tell you.
I don't have $20 though. That's the thing, Noah. Plus gas.
I'll tell y'all what. Noah, you're in Ohio. Doesn't apply to you. I'd love to be able to bring it, but you two, we'll talk off air about it. And we'll just leave it at that so we can move on with the show. And y'all in the chat room are wrong about this teacher discussion, and just stop that.
Y'all
need to knock that shit off. Y'all
are wrong on so many levels. You did the thing with AEW. Now you're doing the thing with NXT. Grow the fuck up.
You're out of line and you're wrong in the chat room. Y'all a bunch of nasties.
I mean, I like Richard's take here.
I mean, that's damn. She looks like Isn't it like every female gym teacher from the 80s though? Like, y'all like Valentine, didn't they? I'm just saying.
Damn.
We going to hell for this show now. We was trying to be so good and give.
We are still being good.
Now we all going to hell for this show.
Going to hell.
Going to hell. Going to hell. Well, no, JJ likes to go to Thea Hale. That's a whole other show. Anyway.
So it's time now for the main event where we discuss the main company.
Oh, fuck. Here we go.
Oh, yeah. There we go.
WWE.
Okay.
There's so this would probably be a 2-part because there's so many things that need improvement.
There's more flaws than there is pros. Just put it out there.
Yeah.
Which is why we're going to start with the positives.
All right.
And
before we move on, let me put Walter's comment up just so because his was golden too, and he's begging me to put it up. So there you go. There you go. The only thing worse than Greg Valentine female teacher is Mr. Burns female gym teacher. That's just sad and lonely for everybody involved there. Anyway, carry on.
Jesus.
So we're going to start with the positives.
Yes. Yes.
And we can go around the room and say stuff because there are more positives in WWE than people give them credit for.
Yes.
There's still a lot of things they need to work on, especially being the global force in sports entertainment, the dominant force in sports entertainment. But there are more positives than they are given credit for. One big positive right now is their attention to long-term storytelling. The way they have changed that in the last few years is a huge plus for them, in my opinion. Because storylines in WWE used to be 3 to 6 months at best. And the way they've been doing callbacks, and you've got the bloodline thing that's been going for 3 years. And supposedly, if Paul Heyman's to be believed, they're only in the bottom of the 3rd inning. And some of the stuff that they are doing now is why I fell in love with WWF in the first place. Sympathetic baby faces like Sami Zayn.
Yep.
Dominant badass women like Bianca Belair and Rhea Ripley. Tag teams, yes, don't get at me. I know the Usos have broken up. But tag teams like the Usos, when I started to get back into watching it, that were at the top of their game in the division. Even teams like Alpha Academy, the Street Profits, the Viking Raiders. I know a lot of people think the Viking Raiders a joke.
I like the Viking Raiders.
I love the Viking Raiders.
Hate the name,
I wish that
okay.
Valhalla would start wrestling more and go back to just being Sarah fucking Logan.
Right.
Instead of walking around with deer antlers on her head and fucking barefoot.
Not brought to you by Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
Who would have thought that the most successful member of the Riot Squad would be Liv Morgan?
Right.
Didn't see that coming.
Did not see that, yeah.
I sure as hell didn't, and I wasn't even watching back then. But when I got into it and learned who they were, and I look at where these women are now, it's like, yeah, I wouldn't have called that in a million years.
Nope. I thought it'd be Ruby. I thought it'd be Ruby Riot at the time. Boy, was I wrong.
I think the in-ring work for WWE has gotten significantly better, especially in the last 5 years, especially since AEW came into existence. You think about how we used to watch Raw and SmackDown, and matches were 3 to 5 minutes. Now we're getting matches that take 2 commercial breaks to get through. With restaurant quality picture-in-picture, right, Noah?
Sometimes in WWE, but yes.
It's one of the greatest calls he's got on our shows.
That's why I threw that to him.
Hell
But
yeah.
like
Good
you get WWE matches now that take a couple of commercial breaks to get through.
And sometimes they take too long.
Yes.
There may be some matches that take too long, I'll give you that, but I would rather have a match on TV that takes too long than a match that barely gets out of first gear.
True.
Not everyone cares about a fucking commercial of Chrisley Knows Best and Pizza Hut.
I mean, I know this was pay-per-view, not TV, but let's look at that first title defense, Rhea versus Natalya. And then let's look at Chad Gable and Gunther on Raw.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just saying. I would rather have Chad Gable versus Gunther. As Noah and I mentioned earlier today, one of the two best matches on TV this year, in my opinion.
Yeah.
The other one being Bullet Club Gold versus FTR, 58 minutes on Collision.
Yes.
That was good.
Fuck yeah, that's tag team wrestling.
So
yeah,
there's something to be said for longer TV matches because it makes the matches feel more important.
If both of those matches aren't in the No DQ year-end award voting, the No DQ Galaxy has definitely lost a step.
They lost a step. They lost a step.
Also, we're a galaxy, not a universe.
That's why I say galaxy.
They're a galaxy. We are the multiverse. I think I know which one is more expanded, but also probably more structured because we're not biased as shit. Anyway, continue. I said what I said.
But yeah, like I think that's something the WWE is doing right. And then as far as the main roster goes, I like that they're trying to put more prestige back on the belts.
Yes. Yep.
Like I said during the NXT segment, not every belt needs to have a 300-day reign. But I feel like, you look at Bianca Belair and her reign. You look at Gunther and his reign. You look at Roman and his reign. And is it time for Roman to drop it?
Yes.
That's the point of contention,
Yes.
depending on how you want to look at it. That's a point of contention. I can see both sides of the argument.
Yep.
Especially if he's not going to be there on a regular basis. He doesn't have to wrestle every week, but it shouldn't stop him from being represented on TV every week. There's no reason that he can't film 3-4 weeks of vignettes when he shows up for a pay-per-view and just insert them each week on TV. So it looks like he's backstage interacting with the wise man, talking with whoever manages to stumble into his dressing room. But he doesn't even have to be in the building.
It's true.
But he has a presence every week on TV. That would go a long way and make people not even realize that he's on one of his sabbaticals.
Well, but that's why Paul. I understand the part of the sabbatical being more prominent without him being there, but his presence being there is why Paul's there.
I know.
I don't agree with the strategy, but that's the way they're going with it for whatever reason.
Clearly.
So I mean, should they have pulled the trigger with Sammy? Should they have pulled the trigger with Cody? Should they have pulled the trigger with whoever? That's up for debate. I don't understand the third inning analogy, but it's not my job to.
Fair.
They've got a booking strategy, or maybe they don't, and they're trying to ad-lib shit because they realized they fucked up, so they're trying to cover up.
I'm going with the latter.
Me too.
So, but I like the fact that some of the titles are being made to feel prestigious, even if some of them, like Roman's case, are getting stale in their reign. That's why I gave people so much shit when they were trying to say that Theory's reign was getting stale. It's like, at least he's there on a regular basis defending it. What's up with your world champ?
Yeah.
Roman's reign has gotten so stale, they created a title for Seth Rollins so they could have a belt defended more frequently.
Yeah. Roman's reigns got so stale, the freaking Cheerios in the box from a year earlier going, hey, that's our gimmick.
Or Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Oh, man, that's really
the Cheerios or the Bootios?
Damn, Bootios. I forgot all about Bootios. Wow.
I was saying, when was the last time Bootios was loaded sold?
Prior to Big E getting dropped on his goddamn head, the poor guy.
Unfortunately.
Jesus.
So those are some of the things that I
concede, but not wrong.
So those are some of the things that I feel the WWE is doing right. Does anybody? Yes, Jeff, I saw your hand go up quickly. I was going to say, does anybody else have anything they want to add? That's not on topic right now.
No, it is.
That's what they're doing right.
Yeah, that's what they're doing right. The fact they have a merger in place and they're going to start making even more money hand over fist. They're very much doing that right, because this was the best way to not only possibly generate more revenue. They have a bigger umbrella of reach now, but this gets the McMahon family out of direct control of the business of the company, which could very well lead to a more prosperous side. So they're doing that right by a lot for me. That's why I started.
That's
counter
debatable.
that.
Yeah.
That's debatable, because you can make the question, was the merger even necessary? We all know why the merger happened in the first place.
Money.
Well, no, I was going to say because Vince McMahon weaseled his way back in and he wanted to stay in power.
That too. But yeah, we're not there.
Yeah, that's a whole different conversation.
That's
But the
why
merger thing is debatable.
Oh no, but it's debatable. That's fine. And again, people are going to, come down on me for this, very likely, and that's fine. But we've talked about this. JJ and I have talked about this a lot, actually, in private and on this show. Whatever Vince has done in his personal life, and yes, the reason he was in deep shit for what allegedly happened is because it was company generated funds that those people up. That's bad for business. Yes, agreed. But at the same time, wrestling would never be as a profitable industry if the younger Vince McMahon had not taken the reins from his old man and done the things he's done the last 40 years. So merger, putting him in power, may or may not be a good thing, but I think a merger with UFC is only going to be good, and I think that's one of the things they're doing right.
And I will agree with you about the moves that the younger Vince McMahon made. But when you're removed from your own company because of outside shenanigans, and then by selling the company, you get allowed back onto said board with several talent cuts looming, arguably a lot of the talent that you fired in the first place and your son-in-law hired back, probably at the top of that list. That's not a good thing. Which is why I would have saved it for the other half of this conversation.
Okay.
Datella.
And to add to like JJ's point, it's like they started doing good once Triple H was in control and Vince, because WWE prior to Vince stepping down, as someone that watched Raw, if I wasn't covering wrestling on YouTube, I would not watch Monday Night Raw when Vince was still in power.
That says a lot.
Yeah. So.
And you and Aaron have both said that if it wasn't for wrestling making you guys money,
I'm still technically not making money on wrestling.
I'm talking to Jeff.
Talking to me.
Y'all would have stopped watching it a long time ago.
At the point I said that, yes, I agree. I know.
So there's a lot to be said there. I will never dispute what Vince McMahon has done for the business on a global business type of scale. I think there came a point about 10 years ago, maybe even 15, where Vince ceased to see what was best for the company and just wanted to do what entertained him and didn't entertain the 20,000 people that filled his arenas on a regular basis. And at that point, a change needed to be made.
Yeah.
That change didn't come until last year. And to Datilla's point, a lot of the things we're praising WWE for right now were things that Paul Levesque instituted, that Nick Khan instituted, that Stephanie McMahon instituted before she walked away. very few of the things we're praising right now, with the exception of maybe the beginnings of the Bloodline story, were done under the Vince administration.
Okay, I'll concede.
You know, and also too, I I've said this to some people, and some people like, look at me for weird for saying this, but I feel like it's true. Vince McMahon, in a way, created AEW because things were so bad. It gave an opportunity for somebody else to make another wrestling promotion. So Vince McMahon technically is the reason AEW exists. He created AEW. I know that it was really Tony Khan and the Bucks, but the reason why that happened was because of Vince McMahon, because of how bad things were.
Because Cody Rhodes wanted to prove to Dave fucking Meltzer that someone other than Vince McMahon could draw that many people into an arena.
Yeah.
Hence All In.
2018.
Mm-hmm.
And when they were proven right and Meltzer had to eat shit, he decided to come over to the dark side and sew his lips to the proverbial elite ass, and they haven't been removed ever since.
Nope.
And that was all because of Vince.
Yep.
So, again, to your point, anybody else have anything positive that they want to say about WWE?
Excuse me.
Wow. Crickets.
Okay.
He basically covered the part I was going to say. I mean, you all know my fandom. You know me. I mean, literally, if it wasn't for friggin' Ring of Honor, TNA, New Japan Pro Wrestling, before AEW even was a thing, I probably would have fell out of the business because I thought in the early 2000s, I was like, what the fuck is this? And then 2010 came around, like, okay, this is really absolute bullshit. Then the Black Gold NXT was born. I was like, this has promise. Then Triple H turned into what basically reminded me why I love professional wrestling. Damn it, that actually loved under this freaking company. And
great point, Walter. I wasn't really watching much during the Thunderdome era, but I think everybody here that was watching can concede that. They realized we still needed our entertainment, and they handled it well. Yes, Priscilla, I see your hand up.
I kind of have to disagree with that. I think AEW did it a little better than WWE, just for the simple fact because I was in the Thunderdome, and the reactions you got, they tell you how to react. They tell you when to clap, when to cheer. So yeah, no, if they would have allowed us to just be genuine and cheer and clap, then I would have said, yeah, they did a really good job. But no, they were directing you.
It was 100%.
I know because I was.
It was 100% robotic.
Yeah, they directed you on who to cheer for, who to boo, and stuff like that. I was in the Thunderdome for a little bit, and yeah, it's totally like.
I never had a seat in the Thunderdome. I just saw a little bit of the television. I know Jeff did too. I saw a little bit of the television.
I have something positive. Sorry.
I would say the way they did the cinematic matches. Was a huge plus for the time when they needed to. Trying to do them once the Thunderdome era ended, with the exception of the Boneyard match, I don't think were very bright. But the way they did them during that era, I thought was just spot on great. You would not have been able to get some of the stuff they did with Bray Wyatt and Alexa Bliss if it hadn't been for the Thunderdome era.
I'll give you that. I'll concede on that.
And I think both WrestleMania cinematic matches, the Boneyard match and the Firefly Funhouse, were just next level freaking good.
Yeah, I really like those matches.
They were all right. Well, it was better than freaking Corey or Michael. I don't even fucking remember who the commentator was at the time. Falling asleep during Randy Orton and Edge freaking 30-minute walk for the Performance Center.
Damn. I need to go back and watch that. Like one of them actually fell asleep.
Oh, yeah.
It sounded like they did.
Wow.
I don't blame them. Jesus. But yeah. Since I haven't said much and people are wondering, why does it not say anything? Well, first off, I'm simple. I don't say a lot of stuff for a reason. Secondly, JJ covered a lot of positive points because if it wasn't for Triple H, I'm pretty sure I would not have the same passion right now calling WWE PLEs and even NXT to a degree because it's Shawn Michaels, Triple H's running mate. in this white and gold NXT. Still not my NXT, but better than what it used to be. I would not have this shame, somewhat invested passion calling these PLEs with JJ. It wasn't for the work Triple H and Shawn Michaels have done, raising morale and the prospect of professional wrestling presentation on the freaking WWE product.
Okay. The negatives.
Oh wait, hold on. Can I say
Okay.
my positive?
Yeah.
I think one of the best things that WWE does is their video packages. I think hands down they produce some of the best video packages in
I'll
wrestling.
give you that. Yes.
You know, they don't get enough credit for producing their video packages, but they do some really good video packages. So that's another thing that they do really well.
And even though their music sounds more generic than when I watched full time originally, I would say that their musical selections for their talents are better than Impact or AEW on a whole. Like the original music is more memorable and more catchy. You think about the Usos song, you think about the Judgment Day song, and yes, it's licensed through Alter Bridge, but what great song to grab. You think about stuff like the Roman theme, the Bloodline theme, like that is arguably one of the greatest themes in the last 10 years.
That's some final boss shit in a video game. I love that song.
Really,
God,
like you could imagine playing Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter and getting to the last boss and that music just dropping.
Yeah, I'll give you that. Still too long of an entrance, though. 10 minutes stuck at SummerSlam just waiting for the damn guy to get to the ring. Are you kidding me?
No, Richard. That is one of the negatives.
I was going
one
to
of the
highlight
things
that,
they need to work on.
He did it on purpose, but
yeah, he did.
That's a negative.
That's a big negative.
We try not to call it negative. One of the things that WWE really needs to work on is not relying on the same fucking people in the title picture every fucking week. It's part of why I stopped watching almost 10 fucking years ago.
There you go.
Because there was so many talents that were getting held down by Cena, Orton, Hunter, even Punk at that point. You know, you had guys that were clawing and scratching. We wouldn't get Kofi Mania for like another, what was it, WrestleMania 35?
Yes.
2019.
So
WrestleMania is still going on now.
Almost 5 years after I stopped watching, we
Pretty
finally got Kofi Mania.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
Yeah. The subtangent. I like Impact's music more than WWE because WWE has like 5 themes that actually make sense and have some meta and merit. Most of them are just by friggin' Def Rebel.
But yeah, to the point about Kofi, you know, I've said it many times on this show. You know, their refusal to elevate talent when it was the best time to do that is a major, and it is still a major issue.
Oh,
and
big time.
And when you do elevate the talent when it is the right time, you put them into a gimmick that just derails them. You mentioned Kofi Mania. We sat right here. I pretty much sat in the spot I'm sitting in right now, watching that WrestleMania. And Dylan, who was at the time on grounding from wrestling because reasons I'm not going to get into when we have litigation coming up, was not watching, but he had been a Kofi Kingston fan. And I mentioned he renounced his Kofi fandom when the New Day thing started in favor of Baron Corbin, the Lone Wolf. What was Baron Corbin doing in WrestleMania 35 or whatever, 34, whatever it was? He was the freaking Constable of Raw, defeating Kurt Angle in Kurt Angle's last match as an in-ring active competitor.
Yep.
Wow, is that the worst way to go with somebody like Baron Corbin, who, when he came up from NXT, we talked about NXT call-ups going sideways earlier, man, he is just now, like right now, 2023, he was called up, what, 2016, 2017?
Yep.
He is just now starting to gain a little bit of his shit back together.
I'm going
just right now. Man. And yeah, they elevated him and went the wrong way. They further pushed Kofi far too late. And regardless of what anybody will say, and even I've agreed with the fact that the reasoning for it was okay because you had to get the championship on your marquee talent, Brock Lesnar, and the way he dominated Kofi wasn't necessarily bad long term. However, it made everybody that Kofi had beaten in competitive matches look like absolute dog shit in that reign.
Yep.
And it made Kofi look like shit as a result. So you elevate the guy finally after being in the company for whatever it was 10 years at that point, has a decent run, we'll call it, as a WWE champion, and then just completely gets squashed in 9 seconds on television.
Yep.
To a guy who lost in the opening match WrestleMania that year.
Yep.
Because if he wasn't going on last, he's going on first.
I don't blame him going on first that night.
It's JJ's right. The refusal to elevate people the right time, the refusal to not keep showcasing the same people all the time is bad. Another one I starred that Walter brought up. How long, just this year alone, we've been talking about the women's tag team division. But yeah, even the men's tag division is kind of what it is right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I had one of the greatest moments in my life as a fan.
Same.
Watching our boys becoming the tag team champions in person. It was beautiful.
And you notice they stopped wearing the PWG inspired tights. They lost the belts.
Yeah.
I enjoyed the Usos winning the tag titles, reigning as long as they did, because it tied in with the Bloodline storyline, which has been the greatest thing ever. I'm happy that the Judgment Day are tag team champions. Somewhere, Papa Copeland sitting back and going, "Looky what I did." But that tag team division is still a train wreck on the men's side.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hopefully the Judgment Day will restore some order to it, bring some prestige back to it.
Yep.
But
for right now,
there's still too many cracks in the Judgment Day that need to be spackled.
And they'll just go down to NXT and give them to Brooks and Jensen.
I mean, yeah. But
Can
the
we give
female
it to
side,
Creeds instead?
You wish.
I do.
Yes.
I like Briggs and Jensen too, but I think the Creeds would be better because then you could bring the Creeds up and have them feud with Alpha Academy.
There you go. I like that. Or imagine super stable.
Right?
With Maxine and wrong team. I was thinking Fallon, but she's with Briggs and Jensen.
No, but you've got Ivy Nile.
You got Ivy. There you go. Ivy and Maxine at ringside is an interesting dynamic. I didn't think about that. That's interesting.
And it's a women's tag team.
Boom! Women's tag team. Thank you for the transition. We joked earlier about who's tag team champions this week because everybody keeps getting injured or cursed or whatever. And Piper's hurt now, but they're going to keep the belts on them. It looks like.
Of course, that makes perfect sense.
It's a workable through injury, so it's not like it's not.
All right.
She's hurt, not injured. Put it that way.
I heard that she was sick. I heard she was sick, and she should be back in like 2 weeks.
Okay, so
but
either way, sick is workable through.
I just gotta ask the question here. Just hear me out.
Please do, Noah.
Just hear me out. Why the fuck is Piper Niven a tag team champion?
Wow. Why wouldn't she be?
God.
What has she done to deserve it? She literally walked in, claimed one of the belts, and said, "I'm your tag team partner now."
Well, okay. So
don't get me wrong. I like Piper Niven.
I do too.
But what did she do to legitimately become one half of the tag team champions?
She walked up to Chelsea Green, stepped up to her, and said, "I'm your partner," because she's a badass and she can.
Oh, bullshit. She didn't do jack shit, and freaking Adam Pearce can't come up with a damn creative idea. Neither can Triple H, doing this 15 fucking times over, can't establish women's tag division, and refuse to let it die in a fire.
And that's one of the main things I was going to come to as far as what needs to be worked on. The women's division in general in WWE has become a fucking atrocious.
No, it has.
It definitely has.
There was a revolution, whatever it was, almost 10 years ago, that showed that the women could be the main event, that they could be a dominant force, that they didn't have to be pretty little Barbie doll fucking divas.
Yep.
And while I don't think they've reverted fully back to the pretty little Barbie doll divas shit.
Yep.
There's way too much depth on their roster.
Yep.
For their women to be as misrepresented as they are.
Yes.
When NXT is the brand with the best booked women's division, there's a problem.
Damn right.
Yes.
And I love my NXT.
Damn it.
But when that division for women is booked better than the main roster, you have a problem.
Yep.
How do you have that many women and you can't book legitimate contenders for the singles titles and you can't book a legitimate tag division?
So you mentioned the Revolution. I'll talk about Evolution, the pay-per-view, for a minute, if I may.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
All right. So on this card, in a dark match, first of all, let me be clear on that right off the freaking bat. Rhea Ripley over Dakota Kai for the NXT UK Women's title. Neither of them on the main show 5 years ago. Shows you how bad backwards they were already. Rhea's not on the main show. Come on now. Opening match. Trish and Lita, two legends making a comeback against Mickie James, who hadn't been trash bagged yet, and Alicia Fox with Alexa Bliss, who was supposed to be in the match, but she had the concussion, if I remember right. Nia Jax wins a battle royal that includes the following. So Nia's not with the company anymore, for the record. The battle royal includes Peyton and Billy, no longer there. Molly, producer. Kelly, not full-time. Tori Wilson, not full-time. Sonya Deville with the roster, but hurt at the moment. Alundra Blaze, who can't decide if she hates the company, loves the company, one day to the next. Now, Maria, back off company. CJ Perry, I'm calling her by her name now because, damn it, she's back on television. I'm very happy with that.
Same.
Mandy Rose, yeah, Mandy did her own self wrong. Dana Brooke, who still somehow has a job despite her being booked into fucking oblivion. Michelle McCool, we'll talk. We all know how we feel about Michelle McCool and the different squares in this room. Naomi, not with the company anymore. Carmella, coming back maybe after the baby. Ivory, legend, not part of the active roster full time. Asuka, already booked into oblivion at that point. Tamina had improved, but yeah. Zelina Vega, who was soon to be embittered with the company, and the woman we now know is Athena. That's the Battle Royal. Toni Storm defeats Io Shirai in the Mae Young Classic final. Toni Storm went how much farther after that? Yeah. Io Shirai is being booked properly for the moment. Sasha, Bailey, and Natty over the Riot Squad. Let's talk about those 6 women for a minute. Shayna over Kairi Sane to regain the NXT Championship, Women's Championship. And in your main events for the SmackDown and Raw Women's Championships, respectively, Becky over Charlotte, last woman standing, and Ronda over Nikki Bella, with Brie Bella at her side. Nikki and Brie both coming back to the company for that night, basically. They weren't even out of the year the Evolution pay-per-view was booked. And they were already starting to show the cracks in that Revolution.
Yeah.
That's the scary shit. The Revolution started in 2015 or 2014 with AJ cutting her promo.
Well, according to WWE, the Bella Twins started it.
Okay, so I will give now, after all these years, Nicole and Brianna their flowers for being part of the Divas resurgence after the Attitude Era, post-Attitude Era kind of fell flat again. I will give them that. I begrudgingly did it a while ago, but I now act like, yes, absolutely. But even with them and the Total Divas franchise spearheading, they still weren't respected. They were just eye candy that happened to put on wrestling tights and do their thing in the ring in, at most, 5-minute segment matches back then. Now, a year later, they have Charlotte, Becky, and Sasha all called up by Stephanie McMahon on television, no less. There is no bigger rub from a female in the company than a McMahon. And she introduced all three of them to the main roster on that night, including Sasha as NXT champion at that point. And then her and Bayley go to Brooklyn and change history with women's wrestling and its perception. Within a year, a lot more were called up. We had a Money in the Bank match for the women. We had the Women's Royal Rumble. They become a thing on the regular. 3 women main event at WrestleMania for the first time. A year later, 2 African American or Black women main event at WrestleMania night. Again, there is progress that was made.
Mm-hmm.
But that division, mostly the tag team division, if we're going to be straight about it, but the singles division isn't any hotter. But the tag team, women's tag team championship, if it's not cursed, it must have some sort of freaking little pendant to make sure it doesn't get fully cursed, because it's pretty maligned.
Yeah. And I want to
Sasha, the Iconics, Alexa, Nikki, Asuka, Kairi, Nia, Shayna, Asuka. There's been so much flip flop. Those championships are literally just over 4 years old, and there's already been 22 different title reigns.
And let me ask you this, Jeff: how many of those title wins are from teams that aren't blank and blank?
Okay, so that weren't a tag team, or at least established as a tag team prior to them winning the titles. Okay. Alexa and Nikki, I think, were a team already at that point, right? When they won. So Asuka, Charlotte, definitely not a full-time team by any means. Aaliyah and Raquel weren't a tag team for very long going in. As a matter of fact, they were only made a team because of the Naomi Sasha walkout, if we're being honest. There's 2 there. Alexa Bliss and Asuka champions for a grand total of 4 freaking days. What the actual shit? Becky and Lita, and then Trish, the whole thing earlier this year. Yeah. So I'm sorry, not 20, 22 reigns. And then this year alone, Chelsea Green champions with both Sonya and Piper because of Sonya's injury and Piper just walking up and going, "He's mine." It has been booked so poorly. It just has.
Yeah. And it doesn't need to be.
No.
You know, just take a look at this. That's main roster.
Yep.
And yes, that image has Lacey Evans, and I know her contract recently expired, so we can admit her. And yes, it's got images of Samantha Irvin and Kathy Kelly, so you can admit them too. But just look at the number of women there. There are 6 women per row. So 6, 12, 18, 24, 30, 36, 41 women on that image. And you maybe can eliminate about 4 when you count Lacey and some of the interviewers.
But even still.
So 36 still, 35 women is enough to have 2 singles divisions and a tag division.
Yep. Indecent matches.
This is my NXT roster.
Yeah. Same basic size of graphic.
Yeah, I think there's 1 less woman on here.
And you only have 1 champion.
Why is Alexa Bliss on the NXT one? Is that Alexa Bliss? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, right here in the corner. Next to...
I think it's because she's injured or out because of the pregnancy, so I moved her over.
That's fair.
Because she's not on the main roster right now.
Yeah, wasn't on purpose.
So,
okay.
But still, you even get rid of the bottom row again, you still got 36 women over there. If your women's tag division is being defended across all 3 brands like it should be,
Yeah.
Look at all the potential contenders if you just create a fucking tag division for it. And that's where WWE is fucking up.
Yeah. It is definitely the single biggest thing they need to work on is the booking of their women's division. Period.
And what's weird is I don't think that the fans in general realize they have that many women on their rosters right now.
I didn't.
They don't.
No, I didn't.
Because you only see the same like 6 women every week.
Yep.
Seriously.
Shotzi is just now starting to get a push. And how long has she been on the main roster?
Yeah. And even still, you were lamenting it last night because she was partnered with who?
Yeah.
Yeah. Again,
we know what's coming.
I'm not gonna hate on Charlotte.
Love Shotzi. Glad she got a victory in a match. She was teaming with Charlotte. Fuck her. She needs to be out of title pictures. You want to talk about conflicted?
Oh my God. This poor
and
man
again,
yesterday.
he was on the headset with me for it. So he's experienced it firsthand as I'm watching this shit. I'm just like, God damn it.
Again,
we talked so long after Victory Road, we almost finished SmackDown.
Right. Well, again, it goes back to JJ's point. Ashley has been booked into oblivion where the only way she can be present in perspective is around a championship.
WWE has booked Charlotte Flair as much as Tony Khan has booked Chicago, Illinois. I said it, I fucking meant it.
And the comparison is
stop me when I'm telling lies.
I need to go back.
And again, it's not Chicago's fault, and it's not Ashley's fault.
No,
yeah.
No, it's not. It's absolutely not. Oh, wow.
It's definitely Chicago's fault. I just want to get Chicago one big collective hug and go, I'm sorry, boo-boo, it's gonna be okay.
You know something? I feel like lately Charlotte has had the same storyline. She comes in, wins the title, drops the title, disappears, comes back, is in the title picture. Yeah.
She literally is. She literally is. And to JJ's point, get this. According to this website, Cage Match Figure again, yeah, AEW has literally booked Chicago approximately the same amount of times that Charlotte Flair's been champion.
In almost the same amount of time.
Yep.
Yeah. Figure AEW's been in business 4 years. I'm gonna no, I mean, if you can without like how many times they've been in Chicago for an event in those 4 years. If it's more than 14, hell, I count Ashley as 16 because of the 2 NXT reigns. If they've been in Chicago, if they've been in Chicago more than 16 times in 4 years, JJ's statement is scarier than it ever was when he entered it just now. But if it's that true, goddamn, that's crazy. Anyway.
As far as dates go, because you gotta remember, AEW does multiple content on a single day.
Okay.
So I'll actually be a bit more realistic here. So it's actually a little bit safer than Charlotte. But as far as actual dates, 11.
That's still obscene in 4 years. That's bullshit.
And how many of Charlotte's reigns were in the last 4 years?
The last 4? Ooh, that's a good question. I'll look. I got that one.
Let Jeff do it. He loves Charlotte.
Go.
Oh, no one left.
No, I got so scared about that stat he left.
Right?
Yeah.
Fuck this
I
shit. I
guess I'd my 2 cents into the women's.
Please do.
Yeah.
You know,
Here he comes.
Oh.
Continue.
At the beginning of the whole women's evolution, it was like Jeff said, it was the cracks were showing because Charlotte and Sasha, how many times did that belt change hands and their rivalry?
On Monday Night Raw, on the following Monday Night Raw, at this PLE, on this Monday Night Raw, at this PLE, in the span of less than a year. Shall I continue?
Yeah. How many times? That was one. Those tag titles, God, like, they need to work on bringing tag teams together. I know, like JJ said, like they have the women to do it. They just choose not to. You know, so I don't know. It's just look, I like Rhea, and I was happy when she won because her booking leading to WrestleMania was fantastic. But now the issue is she barely interacts with the women, and when she does, she's the one that gets booked to look good, while the other women, you know, they're sacrificed at her expense. You know, so like after she's done with Raquel, what's next? Like her storyline is just Dom and Judgment Day.
They haven't built any credible competition.
Exactly. They haven't.
So,
Jeff, I see your oh shit face. Go ahead.
Uh-oh.
If we're counting the NXT reigns and her tag team reign out of those, so 17 total. 9 since AEW started.
Jesus Christ.
9 out of 17.
So, in the words of the great Phil Brooks, stop me when I'm telling lies.
I know.
Daggum.
You could use Bobby Fish's line when he was in Impact. Where's the lie?
I am not going to disagree with Richard that Charlotte is the greatest of this generation. The greatest of all time is a woman that had a banger of a cage match as far along in her career as she is, has no business doing that shit. Trish Stratus.
Fair argument.
She's the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
Said it and I mean it.
And to the point that was made earlier about the revolution starting when AJ cut that promo, the revolution really started with the Bellas.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be so bold, and I'm not trying to take flowers away from Nikki and Brie, so please don't take that as what I'm saying here.
I won't.
But I think the dates got retconned and pushed back to that because of who AJ is affiliated with and how far for the longest time WWE tried to stay away from that controversial figure.
I know. I understand that.
So that's the only reason why they say that the revolution started with the Bellas.
From high heels to Chuck Taylors, who am I going to buy more into? A model or a professional wrestler?
And as much as I gave her shit back in those days, Michelle and Beth were prior to the Bellas.
Yep, they were.
So
that's why I enjoyed Trish's promo so much about saying that she paved the way. Because just think for a minute. Prior to her, granted, getting injured in 2001 and having to go off and be off TV, but when she came back, she became the wrestling Trish Stratus. Their highest profile stuff was, what substance can we throw them into to fight in today?
That's true.
And even when she first became champion, there was a highly touted match on the debut of Velocity. Oh, jeez. Where her and Stacey had a bra and panties match for the title. Huh? Her and Stacey had a match on Judgment Day 02 for the title that had no business being on pay-per-view because Vince was backing Stacey, and another shudder moment for the old man. And also backed by Reverend Devon and the great Deacon Batista against Trish Stratus, booked by Bubba Ray Dudley because the Dudleys were feuding because Devon had become Reverend Devon, and I just don't want to talk about that anymore. Anyway.
My brother, testify.
Testify. Get the freaking camo back on this boy. Oh, Lord.
Oh, Lord, have mercy.
Survivor Series 02 is one of the greatest moments ever. It's like, Devon did the thing again. He's not preaching. God. But Trish definitely was the spearheader. Now, I'm not going to take anything away from any of these people. Molly / Nora, who he and I both met and adore to pieces. Lisa Marie Varon, Victoria, Gail, Jazz, Ivory, even in that era because she had already been there for a while. Lita, of course, definitely. Lita and Trish definitely were at the head of that thing. Yes, they were the first women to main event Raw together. I
think that was SmackDown, Lita and Stephanie.
No, Lita Stephanie was definitely Raw. It was definitely Raw. Stephanie won the title. Stephanie won the title on SmackDown from Jacqueline.
Oh, okay.
But when Lita beat Stephanie, it was on Raw. I just don't remember. I don't know if it was the main event or not. I'd have to go back and look. But if that's the case, either way, Lita was in the first main event of a women's match that was a main event on Raw. But I think the point they're trying to make is that main event was heavily papered with the story of Triple H and Kurt Angle and, you know, all the things going on with the McMahon-Helmsley era at that point.
The
Trish
Rock
and
was
Lita-
special referee, right?
Yeah, The Rock was special referee. Yeah. Trish and Lita was the main event because it was Trish and Lita. That's the difference there. So it may be an incorrect factual statement based on retconning of history. Gee, WWE never does that. But
because we all know about that warm day in the summer of '04 when Randy Orton walked to the ring in Toronto, Canada, in those god-awful pea shorts, found the World Heavyweight title laying in the middle of the ring, picked it up, ascended the turnbuckles, kissed it, cried, and raised it in glory as he was the new World Heavyweight Champion.
That was not apricot. That was not orange sickle. Those were peach as peaches can get.
Those were peach ass. Those were so peach, even the goddamn action figure had peach ass tights. Golly.
That was peach before the peach emoji exists.
Right?
He's not wrong. Randall, wherever you are, we apologize for continuing to harp on that
I'm
shit.
sorry.
I don't, because it's been such a great gimmick that we've ran with. Everyone knows how much I love Randy.
Exactly. But getting back to the topic at hand, I'm broken from that. Damn it!
I get their voice down there.
I gotta go because it's frustrating.
Can't think visual of peach ass tights. Must stutter. Anyway.
And with Richard, we had Snortage.
Oh God. Okay. So yeah, WWE
Yes.
bad. Make women wrestling great. Not
and again.
Yeah.
We're not trying to hype on the negative, just what they can improve on. The entire presentation of their women's division can be.
It can be massively improved on. They got 3 different stages for it.
Seriously, not even improved upon. Just like take the talent level you have now and rewind the clock of booking them 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just boom, go for it, man.
Yeah.
Something else I think WWE needs to seriously work on, and they've begun to make strides in this portion. Gunther is a huge example of that.
Yes.
But the mid-card titles need to mean more. They need to be on pay-per-views more, PLEs more. They need to be featured more.
Yes. Yes. And they need to have purpose in their booking, not miscellaneous out of nowhere. Unacceptable, in my opinion, and absolutely unrelatable. What the fuck? Brandon.
How long did we bitch about the Intercontinental title not being defended? Not just at Mania, but on pay-per-view / premium live event.
Let's see. So this year, 39, they actually defended it. Last year,
it had been at least 4 or 5 years since WrestleMania had a title match.
Exactly.
But pay-per-view period, it was a hot minute. And the U.S. Championship, literally, I have to keep looking up who the U.S. champion is.
It's Rey Mysterio.
I know.
Who won in less than 3 minutes, might I add, on Friday Night SmackDown?
Oh, I don't know.
If you catch me off guard and ask me, oh, that's right, Mysterio. It shouldn't take that long. The guy's a champion. He's a Hall of Famer.
And he shouldn't be the U.S. champion.
No, it should be Santos Escobar, but we all saw how they approached that.
But again, the U.S. Championship's been booked seriously. I had to be reminded that King Nakamura was U.S. champion at one point. I didn't reminded he was king of the ring at one point.
I completely forgot he was king of the ring, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, exactly. And Noah, you said it should be Santos Escobar. Well, this isn't the first time Mysterio has stolen somebody's push.
Shit.
You know,
damn.
I honestly think if it doesn't lead to this, then yeah. But I think that the storyline with Rey Mysterio and Santos Escobar is going to lead to Santos Escobar taking the U.S. title off Rey Mysterio. At least that's what I think, and I'm hoping
that's what we're hoping for, Dattila. We were talking verbatim about that on a Simple Take.
Yep.
Okay.
I said that it's Survivor Series. It should be a mixed Survivor Series elimination match.
Uh-huh.
The LWO, Judgment Day. That way you can get Rhea and Zelina in there too.
Yes.
And then you've got the 4 core members throwing JD in there on the Judgment Day side.
Yep.
And then you have Santos Escobar cost Mysterio the match.
Yep.
There you go. I like that.
Yeah.
By the way, I know you're the WWE color commentator for us. I want her when the people that are of Hispanic descent on there, because I love the way she says Mysterio's name and Santos' name and Raquel's name. So
Raquel Rodriguez and Santos Escobar, Selena Vega.
See, that's what they're missing. They need that type of announcing power, really, to the freaking talent. That's all I'm saying.
Just I love the accents with the anyway.
Fun fact, a little off the J, but there's a place to Penta. The way Cero is spelled in his name is actually incorrect. So in Spanish, it's spelled with the C. Cero miedo. But they spell it the English way, 0. So it actually reads Penta es 0 miedo instead of Cero miedo.
Yeah, right. They need to. I was like, come on now. Why is that so complicated?
It's not. But again, hey, Excalibur is an independent wrestling Hall of Famer, so we should praise him. Anyway,
that's a different conversation.
I like Excalibur.
I'm glad you do.
Rey Fenix. I also say Rey Fenix.
Yeah, roll the R's like Justin Roberts.
I can't roll my R's. I cannot roll my R's in Spanish. My R's in Spanish are terrible.
That's fair. I try. I can't either.
I used to be able to as a kid. I can't I can roll them about as well as I can roll a fatty.
You know, it's so funny. Like whenever a wrestler gets a promo in Spanish, I really don't need a translation for that because I understand exactly what they're saying.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Bad to make card.
Yeah. Other than Gunter and his awesomeness, everybody below the world championship is just kind of there.
Yeah, I would say Theory's first run was good, but his second run not so much.
I'm sorry, I'm just laughing at where Richard Morales.
Yeah, Richard. So, and it's Noah and JJ, and let us introduce our Spanish announce team.
And that's what I laughed at. He's just.
I'll tell you what. If YouTube gives me that option, I will pull that trigger.
Oh God!
He said, "No." I laughed at the part when he says, "Just leave our team alone."
You would just have to set it up as 2 separate streams: do an English commentary and a Spanish commentary. And have it broadcasting across the entire multiverses both. That way they can choose which commentary they want.
Was set through the Spanish announce live watch along event.
We're gonna be. No son wrestling.
Look at Jeff. He's actually considering this right now. He's like, wait a minute, this is a brilliant idea.
What are we doing? Giving Jeff future plans for WrestleMania?
No. If we're gonna do this like they do in WWE, then we're not gonna be seen. You're just gonna hear us, but we won't see us unless someone's going through a table.
That's fair.
Hey, you just do one of these things. And you have your avatar there.
JJ.
I changed my avatar because it's an old picture. I gotta include my new.
JJ, I can do the graphic on the screen without having them on screen, remember?
That's true. I mean, all you got to do is pull one of these things and just have them talk from behind the graphic.
But you got find destroy the announce table when someone goes through the Spanish announce table.
They stopped doing that. I missed that.
The wheels in Jeff's brain is spinning, and I can see Pinky running around on that hamster wheel.
He's got ideas right now for Survivor Series or WrestleMania. I can see it. In his face.
When they are commenting and dangerously near me, I get ideas. I
have to say, just to go back to the.
We're just into the weeds at this point, but it's okay. Poor JJ's trying to do his.
This is what happens with JJ. God bless him. 1 year and still going. Continue.
He's the Hugo did.
And we're done. That's all, folks.
They see.
Well, we be los comentaristas en español.
Ay, ay, ay.
Um,
How do I know Espanol? But let's get back to the topic at hand, please.
The best part is I could go back and I could watch you guys doing the Spanish commentary for us, and I would have no idea what the fuck y'all are saying.
That's what captions is for.
Like legit, and I'm not trying to be funny, but y'all could be like taquito, burrito, quesadilla, tequila, and
we could see me saying bad words you guys wouldn't even know.
Exactly. That's the whole thing. Like y'all could be just going off on some tangent about like K-pop music or something or telenovelas, and we'd have no idea if you were calling the action.
How many times Datilla has Petra called out the mothers of wrestlers as bitches? Ita puta la madre de perro. Oh my God.
Richard's too high for this. I'm not near drunk enough for this.
Preston Vance's name is Perro Peligroso, dangerous dog.
Yeah,
I'm completely sober. That's the scary part.
Right.
I just want to point out that this conversation really took a turn for the worse around 4:20 as far as the time count. Just throwing that out there. Anyway, 4 hours 20. I'm just throwing that shit out there now. Anyway.
So my take, I think the IC title has been booked way better than the US title.
Oh, by a lot.
Great.
By a lot, you know. So I really hope that
oh god,
storyline with Rey Mysterio does lead to him having a feud with Santos Escobar.
Yes, right, definitely. Yeah, I think that if they don't have Santos and Rey into a feud going into either the Rumble or WrestleMania, they have missed that boat by a country mile, and that's so stupid of them to do it that way.
Well, they're going to do it because they're stupid enough to do it. I mean, I put in perspective the Intercontinental Championship before it was last booked originally. Now keep this in mind. Originally on PLE, that PLE was Clash at the Castle, and it was Gunther defending the Intercontinental Championship against Sheamus. Do you want to know the last time the Intercontinental Championship was booked on a PLE? Now, keep in mind.
Yes, I do. I'm
Clash at the Castle, 2022. Previous time. WrestleMania 37.
What was the match at 37?
Apollo Crews and Big E.
I forgot about that.
Oh, was that stupid gimmick match they did?
Bingo.
No wonder everyone forgot it.
So WrestleMania 37 was the one they had just come out of the Thunderdome, right?
Yep, 2021, April 2021.
Okay, so that was one in Tampa, and so that was WrestleMania 2021. So it took them over a year to get the title back on premium event, period.
Yep.
That's horseshit, man. Especially as a title, Intercontinental title. JJ and I just showcased the hell out of that title yesterday on Dad's.
Go back and watch it if you didn't see it.
Please go watch that, because you know what? For as live and as on the spot as we were just going through that, and it was a 2-hour show, and it was a great show. I thought it was one of the better shows we did, almost off the cuff, really, because we did pre-production the day before,
Something
and just
like that.
Bing, 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 man, that was one of our better shows for my money.
Yeah, and you all know how much of a high regard I hold the Intercontinental Championship, especially the white strap one in the bottom middle plug. Again, hell, I found the real belt champs outside doing a tailgate thing of Ford Field, got to hold that white title, so that was awesome. And the fact of the matter that it took Gunther, let alone a year and some odd months, for WWE to get their head out of their ass and remind people exactly what the Intercontinental Championship was, that just goes back to, again, the underwhelming booking in the quality of the mid-card division.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And, JJ showed a picture yesterday with the white strap of he and Miz together at SummerSlam Access. I've got a picture like that somewhere. Can't find it. Save my ass.
I got a picture on my Facebook with my hair in my face meeting Zack Ryder.
Don't start with that when it comes to Jeff. Jeff lost his hair because of Zack Ryder.
Yeah, he did. We're gonna leave that alone. Hey, tranquilo. But yeah, going
it's
back.
Tranquilo.
Asinile.
I actually met Andrade at WrestleCon.
Damn, you've met so many
Andrade's
great
a cool dude. I like Andrade.
Andrade. Oh,
yeah. he again, Andrade El Iglo, man. That guy.
He signed my. You can't see it on camera, but he signed my action figure back there.
Nice.
Hey, that's interesting. La Sombra.
He's good people.
There's a lot of good
You know what?
people.
You want to know something? Like he spoke to me in English, and then I responded in Spanish. They started talking to me in Spanish.
That's the way you do it. That's the way you do it. Multi-bilingual. Maybe one day I'll invest in Rosetta Stone, but I don't think WWE will ever sponsor a match or brand a
Can I
match
say
by them.
something? Since we're talking about negatives and we're talking about like language and stuff, one of my biggest gripes with the WWE, the one thing I've always I kind of disliked is that since Eddie Guerrero and Rey Mysterio, they seem to don't know what to do with their Latino talent, you know, especially if they don't speak English. I feel like the booking of the Latino talent has not been that great. And I feel it's because they've been trying to find someone to be the next Rey Mysterio and the next Eddie Guerrero. And I just haven't been able to do that because they don't give the Latino talent opportunities. And not only that, they restrict the Latino talent to wrestle the American style of wrestling instead of allowing them to wrestle the Lucha Libre style like AEW does.
And Ring of Honor, to that point, you definitely are on the bubble there. I mean, the fact that Justin Roberts said the winner of this incredible match, and it was Commander versus Rey Fenix in the opener of Rampage. By the way, that match was fucking awesome. Again, goes back to your merit. I do think when you align wrestlers, individuals of similar styles, it helps strengthen them and the identity of them in wrestling as a whole. And WWE kind of lost that for quite a bit.
Like, I did not like what they did to Lucha House Party. They gave him that whole stereotypical gimmick of the with piñatas and stuff. You know, was not a huge fan of that. And I feel like that's just my gripe with like the WWE. Like, that's one thing that they do bad is they don't know how to book, you know, their talent, their foreign talent that don't speak English or that, you know.
But I mean, Jeff literally said Asuka got booked into oblivion, and now it sounds like they're going to do triple threat Asuka versus Io Sky versus Charlotte Flair, and I think we all know who's winning that.
Well, but you know, to the point of, you know, what they need to improve on, I've talked about for years that, you know, they claim to be a global company. They claim to be, you know, they reaching out to everybody, but, you know, they've been trying for the last decade or more to find the new Rey Mysterio, and they always come back to it being
Rey Mysterio.
Yeah. So yeah, their ability to elevate talent properly at the right time, the ability to properly push talent of varying cultures, backgrounds, however you want to, you know, define it,
without booking them to be stereotypical.
And you know,
yeah,
and that's the one thing I do like about AEW is that being a Latina, being a dark-skinned Latina, it warms my heart seeing so much Latino talent. You know, be shy and be given that platform. I wish WWE could give more opportunities like that, but unfortunately, you know, if you don't, you know,
if you don't communicate our language, you ain't gonna get that type of presentation.
But you know what? Easy solution to that. You know what the solution to that is?
What?
Give him a mouthpiece, because even Lesnar, who can't speak the language, had Paul Heyman speak for him.
Fair point.
How much do we think it's Emmanuel's point here? It's not that they don't know how to book it, but that the crowd doesn't get behind them.
You even said it yourself, JJ. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, we even talked about, I think, guys, the status quo, the contentment at this point. If they don't feel they need to do it, as long as people are coming to the venues and they're still getting money, why put effort into it? They're still making money hand over fist.
Yeah, there are unfortunately more things that they can improve on, but you know, there are. I don't think they're as maligned as they were if we'd had this conversation a year ago.
Okay.
All right.
And again, a year ago at this time would have been September. Vince was still quote unquote on the outs, but they still hadn't really gained their footing under the quote unquote new leadership.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they have a better idea of who they are now. as a company and who's going to be leadership. You know, I mean, like I said, the merger goes down in a couple days, so they know what's coming. The cuts in the office are going to be brutal. The talent, I don't think, is going to get near as cut as people thinking they are. The office is going to get
wrecked.
But you know, to be completely transparent about that, I really think the UFC people are going to suffer more than the WWE people. And I say that because a lot of the departments within the respective companies, WWE has the better hand. Travel, WWE travel departments got far more experience. UFC doesn't travel all that much, and even if they do run cards every week like they are now, they're not bringing the same people to the same venues every single week. So they're not booking an entire roster of talent like WWE is every single week, multiple times a week. So there is that. You know, financial, I'm sure they'll remain, like a lot of them are going to remain separate and, you know, remain, you know, different sides of the office, if you will. But there will still be massive layoffs. And that's going to suck for a lot of people that have based their existence on working for Endeavor, UFC, or WWE. It ain't going to be pretty, but that's what happens when mergers go down. Ask the folks at Turner Broadcasting.
The nature of the beast. The nature of the beast, the business itself.
It is. But I think the talent in WWE, as long as they continue to show Paul Levesque, Shawn Michaels, the other agents, producers, whatever you want to call them, that they still can carry the load they've been carrying, I don't think we're going to get a whole lot of layoffs on that front. The downside of that is what we've been talking about, the refusal to elevate people. So we'll see. The merger closes, like I said, this week. It's the last third of the year, so we're in the last quarter of the year as far as the way they do financials.
All right.
First quarter reportings 2024 should be very interesting.
That's fair.
From business and creative, both. I'm here for it.
Let's see what happens. That's all I gotta say. All I gotta say is let's freaking go. I'm just gonna see.
I was gonna say
everything that's up with the business. There's positives to everything. There's negatives to everything. We can only hope and continue to look forward to possible improvement.
The best thing about it is, JJ, to throw it back to you to summarize. We had a state of the wrestling business discussion show that went 4.5 hours. That's the state of the business. It's looking pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. And when you talk about let's go and seeing what's ahead, let's take a look at what's coming up as far as our specials.
Let's go
on open mic night.
Blitzkrieg Bop.
Oh, good grief.
The remotes.
This man is not happy about Disney karaoke.
He's not happy about any of the karaoke's.
I'm kind of bummed that I won't be here for half of Disney karaoke.
Hey, you know what? I think a performance in front of the Fabulous Form would be tremendous. I'm not gonna lie. Or at least in the parking lot in your car, because I want you to be.
Who says I'm driving there? I'm not gonna pay for parking. I don't pay for parking when I go to the Staples Center.
Get this woman a Kia so she can park up front. Yes, I gave the sponsor name. You're welcome, Kia. Yeah.
That's proper brand endorsement right there. Learned about that, WWE.
I'm not driving. Mm-mm.
Oh, that's fair. That's true. I forgot you can transit there because it's close enough. That's why I forgot about that.
Oh, there you go.
Anyway, yes. Gonna be an interesting November 18th because Tony Khan just can't give us a fucking break.
And I'm sure it'll give us plenty more content for Noah. That's what I call music. And Noah, that's what I
Noah's
call
face.
slow jam.
Yeah.
And of
Stop
course,
it, damn it! Stop it!
and
God
of course,
damn it!
now that's what I call open mic night.
Richard Morales has a question about Disney karaoke.
Oh god!
I think this show enough's gonna create an entire side of the album for now. That's what I call Mike Not Noah. That's what I call music. Good lord.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and we'll address Richard's comment here.
Oh god!
Yes.
Even though there's not a super chat attached to it, and we're trying to get out of here, so
Yes.
for
question
future
about it,
comments,
so.
for future comments, we'll only bring them up now at this point if it's a super chat. But yes, Richard, we usually do this with 3 tiers. For a $5 super chat, we bring up the 2 wheels we have. One has the participants' names, one has the categories. For the Disney karaoke, we have everything broken down into decades. So it's 30s and 40s,
Damn.
50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010s, 2020s, Prince song, so any male lead, princess song, so any
Yeah, that's a lot.
female lead, or villain song.
Ooh.
So those are the categories on the Disney wheel. So for a $5 super chat, we'll spin the participant wheel. Whoever it lands on will sing. Then we'll spin the category wheel, and whatever decade it comes upon, the person singing will get to pick what song they want from that category. For a $20 super chat, you can pick the person you want to sing. We'll spin the category wheel, and then whatever it lands on, you can pick the song from that category. Or for a $30 super chat, you can pick any person and any song. You don't have to worry about the category because you can just pick whatever song you want them to sing.
As long as it's Disney related, right?
Yes, as long as it's Disney. It can be from an animated movie, a live action movie, a Pixar movie. It can be from a TV show, like it can be the theme song to Hannah Montana.
Oh fuck! Hell no!
Herb.
Kim Possible.
Or Darkwing Duck.
Impossible. I love you for that.
Or DuckTales. It can be a theme park song.
I don't know.
You could have Noah singing "It's a Small World."
Don't
Or there's
bring me
a
in this
great
conversation.
big beautiful tomorrow. Or the Tiki Room.
What the fuck's the Tiki Room?
Yeah, what is it?
Google it.
Oh, hold on a minute now. Was the thing about the parks only for our show that we did rankings on, or is that
Yes.
okay? I was like, wait a damn minute. Okay, all right, okay. Sorry, my bad.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, we did we did a great Disney songs at the end of last year, and I was told vehemently you can only pick songs that weren't originated in the parks. I was like, shit, because that's half my shit right there for Disney. But for the karaoke show, we can pick songs from the parks.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah, dude.
So
This is where I
that
make my
is
shit
what-
back now.
that is how you do it. And that'll be November 18th, immediately following Full Gear. So we'll probably get the show started at about 11 o'clock at night, knowing the way Tony Khan runs shows.
Oh,
A little specific. Yeah, exactly.
specific.
Yeah.
Even if it is specific, I don't want to be getting home so late.
No,
Just
no,
save your
no.
money. Go to sleep. You got Thanksgiving ahead. You prepare for your stupid football rivalry game. Go buy the largest turkey at your local Costco. Prepare for your winter season. Go prepare for freaking Christmas holidays. Buy your kids the latest PlayStation, damn it. Do something more worthwhile with your fucking money.
Noah, read the comment.
Fucking hell.
One more.
Damn it! I'm never gonna see eye to eye with any of you on this bullshit. All this fantasy and fucking magic. Magic's not real. Science is bullshit. Anything happens is natural circumstance. Y'all talking about this daggum fake prophecy, fantasy. Blah.
See, Noah, you kill me because every time you come off with your diatribe about this, you talk about not being able to see eye to eye. That song is eligible for you to see, my brother. That is a Goofy movie.
What?
It's been a long time since I've seen the Goofy movie.
What the fuck phrase is not a damn Disney song at this point? God bless it.
That's Powerline, baby.
Power lines about electricity. What the you're
For
stupid.
$100,
What?
Noah will sing eye to eye and do the perfect cast dance.
JJ! JJ! What the fuck? JJ!
Hey,
What?
Noah. All I have to say is a song that came up in my cleaning today while I was prepping for this show. You should do what my favorite Disney villain did in 1994, talking to his hyena friends.
Be
prepared.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say I'm surrounded by idiots.
This to do what?
Or how Scar says, I'm surrounded by idiots.
Well, no. That's no. That damn.
Guys. Look.
I see.
Look at
I
what
see it. I
Noah.
see it.
Noah.
Oh shit. Oh
look
shit.
at what Richard said,
Oh shit.
and look at what Arlene said.
God,
Arlene coming in last minute here to. God damn it! Here we go.
Damn, people really like to torture Noah.
They do.
They do, dude. Oh my god.
The beautiful part about it all, Datilla, is if Noah just shrugged it off, like Taylor Swift, and just shook it off, people wouldn't even come for Noah like that. But because he reacts the way he does, is why people like Richard Morales are talking about that $100 sounds so well spent.
And
Why Arlene
you had
says
to bring
challenge accepted.
You had to
So-
bring it to the fucking ether.
So yes, so we will make it known, and it's 2 months out, Noah. So you've got plenty of time for them to save. For $100, this is going to be our Too Cool Dance segment.
Oh no! He's wrong for that.
For $100, Noah will sing eye to eye and do the dance on
the
the
glasses
air.
are off. The glasses are off. Shit just got real. See, Noah, if you would just do this instead of this, you'd be all right, dog. Damn,
fuck
man.
that. They're gonna screw me sideways because everybody hates freaking leaving me alone. Don't know how to freaking leave me alone. There ain't no freaking limits to the price of my dignity when it comes to multiverse of media. Yet the simple man only does fucking commentary. He doesn't do fucking sin, and he damn sure don't believe in anything Disney.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Championship Network proudly presents our spectacular. I don't know how to make a word affirmation. Oh wow, look at that. There you go.
Yeah. So many Lord Zed references, and Cosmic Fury is not even out yet. We got about 19 more days.
Dude, like, wow, that's awesome. Good for you, Richard. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, Arlene is being sweet. Come on, Noah. Put the glasses back on. It'll be okay. Yeah. He's so upset. Oh, great.
I'm a Cartoon Network Nickelodeon guy from the 90s. Damn it.
I think all these people are making Lord Zed Power Ranger references to appeal to Datilla.
Right. No shit, right? That's too funny.
I appreciate the reference, guys.
I kind of freaking Mighty Morphin and Lost in Galaxy and Lightspeed, and then I just went off the whole thing.
Yeah, you're not the only person. Trust me. That's
why. With all due respect, the only difference between Power Rangers and Pokemon is the number of episodes at this point. And even Ash is finally a master.
Well, Power Rangers is ending after Cosmic Fury. This is their last, final season of the original formatting. It's set to get rebooted next year.
Really?
Original formatting.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is
this
the final.
This is open mic night now. Damn, we're going into the weeds and a half now. Shit.
Are you guys doing any of this stuff? Oh, you guys not? You guys don't follow Power Ranger news like I do, huh? You guys...
Not anymore.
Not at all, my pal. Not at all.
I think our chat room wants Noah to shift into Turbo and become Turbo-tastic.
Okay, Turbo
You
Tusken's
wrong
not
for
part of
that.
Power Rangers
You
Turbo.
wrong for that.
I mixed things.
I know.
Damn it.
I love you, Noah.
But since we're speaking of Power Rangers, I have a question,
Yes.
JJ.
Yes.
So the Disney karaoke, is on the 18th. If the stream goes up to midnight our time or East time,
God help me.
Because 19th will be the 1-year anniversary of JDF's passing, would you end the stream with a little 10 little moments of silence for JDF? Since technically he was on Power Rangers Dino Thunder, which is a Disney produced season.
We've been asked about having Disney Power Rangers songs on that night. We'll allow it, absolutely. And since we usually do sign off at midnight Pacific time, I'm
still here, by the way.
Yeah, it's like, Emmanuel, you wrong for that. That song is the devil anyhow.
No, that song is the best thing about Phineas and Ferb. After the theme song, the show is shit.
Accurate. That's fair. Sorry, kids, if you're watching at home, but yeah, that show awful.
This is probably accurate at this point, Arlene.
Yes, absolutely.
Damn it.
I think Noah is broken. Oh wait, sorry,
But,
wrong theme for the karaoke. My bad. That's in March.
Oh wait, that was.
I don't see any reason why we couldn't do a moment of silence for JDF. And even though it didn't qualify as a Disney song because it wasn't that era, possibly doing Go Green Ranger Go before the moment of silence.
Ooh, I like that.
Or even White Ranger Tiger
White
Power.
Ranger, Tiger. Oh man, it literally came into my head right before you said it. Get the hell out of here. Jesus. Awesome.
But see Richard singing it in the chat room. There's 104 days of summer vacation.
Is that legit though? Like in real life, is there really 104 days of summer vacation?
I don't have a fucking
Honestly, that wouldn't be far fetched. Yeah, like Jeff said, not anymore. Because it seems like it keeps getting shorter and shorter. But for the people that wrote the show, probably during their summer vacations, yeah, that would probably be accurate.
People are lucky to get a freaking 3-month summer vacation at this point. You're kidding me?
When I was in school, summer vacation started in the early June and ended after Labor Day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Golly.
So as young as you are, you're not that young. Yeah. Because that's the way it was for us too. Like we got out of school like just before Father's Day. And we went back the Tuesday after Labor Day.
And for Thanksgiving, we would have to come to school until Wednesday. We were not off the full week like how it is now.
Yeah.
Wait. Off the full week? What the hell?
No. We're off the full week now. But when I was in school,
now they get Monday through Friday off.
I had to go to school until Wednesday.
That's a waste of opportunity to try and move forward in your curriculum. You should have it. What the fuck is wrong with
We
you?
welcome you all to the school bullshit session of Open Mic Night here on the Jet Music Social Media, and how school should be going longer and not having many days off.
Session. Are you smarter than a 5th grader? You know you're a redneck. ...
When the administration isn't smarter than a 5th grader, you might be at our kids' schools. Anyway,
hey, you know what? Jeff Foxworthy was a voice in Fox and the Hound 2, which is a Disney movie, which has songs that qualify for that show.
Larry the Cable Guy's the voice of Maynard. Come on now.
Yeah, but Larry the Cable Guy didn't say you might be a redneck.
No, but but he is in the movie Snake Gator Gun. He says his own line, which is funny or no.
I'm just playing off of the toss-up.
I know that, but I went with the blue collar continuation of the thing.
I went with game shows because that's something I actually do care about. I probably as a 5th grader had some.
Wait a second, I have a question. So would would You Got a Friend in Me count? Because technically at that time, Pixar wasn't a part of Disney yet.
Walt Disney Pictures released the movie, so
they still distributed it.
I mean, Pixar's Disney, as far as I'm concerned.
Besides, You Got a Friend in Me was sang at Dr. Jerry Buss's funeral, so I don't care what era of Disney I thought. You're going to use that song, goddamn.
Freaking ready.
Love that song.
The only one-hit wonder he got.
The opening theme song, the opening line, there's 104 days of summer vacation until school comes along just to end it. So the annual problem for our generation is finding a good way to spend it, man. That is summer vacation and a heartbeat right there. That's
which also can be done during our summer songs playlist, which will be coming up for karaoke.
Next year.
Beach.
Next
Yeah,
year,
next
probably.
year. Next
But
summer.
what would constitute a summer song?
Beach Boys.
Things,
Oh.
songs that you primarily hear during the summertime. Yeah, Beach Boys, Jan and Dean, DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, Summertime.
DJ Jazzy. God.
I don't listen to
Boys
the
in Summer.
radio. I don't really listen to much music
Okay,
outside
I have a
you know.
summer playlist on my Spotify. I'll send it to you. Give you an idea of the songs that are eligible.
Okay.
So yeah.
We're almost
So-
at 5
Okay,
hours and we
you're saying
haven't
no,
done the
Grace.
chills
Summer,
yet.
love it.
I'm trying to get there, Jeff.
Sorry.
No, you're okay, but Jeff's over here harping on me for it. It's like I have my thing hovered
trying? Yeah.
over Datilla's advertisement so she
There you
can
go.
start plugging herself.
Someone play the millionaire horn at this point. Wrap this thing up.
Oh yeah. So my channel is called Rangers of Wrestling. Why? Because I like both professional wrestling and Power Rangers.
Oh my god. Sorry.
I cover wrestling on a weekly basis. You know, this past August we did celebrate 30 years of Power Rangers. I did do 3 videos. Unfortunately, my Power Month didn't go as planned, but you feel free to check out my unboxing of the Black and Gold Dino Megazord, my ranking of the Power Ranger themes, and of the anniversary specials.
Nice.
Love it. Absolutely love it.
And then, of course, you've got all her wrestling content during the week. Not as much Collision anymore.
Yeah.
Make sure you check out her simple take, if you will, of last night's Victory Road. You can also go back to Thursday night and check out Simply Predicting for Victory Road that Noah and Datilla did. And you can also watch across the entirety of the multiverse their call of Victory Road. The first time Datilla stepped into the commentary chair to do color commentary.
Yeah.
It was a lot of fun.
We have a super chat, Mr. Williams.
Oh, okay.
Big
Big G in the house with $10.
I love you,
Feel
brother.
bad that he couldn't make it tonight. Literally just got home, fell asleep, needed to catch up on sleep. Love you guys. Hope you had a great show. We did, G.
Jeff, at least you didn't fall asleep on the air this time, brother. So thank you for the $10.
God bless you, Big G. Because seriously, man, priorities for passions. Your mentality needs oxygen. Get some rest.
Datilla missed that show. She wasn't part of the rotation yet. Poor Big G. He made it through an entire broadcast of Open Mic Night. We finally get to the segments where we're gonna start shilling. He's in the lower left where Noah is now. He sat there and I'm like, and I went in on a solo shot. I'm like, is he okay? Is he breathing? And he was breathing. He's like, okay, God, he didn't. Like, if he died on the air, holy fuck.
Has he been alive?
That would be bad.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little bit.
Golly.
Oh God. But yeah, I felt so bad. But it's like, man, we went so long that night. Not as long as we're going tonight, but it was one of the funnier moments of the show.
God bless him.
So, Big G, we love you, brother. No worries on just make sure you're here for Lingo, or at least in the audience for Lingo. That's gonna be fun next week. Next week, yeah.
Oh yeah.
God, next week already. Holy shit.
Good brief time flies.
Yes, I need everybody, hosts, panelists, contestants, everybody there.
Wait, who's the contestant here?
Lingo is
Emmanuel
and
Natalie.
Yeah.
Ooh.
So
Who
yeah,
can
I
best
am.
5-letter words better.
I am booked into the House of Mouse, unfortunately, so I will not be there for Lingo for sure. Probably not even Open Mic Night unless I haul ass home. So, but yeah, please everybody come in, super chat the hell out of that show, because it's going to be awesome. Again, Emmanuel, who earned his way into being a contestant via his super chats, and Natalie earned her way in. I think she won match game, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
So
yes,
clusterfuck all that was. God. So yeah, that'll be our September game night. I'm trying to find the graphic myself, Jay. I don't know if it's loaded in there or not, but I don't think I loaded it. If I loaded it, I don't remember doing.
Yeah, as the resident game show guru of the multiverse of me, Jeff, I got you, bro.
Yeah. And I appreciate you hosting that because, like I said, I can't be there. So.
There we go.
There it is. It's coming.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Dun 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 dun. Lingo.
Yeah, September 6th. Yeah. We were asked a couple different times that if we're gonna go any earlier because it's a game night. No, we're still starting at 8 o'clock Pacific, 11 o'clock Eastern. We'll just have a shorter open mic night window.
There you go.
So
that's what we always do, but we always go long. I mean, like we're about to hit 5 hours.
Right.
No, I know. Well,
I mean,
okay.
JJ and I went 5 hours talking about 3 shows. I was aiming for 3. So what does that tell you?
The general plan going into any of these is off by midnight Pacific. Obviously, that didn't happen tonight.
It's almost 1.
It's almost 1. I got to be on a train,
tired.
and I got to be on the train at 7 to go to work. So there is that.
Emmanuel, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I said I don't work Sunday, so I'm okay. But I'm just sleeping.
Emmanuel, to answer your question as far as how much has been earned, have we gotten to 50 yet because of the Joya dance?
Damn it.
We are at $42 between Jeff and I.
Okay.
So if we get $8 before we're done with the shills, split between Jeff and I, then Noah has to do the Joya dance.
Dadgummit.
Well, we're gonna need a little triangle.
So let's try to get back to the shills here, y'all.
Yes.
In addition to Datilla, we've got the Boss Man.
Yes, Aaron Rift and his recaps of Raw, Dynamite, and SmackDown almost every week. I mean, there'll be the occasional tape SmackDown he won't cover, and Collision when he feels like it, when it's live and he's home. He's on vacation this weekend. God bless him, man.
Yes, seriously, step away from your damn laptop and the damn TV screen.
Hell, he and the wife had lunch with.
Shit!
Whoa, Jesus! Both of them. Caitlin and Aaron had lunch with Mikey and Dory this week at a Waffle House in Tennessee. So there you go.
There's Arlene with 10 and Emmanuel with 4, just because.
That would be 13.
Why?
Speak the chat amount and it shall appear. They believe in Joe Hendry. Tough shit. Anyway.
No, Jeff. That is inaccurate.
Oh.
They don't believe in Joe Hendry. They believe in NOLA.
And New Orleans, Louisiana?
They are NOLA, by God.
North Los Angeles?
Noah and Datilla. NOLA.
NOLA.
Oh, man.
All right. So let's get through these shills. And they will make Noah
right
dance.
now? This is happening like right now?
As soon as we're done with the shills, yep.
We're done with the shills, baby. That's right. So
no, since you're the Joe Henry of the group, do you have the triangle?
I don't know what a triangle.
I can make the triangle noise if y'all want to. Anyway, so Talk Wrestling will be back this Thursday, September 14th, after our coverage of Impact 1000, because I clearly just can't stop talking on a Thursday night. So, and since I'm not going to have the original plan of being gone all week, I will be there for that. I'll be there for the previous day, the Greg Cherry Show, Meet Musings on Monday, Stepway Sports Bar featuring Dory Lou on Tuesday, all the things this week. It's going to be a hell of a night. Please go back and watch this. Again, I'm proud of this. I know JJ was too. We had a great couple-hour discussion yesterday morning for us at 10 a.m.
Yeah, this was almost 2.5 hours. And
it was
good, in-depth conversation about a championship that at times has been more prestigious than even the WWE Championship.
He said it, and I mean it. It's truth.
Accurate.
Stop us when we're telling lies.
In addition to Lingo, these are all the specials that are coming up for the rest of the year. We got 2 more game show nights.
Hey, game show.
2 more karaoke nights.
Damn it.
Whoever wins next week's Lingo between Emmanuel and my daughter Natalie will face the top super chatter for Haunted Hangman, which again is essentially our version of Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah.
Just no wheel to spin. And then
are we dressing up for that episode?
We can, yeah. Last year we did a little bit of a Halloween theme. He was Beetlejuice. I was Marty McFly.
I was a Disney cast member in his jacket.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
If you watch the intro when Noah does the whole "It's showtime," Like that was him doing his Beetlejuice thing last year Halloween.
Okay.
So
In
yeah, you
black and
can
white,
dress
no
up
less,
if
which
you
was
want.
great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nah, I was just fitting the gimmick.
And then
No
and
end.
this isn't even everything, but we are gonna die.
Right.
My voice.
Yeah, but no, just think about this. You get to call the Grand Slam shows, which is they're going to be awesome already.
Yes.
No Mercy should pretty good. Just one match alone on October 1st, you're going to lose your damn mind with Sabre Jr. against Danielson. Jesus. Then Fastlane, Bound for Glory, and Turning Point, because they can't just give us one damn weekend off. Crown Jewel, which is in Saudi Arabia. We're not redacting the country. We're just redacting names and arenas in LA now. More than that. Full Gear, which is going to be multiple points of coverage across that whole day, because one of us will be at the Forum, one of us will be at Disney, one of us will be manning the booth, and Noah will be
It'll be like
WrestleMania.
WrestleMania 2 that was live in multiple locations.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
Oh, God.
It'll be our version
on November 18th, and then the Survivor Series from which city?
Chicago, Illinois.
As is Bound for Glory. So I'm not saying he will appear if you say his name, but I am saying he will appear if they give him enough money.
Yeah, and you got to figure that doesn't even count NXT Halloween Havoc, which will be a Tuesday special. Halloween is a Tuesday this year, so it very well could end up being on Halloween. That's not counting Impact Overdrive. That's not counting Winter is Coming, and that's not counting whatever WWE pay-per-view they throw at us in December.
Ring of Honor Final Battle, because you
Yes.
know that's going to happen in December.
Yeah.
And
then,
for anybody that is a commentator that wants to have a problem.
I like that episode of South Park.
South Park not insulted or done a parody of at this point.
Did you guys see the WWE episode?
I still say the better Mickey parody is the one on SNL in the Vault. That's one of the best things I've ever seen that show do. But the one on South Park's pretty damn good. I'm not
gonna lie. Yes.
But yeah, those are just the two 2022. God, we're 2023 now. I need to go to sleep. 2023 premium shows. But then the two we know about in 2024: Wrestle Kingdom and WrestleMania, baby.
One makes me want to explode on my chair. The other one, I will wait with bated breath to see Wrestle Kingdom and damn it, WrestleMania.
Which could very well feature a call. Where is it? There it is. Such as this.
And then I've heard the director of this is working on both a Bambi and a Peter Pan along the same lines.
Peter Pan. Oh my God.
Tinkerbell is going to be an obese recovering drug addict.
Damn.
So just let that sit in your head and percolate it. Think about the image you have of Tinkerbell, whether it's the Disney cartoon or Julia Roberts in Hook, and now imagine her as an obese recovering drug addict.
Rainmaker!
Were you talking about Blood and Honey right there?
Yes, I was. Very good.
God, look at her with that was awesome. Oh my God.
And I was watching Bound in the Valley, and just right when he's on my screen, I gotta do it. That coin dropped, and I literally went Rainmaker.
Jeff, can I ask you something? I know you're a big Disney fan, so did you ever see Once Upon a Time?
Oh my God. I'm watching it right now again. I'm watching it back.
We both did.
Dude, I watched Once Upon a Time. I didn't watch it when it first came on. I was very much like my ex was about Enchanted. It's a parody. It's gonna. He convinced me to err in my ways. I binge watched the entire summer right before they introduced the Frozen characters into that show.
I didn't see season 7. I did not see season 7. I will say this. I feel like at times they kind of like season 1 was the best, if you ask me. I felt the whole thing was the best season 1, but I felt like they just kept dragging certain stuff.
So
you know?
7 felt like
I didn't even watch 7.
Well, let me just. I won't. If you ever want to go back and watch Disney Plus, I won't spoil it for you or anybody.
No,
that hasn't
I'm not
seen
gonna
the
go
show
back
yet.
and watch it. So go ahead.
But I will say that 7 was very much okay. We lost the Jennifers. We lost Josh Dallas. They left the show full as far as full timers, but we have a 7th season under contract. So they literally hit the reboot button all over again. And it was kind of like it started slow, but I liked how they finished it personally. Anyway, yes, have seen Once Upon a Time. Absolutely loved the show. Hard for me to not call the characters that work their names on one. Like, nope, different universe.
Yeah. And Emmanuel saying that GIF is Noah getting beat up by Mr. DeMouse in Disney karaoke.
Did you watch the short-lived spin-off, Once Upon a Time in Wonderland?
No.
I tried. It was rough. Yep, didn't like it at all. Glad they brought Will Scarlet over for the main timeline, but yeah, the show itself is rough. Not good.
I didn't watch it because I wasn't a fan when it first aired, and until it hit Disney Plus, I never had the opportunity to see it.
Right.
I couldn't find it. It's not like it got a DVD release like the regular seasons of the show did.
Yeah.
And now that it's on Disney Plus, I just haven't gone back to watch it because I want to watch everything chronologically.
Yeah.
And I just haven't had the time with everything else I'm doing because I missed half of season 6 and all of season 7 myself.
Yeah. Wonderland, I think they realized their mistake, but in season 7, they heavily featured a version of Alice. So I was okay with it. And I'll leave it at that because, like I said, I truly don't want anybody that hasn't seen it to be spoiled because I think everybody should watch that show. It's a wonderful show. And
yeah,
and
really,
I said
I
that long
like
before
the love of the characters.
And I said that long before I got my mouse ears. Yes.
I was going to say, can we finish the plugs so we can get out of here?
Somebody else brought it up, not me.
No, it's all good. Don't do it like that. Then you make it seem like she can't ask questions.
I'm not trying to. Trust me. I love the open discourse. I love it. I'm exhausted. I know we all are. So. Poor Noah.
Shout out to my friend Amira J. Check out her home promotion in the UK, Wood Green Wrestling, as she continues to prove her way that Jade is worth more than gold. Wish you all the best on your professional wrestling journey, my friend. Cheers to you as always. Follow me on the social medias at the Twitter and on YouTube. Adam Foster 1916 for all things wrestling. Shout out, of course, to my entire ATW family on the Twitter and our social media platforms where I'll keep you in tune with prediction leagues, a simple hello, give you a choice and chance to get some simple assessments, and of course, keep you updated on all the prediction forums and all the live Simply Predictings. And I'm sure, Emmanuel and Arlene, I'll be in touch because I know we got WPLEs. I know that is your strength. And I always welcome you both on Simply Predicting, as I welcome anybody in multiverse media with a passion, a voice, and if they're camera shy, can even stay off camera if they want. Just bring your passion, unbiased, kind nature, and thoughts to Simply Predicting. All are always welcome. So stay tuned for more ahead on my simple YouTube channel as I approach my 5-year anniversary in YouTube content creativity.
Content creativity that includes
Got it.
Noah, that's what I call music. And coming soon, Noah, that's what I call slow jams.
Dadgummit, I ain't singing Low Rider by freaking War. All right, y'all keep that out your head.
They see
no,
him rolling.
You're not
wrestling.
But you know what you are doing, Noah? You're doing the Joya.
That's right.
So we've got to give the people what they want.
I'm not Orange Cassidy.
This is true people power. Not that asshole Johnny Laurinaitis.
Did John Laurinaitis ever really give the people what they wanted?
No.
No, because he did pussy wouldn't show up to an event. Anyway.
No, but we do, damn it. Because we are the multiverse of media.
For the people.
That's right.
Fuck.
We believe in you, Noah.
By the people and for the people.
Damn it.
Just remember, Noah, ask not what your channel can do for you, but what you can do for your channel. By God.
Oh God. What president said that? Friggin' parody.
Kennedy.
Yep, I was waiting for that.
That
Oh,
your cult
man.
of personality?
And that too. But I missed the mic.
Oh, dear
thing.
Christ.
All right. I'll get this booted up. I'm only gonna do like the first part because I'm not gonna do the freaking walk like that because I'm not getting up out my chair. But I'll at least do the first part.
Do that hand part at least. That's the best part.
Oh God, let me get this loaded up. I'm gonna fast forward for the freaking long intro. This is where my freaking fan up bites me in the ass. Oh God. All right. Let's see here.
Wait, are we doing this again?
You're your own choice if you want to choreograph this.
Do it.
God! Okay. Oh God.
I was
All
going
right.
to say, all we obligated y'all to do for the $50 was the dance. You don't have to sing nothing.
Well, oh, okay. All I gotta do is.
Well, no, if we're gonna do this, we gotta start with the heads going down because remember they do the head thing.
Yeah.
first.
I'm aware. I'll
All right,
say it
you're
off.
Joe Henry and I'm Yuya, so you lead.
For fucking hell. This is gonna be a worse car wreck than 2 o'clock. I can already tell right now. But all right. As soon as I say, "Can I get a Joya?" You know what comes next. The free claps to Joya. I'll do the thing, and then we'll do the thing. I'll even choreograph it because I know it's easier than just doing it. Because like, what the fuck are they doing? Oh, you'll see. And tune in to Impact Wrestling every week for your next great tag team champions that we believe in. Oh God! All right, here we go.
But if we're gonna do this, JJ and Jeff have to clap because the Ireland's clapped.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. All right, let me go ahead and get this booted up. I'm waiting on the message now. I cannot believe we're fucking doing this. Fuck me! God. There's Joy. There's the letters going. No, like this. Ladies and gentlemen, can I get a Joya? Joya. 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 Baby, can I get a Joya? And baby, can I get a Joya? Baby, can I get a Joya? And baby, can I get a Joya? All right, that's enough of that. Oh God!
You forgot the little triangle, so.
Yeah, the triangle at the end. You're gonna freaking do the walkway down the entranceway and do the second half if the freaking super chats keep up. Fucking hell.
I don't know about the longest show. We've done longer, but this is definitely the weirdest show we've done.
Right?
Noah, now that your dignity has been sold to the highest bidder,
without going over,
can you take us out of here as eloquently as you always do?
Yeah, I need to sleep this off. I cannot believe I just did that. I'm not even drinking Billy Brew, so I'm going to need a bottle before the end of this year. I can already tell.
I didn't get some water.
Fucking hell. Well, anyway, folks, I hope you enjoyed the season premiere. These are the shenanigans that will be at hand every week. To everybody that's been involved this last season, one time continuously, we thank all of you from the bottom of our hearts. Stay tuned because it's not like anytime soon. But if you want to know more about me, know this, for I am but a simple man and a lifelong fan of professional wrestling. Damn it! But I digress. We only wish to constantly encourage you that there are no winners, there are no losers, there are no betters. Just fans with opinions for this passion we all share. So at the end of the day, folks, support one another, respect each other, protect your mentality too, treasure your families, and just enjoy life and enjoy professional wrestling. It is truly as simple as that.
And there you have it.
We're going to power it down now.
Yeah.
I hope so. Good idea.
For the Cleveland combatant Josh Mansfield, for Datilla, for the simple man with the spectacular voice who even sang the Joya theme song for you guys.
And the soulful dance moves.
Yes. The simple man, Noah Foster. For the man whose name is no longer on the marquee because it was taken down for the shills, the West Coast professor, Jeff Meacham. I am your host and moderator for the Saturday Night Shenanigans, the Renegade of Wrestling, JJ Williams. We hope you all were thoroughly entertained here this evening for the season premiere of Open Mic Night, and we look forward to seeing you guys next week. Take it easy.
Bye. Adios. Bye, everybody.
If you have enjoyed our show, please tune in to Wrestling Observer